Bobby Hemmitt, a great round of applause. Come here. Bobby Hemmitt has been captivating audiences with his brand of exploratory scholarship. His focus has been on the mystical mastery system, which includes metaphysics, mysticism, and esoteric side of ancient religion. Understanding the subconscious mind and higher levels of spirituality, this is a result of over 10 years of intense research and scholarship. His topics deal with anything from UFOlogy, gnosticism, Satanism, current events, and advanced research into primal cultures on Earth such as Lemuria and Atlantis. He also deals with the mysteries of melanin in its higher spiritual phase, and in addition researched the astronomical mysteries of the star system, Sirius and beyond. Born in Los Angeles and raised in Mullen, South Carolina, Bro Hemmitt is a graduate of Benedict College in Columbia, South Carolina, where he majored in art. In addition, he studied computer art at Clark Atlanta University. Bobby Hemmitt at one time was a well sought after shoe designer, developed his own shoe line before Truth called. Discontent with the fame and fortune, he wanted answers and began his relentless study for the truth. Inspired by Dr. John Henry Clark and Dr. Joseph Ben Judkowsky, he is considered one of the younger scholars who has taken the legacy of these grads to an exploratory, futuristic level. Bro Hemmitt has written 4 books. Human, what was that? Artificials, okay, not autocrats. AWAS, Titan 1, and Titan 2. Welcome, Bro Hemmitt.
to welcome everybody to the Ashe Culture Center. I'm Qua David. I'm the husband of this lovely woman back here who has been just back from Germany for a year, so even though I'm happy to see each of you, I'm a lot more pleased to see her. So you have given us an interesting dilemma for tonight, in that we don't have enough chairs. That's usually not the case. We usually have more chairs than we have people. So it's more pleasant to have more people than you have chairs. Right. So even though some people may be inconvenienced, you know that we see it as a good sign. Nana, Queen Mother, and Echo are here. They'd like to see you at tomorrow morning service in the same number. That would be good too. Now, I do want to mention one thing, which I'm kind of taking up some of Bobby's time, but I've seen the brother on videotape, so whatever time there is, even if it goes to infinity, he still could use it. But I want to mention something to you that I just met him through this videotape and seeing him tonight for the first time. But in viewing the videotape, I want to explain just a minute about the purpose of this center. Because Bobby's presence, in your presence, gives me a chance to say this. Because I've seen Bobby's tape. Bobby can't go anywhere and everywhere. All right. Because you can't get people to open up the venue if they already know something about it. That's right. Now, the people that we're trying to get free from their control, they can run Ku Klux Klan people for Senate or Congress. They can send the vice president to a rally and give a talk and then claim he didn't know nothing about who the people were. They can form a document and define you as 3/5 of a person. They can tell you you're going to have Reconstruction and take it away. They can close your hospitals. They can lock you up on bogus charges.
That's right. Say that again.
They can do anything they want to do without any concern about where it's going to be done, who's going to hear it, or what they're going to think about it. Now, the only people that have this dilemma about whether it's all right to have Bobby Hemmitt here, whether it's all right to take Bobby Hemmitt there, whether it's okay if we ask so-and-so, can Bobby Hemmitt be there, is us. Now, we need to hear everything that can be said to us. Absolutely. We need to be open to anything that is said to us, especially if it's coming from our own people. Absolutely. We listen to everything that anybody else says to us. Absolutely. We write it down, we repeat it to other people, we spend money on it. Absolutely. Everything that anybody else tells us, we make note of it and live by it. Absolutely. Absolutely. And we still in trouble. That ought to give us a clue that we're following the wrong information. We're more religious about any religious thing than the people who say it's their religion. We do it more, longer, deeper, and better than anybody that say they do it. And we're still in trouble. So if we're still in trouble, and we've been doing everything that's been told to us, you don't have to be a mastermind to understand that something's been told to you that don't work. So, we have to be eager, not just making ourselves available, we got to be eager to find any voice that sounds offbeat, any voice that sounds unusual, atypical, out of the ordinary. And like John Henry Clark said, as soon as you know that you're doing something that nobody likes, you know you're on the right track. So I want to say one more thing about young people, because we accuse young people, but I say it on the radio, I say it anywhere. If it wasn't for our young people telling us things in language that we don't like, in descriptive tones that we don't like, in explicit ways that we don't like, we wouldn't be doing one thing to change anything. We got to be thankful for these people that say things to us that are different. We can't tweak our way into liberation. We can't fine-tune our way out of this problem. We got to change something totally. And so we have to hear people that can explain to us what these changes will look like.
Absolutely right.
And they are dramatic changes. It's not just a matter of combing our hair a little bit different. This is a dramatic change that's needed. So we can't listen to the common voices that are basically telling us the same thing we've heard for 50 years. They're just speaking with a little more vehemence in their voice, but the words all say the same thing. They just wait and everything will be all right. However you want to put it.
Speaking nothing well.
So we got to be open to something that's completely different. So I'm thankful that Bobby has provided the opportunity for me to say this. But you can't go everywhere tonight and Bobby be in a place where you got this many people. But you got to ask somebody else to be there. So the sister said to me, Sister Rasamad said, well, how long will we be able to stay there? I said, we're going to stay till we get finished. So nobody, we pride ourselves in being able to say to ourselves that we are in a place where we can do what we want to do. We don't have to ask anybody, can we do anything? Because if you got to ask somebody, then that means they're in control of something that you're trying to do.
That's right.
So you can't do it like that. Now let me criticize you too. We're talking about the good news, and then there's the other side of that news too. Now, there's not 100 places like this in the city of Cleveland where you can take people. So you look around, you see that it takes something to keep a place there. So when you think about getting that Luther Vandross tickets and all these different things that cost money, you can send us some money too. Okay. You can send us some money that's tax deductible. Okay. They say they're going to have Bobby Hemmitt back one day. Bobby Hemmitt can't go across to such and such a place. They're going to have some other people that can't go other places too. And the people that are in control of everything, they know that if they prevent you from hearing something, they can stop you from moving. This ain't no mystery. So we got to have a place where we can listen to what we want to listen to. They can take David Duke anywhere they want to. They can have the FBI, good old boys club, anytime they want to. They can do anything they want to do. We have to see ourselves in a position to do anything we want to do. And we don't have to apologize to nobody. We don't have to make excuses for what Bobby might say. We ain't got to call nobody tomorrow and say, we're sorry, Bobby said such and such, it might have bothered you. We ain't got to do that. That's what we did when John Henry Clark was down at City Hall, right?
That's right, that's right.
Next day you got to call folks and apologize. We don't have to apologize for what we're saying. Don't nobody else apologize. So I ain't apologizing. So I'm happy the brother's here. And I'm happy that you're here. But most of all, I'm happy that my wife is here. Bring on Sister Irene Rasa Ma'a. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. I'd just like to say, this is so inspirational to see all these people in the same room. This shows that we do have consciousness in Cleveland. Not only, you know, do we just represent each other as individuals, we are different organizations in the community. Our tickets labeled all the people that are representatives of those communities. I can just name some off the top of my head. The Asara Set Society, the Inner You, Cultural Integrity, the African United Front,
Alternative solutions.
I mean, call them out, please. Alternative solutions. African Center, we got Mosque number 18. We do have the solidarity. Ashe Cultural Center is making all this happen, and I'm just overwhelmed to see everyone here. I do want to say one thing. We have several events coming up shortly in the community. Our African American Festival that's usually at the Western Reserve Historical Society. I want everyone to pay special attention to what's about to partake. July 29th, I believe that's the date. Please critique the brochures. Please see how much culture that is going to be available to us. They're going to have step shows. The headliner is on Midnight Star, but a culture fest of African culture is we're supposed to talk about the culture. We're supposed to celebrate the culture. And R&B groups and step shows, I don't know if that's correctly representing African culture, like where we come from and how we got here and what we're doing today. So please critique it. There's a website on that brochure. So give your comments to the Western Reserve Historical Society and let them, you know, they need to know that we got a conscious voice here in this community. But I really wanted to say that, and without further ado, I want to bring Brother Hemmitt to you. We've been waiting for him.
She's making a point. I'm glad to be here. I always wanted to come to Cleveland, and I don't know why. But I think what it was is, I think dealing in the spirit world, I probably was having visions of coming today. And so when I thought years ago that I wanted to come, I was actually having these visions. And that's how things go. You have visions and you have spiritual episodes that automatically come true or either manifest later on. You know what I'm saying? So so I'm glad to be here in Cleveland. Also, a little more about myself. Basically, I deal with the spirit realm, and I deal with the sides of the spirit realm that 2,000 years ago the Roman government outlawed, and later on this cardinal was called European society, which is also the so-called quote-unquote dark side. And believe it or not, the word black magic just means black man's magic. The mistress of Tahuti, which is the mistress of alchemy and the mistress of melanin. So we're going to get into all that also too. But it's a little note why you should always open up with libations. Anybody come before you, you should tell them if they don't know how to do it. And I'm quite sure this place does libations. So even if you got somebody that comes up, and a lot of people are not spiritually, political, sociological, economical, and some people don't deal in the spirit realm. But even if those particular people don't have a certain amount of knowledge to do this, you should always make it upon yourself to add it in the actual program. So now also too, we got this policy now. Any sisters that need a seat, you brothers gonna have to unask the chairs, let the sisters sit down. So if any sisters need some seats and stuff, you know, you're gonna have to really any sisters need some seats. Now I'm quite sure there's some brothers with their mates, that's fine, but we got enough single brothers that can unask the chairs. And let the sisters sit down. You know, this is we were matriarch long before we were patriarch. So this is no sister's first shit. This is just the way humanity is supposed to go. Brothers can park it on the floor. You know. So if you ain't got no lace around your drawers, get the hell on up. Let the sister sit on down. You ain't built right. You can unask that chair. Now, what we want to do, this is very key. Always, this is very key. Y'all cool?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, 'cause this is very key. The reason why you do this is because the Europeans have remote viewing. Remote viewing is psychic spying from wherever the hell they are. They can tune in. They developed this in the 1940s. So therefore, you're being watched even if you don't even have agents up in here. You see what I'm saying? But we always know there's always agents up in here also, too.
Yeah.
So I had to tell the brothers this in Los Angeles last week. So we got some old crazy. So they're actually going and paying crazy black people to come and disrupt.
That's right.
Me. Well, I'll let you know a little secret. These voodoo babies and some polyamory babies, I got them charged, so you hit at your own risk with the funky stuff, because this shit will kill your ass. So hit at your own risk. You want to get funky, and remember you got to deal with the doggone lowers, you see what I'm saying, and the ancestors and all, and them ones and them blacks is straight up demonic. To get the job done. You see what I'm saying? So in at your own risk. We deal with spiritual warfare and all, and so we deal with those particular things. But one thing about the remote viewing is, whenever you have a meeting, they have people that can tune in. They got black people that they have that work for them. So if they can't get through the black energy, they just get a black person to tune in. So you pour your libation, so what that does, it seals off that energy. I was down in Jacksonville, Florida about 6 years ago, and I poured the libation, and they got one Baptist church down there that runs the whole entire thing, the entire town, and you know it's a lot of magicians and witches, and so they tune in. So as a result, when I poured the libations, they couldn't tune in, so they sent some crazy black guy down to want to invite me to go down and meet these white people. So they got a whole bunch of material they want to give you. And the key based on spiritual warfare, you go out of your zone, where you got your gods blocking for you, and go in their zone, and they got their particular entities blocking for them, and your gods can't get through, and then they zap you behind. So it's crucial that you pour libation, especially now. Anytime you go into the near 2000 mark, the devil, or what we call the white boy, or what we call the beast, the powers to be, or whatever you want to call it, plain old cracker, he's getting nervous. Each day he's getting nervous. So the time for your life to be on the stage of death has already started. It's been started, but you best believe if he killed your behind off in mass, especially the last 15 years, then you know by 2000, you know he's getting real nervous. And that's the key. They will be shaking in their boots and still build buildings and tell you that you will be there in the future with AT&T and all this shit to give you the catechism of impossibility. And never look to the future. That's the problem. You one day at a time. Exactly. You know the damn hour. You might not know the season, but you know the hour. You might not know the day, but you know the season and you know the hour. That's biblical prophecy. You know the time is, the time is not what it used to be. Like I said last night, one day it's Monday, the next day is Friday. So we're talking about a week that lasts about 3 days maximum. So we're talking about time speeding up, we're talking about the weather. So you know at this particular time, you need to be doing some extra things also for protection and also for warfare. So we're going to also deal with the whole warfare thing also too. I'm also going to give out another money ritual tonight, a smaller one you can do Monday. And it takes about 7 days, but it will come if you do that one on Monday. We'll give that one out, then we're going to give a big money ritual out. So you want some big finances, we'll give that one out also too. But you want to also pour your libations at all times to block. Also what this libation does is the entities that's inside of you, these entities and all of this particular stuff exist inside of you. Each one of you are your own small universe. These entities exist inside of your space. So when you go to libation, you're actually enhancing your own power. So this is something great to do before you go to court. You see what I'm saying? Before you go to court and all. So you want to do that also too. So let's get the libation thing going. Let's see here. Little hoodoo thing. There's a good book I suggest. One, see if I still got that book. We'll be giving bibliography on this. Is a good book by Milo, M-I-L-O, Rigard, G-R-I-G-A-U-D. R-I-G-A-U-D. Make it a point to come to lectures with a pencil and a piece of paper. Because we are educated people, and we're not just talking about formal education, we're just saying basically, if you can read and you can write, always take notes.
Name of the book.
You know, this is it's called Secrets of Voodoo. Secrets of Voodoo by Milo Regard. We'll get into that. We'll get into that later on. Let's deal with some libations right now. And I got several lists and stuff. We'll get it rolling and get the energy going on, you know. And we'll give a whole lot of magical things you also can do in court. There's a real good one that you can do. You shoot the jury and you shoot the judge and you shoot the prosecution or whatever. Mainly, you know, we're always sitting on the doggone defense side. So we got a lot of stuff that we'll do also too. We got a lot of stuff to cover. Looks like it's gonna be an all-nighter for me. I did 10 hours in LA last week. I don't think I'll put you through that target. But then again, if you got time, you see what I'm saying?
Go with the flow, man.
We can roll with it. We can roll with it. Got a lot of advanced information, a lot of technical information, advanced information. The good part about it is this southern accent breaks the... Something about a southern accent makes this stuff a little more common. You know, so that works. You know, you have those archetypes and those preachers and all that kind of stuff. But then again, on the other hand, I'm far from a preacher. You know, so let's do this. Let's see here. I'm going to get another list of the gods. I got 2 or 3 other lists. We'll do that and it starts rolling. I got a lot of them in my head. So let's roll with this. Okay, I put some in the plan. All right. All right. Ishu Oro. You know, Ashe means power, so be it. What else? Several things. Ashe Oro. Ashe Ibum. Ashe Alagu. Ashe Oru. Ashe Bobo. Ashe Bara. Ashe Ijo. Ashe Adi. Ashe Aurora. Ashe Neko Ododa. Ashe Igugum. Ashe Agugum G. Ashe Ikip Elikam. Ashe Ikaraji. Ashe Lalo. Ashe Fakala. Ashe. And we want to get some loud Ashes now. Loud Ashes. Ashe Kawi Duju. Ashe Alegba. Ashe Simla. Ashe Lori. Ashe Eti. Ashe Lori. Ashe 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 Abosu. Ashe Kawi. Ashe Adelawela. Ashe Ali. Ashe Jimmy. Ashe Yoro. Ashe Kokro. Ashe Yama. Ashe 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 Wede. Ashe Rainbow. Ashe Legba. Ashe Marasha. Ashe District. Ashe Ashe Filthy. Ashe Messiah. Ashe. Oh, hold on a minute. Get it back. You can be on a little loud. That's good. Only Juju. Ashe. Juju. Ashe. Juju. Ashe. Legba. Ashe. Ashe. Bo. Ashe. 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 Baba. Ashe. Waya. Ashe. Samaya's room, good room to do libations with the ancestors are drunk, so they like rum. Get them some Samaya's rum, some Appleton rum, any Jamaican rum, any rum from Antigua, Barbados, any rum from the islands. You see what I'm saying? Get them some of that and also, and so I guess, well, it's kind of impolite to give them some and you don't take a libation. Now, what this does, so, you know, get your Samaya's rum. They got it in several bottles. The Maya's rum, they got it in several bottles and stuff. And you spit that four corners in your house and you give a certain energy. Or you can spit it in four corners, actually four corners. You can spit it four ways or four corners. You can take the same rum and put it in your car and spit four corners in your car. And if you ain't got no insurance, you don't have to worry about nothing. One sister was spitting this rum, got stopped by the cops, and gave him some insurance from I think this was in 96. She gave him a piece of paper, some insurance from 1985. They said, go right along. So we're talking about energy that you can actually use. Energy that you can actually use at this particular time. We got a lot of information. Like I said, also, we have several things I want to get into some of this. This is one called, we got a few left. This is the Osiris book. One that is done from the, from esoteric aspects of Osset, and coming from London, England. This particular thing is a white Luciferian group spill their secrets, reveal their secrets on how to eat and destroy melanin people and devour their energy. And basically, when you go into Christian church, why you think they got one on every block? Those churches are lined up to zap your particular energy. We'll get into that particular part also. Don't think the cracker got a church on every block. He ain't never gave you nothing good. Why you been here? All of a sudden, he gonna give you some good damn religion? Are you out of your mind? You see what I'm saying? So there's a reason why you go up in there on Sundays, because they need that particular energy to make this whole Holocaust land and this particular hell system work for them. And they use your energy to fuel this whole America. And that's what the whole church thing is on every doggone corner. In Atlanta, in one section of a 5-mile radius, you got almost like 110 churches on one side, and that's not even talking about where the King Center is and all that shit with the Martin Luther King stuff. There's another 200 churches. You see what I'm saying? And they use that particular energy. We'll get deeper into that. So we have the particular book. We have these rituals are coming from the University of Chicago. They have thousands of papyruses. And there's this book has rituals for everything you want. Open the third eye, how to request for a certain vivid dream, dream revelations, memory spells, direct visions. Like I said, for the sisters, there's some love spells up in here. And like I said, we'll give out the love spell that we gave out last night, because with the black man being in retreat from the black woman in mass to the white woman, and I don't know what the black woman wants, but one thing he don't want the fucking black woman. And it's not be funny with this mess. I go all over the country, and this was an epidemic going on with the black man. You see what I'm saying? With the black man. So therefore we got some love spells here, but we got another good love spell you can do, or 2 of them we gave out last night, to give these niggas an attitude adjustment. I'd rather see you give them a love spell or something to make them a zombie than to fuck around with some damn white woman. You see what I'm saying? So we have several spells. We have all that stuff that if people interested in purchasing. If people interested in purchasing some of that stuff, you can if people interested in purchasing some of that, you can get them during the break. So we're gonna go maybe 2 hours, maybe 3 hours, or whatever. About 2 hours, go to a break. However you want to do it. And basically we're gonna pull an all-nighter. We're gonna push it until the people say, okay, I'm tired, we gotta go home. So the ones that gotta go somewhere, get your fill, and then you leave with the ones that's gonna stick it through it all. Long as we As long as we, there's a call for answers and stuff, we'll be here also too. So we're going to deal with all that too. So right now what we want to do is we want to get into what is called a hard copy. And basically that's things that is going on. How many people never heard me before? Raise your hand. Okay, so basically what we want to deal with right now, we want to deal with a couple of things that's key issues around the United States that we want to deal with at this particular time. Things that's been happening, especially the last 10 years. We want to go into some of that, and then we want to go into the advanced esoteric teaching. But right now, what I want to deal with right now is the killing in the projects on the whole East Coast and basically the Midwest. And in so many words, Atlanta got hit hard. They basically from 1990 to like 1998 or 99, they came in and they closed down all of the projects in Atlanta. And they got rid of the people. But they didn't relocate them. They would probably relocate about 30 people, and then the rest of those particular people, they would exterminate. They would exterminate. And so we want to go into some of this right now, as well as some other stuff, and understand what the extermination is. And so this is not a theory. This is the reality of what's going on. They even showed you that in 1992, when they literally got rid of damn near 10,000 black men in Los Angeles in 1992. But we want to go into the other details on what actually happened to the bodies and stuff, and what all this stuff is, and what actually happened to these particular bodies and stuff, and how is it that through mistake in Atlanta I end up eating some of these bodies right in your local restaurants and stuff like that. So that's where they're filtering this food and stuff. So we want to go into some of this particular stuff. This is reality. Now don't think that the cracker didn't do it, because he's always been doing it. And all you have to do is understand history to know that this particular stuff happened. Like I said last night, the whole thing started from the mind-brain report of 1983, where they concluded that the black man was God, or the black man or black people was God because black people had melanin. Mind-brain report called Privet. And also by 1986, they had a great conference here in America that included and concluded that the Kundalini energy at the base of the spine, which is the staff of the Hootie, or some of you know the Medical Association, but the Kundalini energy at the base of the spine has started rising in black people. And they understood that by 1990, if they didn't kill off a certain amount of black people, that particular energy, this serpentine energy, would kill off all the mutated strands. Like in all forms of nature, the mutated strands is automatically killed off. The survival of the natural selection is automatically killed off based on when you get a certain amount of your energy back. So therefore they had to eliminate a certain amount of melanated people, or Kundalini people, off of the planet. Some of the conference proceeding is in a book called Sign and the Serpent by Mark Balfour. Mark Balfour, Sign and the Serpent, is the name of that particular book that deals with those conference proceedings in 1986. And where this particular serpentine fire, this Kundalini energy in us, had to be quailed or had to be shut down by killing off masses of black people. First of all, to not understand, I deal with what is called the esoteric teachings, or what is called the mystery system. And in so many words, we have several scholars with the Afrocentric movement that ended up talking about ancient Hemmitt and ancient Africa, but they always talk about a mystery system, but they never would go into the mystery system because they could, because they were historians. So you must not confuse this with history. Yes, I have a historical background because I was in on the ground floor with the whole Afrocentric movement. But what was supposed to happen is we were supposed to take this stuff and go to the next level with it. Right. But as often, Dr. John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben was doing great work, and niggas start following them. And the next thing you know, we just thought because we were conscious we had all there was. I'm talking about 360 degrees of knowledge, and nobody can tell you what shit this knowledge was.
Right.
See what I'm saying? So basically this is ongoing research into those realms of the mystery system. And so we thought that the Stolen Legacy was the mystery system book, and basically that was a book that was just hinting around that there was a mystery system, but didn't reveal too many doggone mysteries other than the byproducts of the mystery system, which later on went into Western education. So what we're talking about is the deep realms of esoteric knowledge, and we'll deal with that. We'll back this stuff up with scholarship. And for all the people that have my tapes and stuff, you'll understand if we give up enough scholarship that in actuality you can just look at the tapes and just get tons of these books. So it's not like it's some person coming before you with a whole bunch of just giving you theories and stuff and not being able to back this stuff up based on scholarship. And you do it several ways. One way, on the spirit realm, there's certain things you're not going to find in a book. But if you can give enough scholarship and give a basis for the esoteric teaching, then you can understand that there can be greater things that you're not going to understand in books, but you still must have a basis, a base system of scholarship to draw from. So what we're talking about here is we're world-class people, and in actuality, blessed are those who read, it tells you in the Bible. Study to know thyself approved. Not necessarily study the Bible, but study to know thyself approved. So basically, I'm coming from that particular school, and I'm a researcher, so therefore, we got plenty of documentation and stuff like that, and the shit is open for challenge, too. You see, also, too, you know, because basically, because we deal with scholarship, the best thing we can do is just give you the information, give you the books. And it's not about you following somebody or taking what I say. That's not the key here, because it's not a movement. I'm not trying to sign up for no sheet. Sign no sheet up, you're to send me your money so I can send you a prayer cloth or whatever kind of thing. See what I'm saying? You don't need to follow me nowhere and shit, you know. You know, like I said, I got a stove, got 2 fucking eyes on it. You gonna follow me some damn way and it take me a damn hour just to cook some food and shit. You know, 2 small eyes. So, you know, that's the key. You always following people. So you know, so we want to get into another line, and what we want to deal with now is we got to deal with you becoming gods. That's what this thing is about. You raising up to the God realm and not following anybody. That's the key. Also, this is one of the statements that's always said by a brother that's down in Atlanta. There's a native of Cleveland, Brother C. Freeman-L. That's right. How many people know Brother C. Freeman-L? Yeah, and that was one of his main statements. I mean, C. Freeman-L was one of my teachers of meditation and more science. And he also said this is about becoming God, generator, operator, and destroyer. And basically that's what the mystery system is. And so therefore we must deal with that particular information also too. I also want to dedicate this lecture to a sister. You might have heard me talk about a brother named Juju on the tapes. Well, his wife died about a week ago and stuff, so I want to dedicate the lecture to Sister Amuyawar also. And which is interesting because this brother's a very advanced psychic, and I went to go see him the other day because when I found out his wife had died, I was on my way to Los Angeles, and I found out that night after they buried her. So that Monday when I got back, we went to go see him. That Monday after I got back. And it was interesting because he's such an advanced person that can basically leave his body and go where the hell he wants to. So when his wife died, she had an aneurysm. She was like 51. She had an aneurysm and died in his arm. And it's sad, but it was interesting because when she started leaving, he said, fuck it, I'm going too. And he started going. So he jumped out of his body and started following her. And so she turned around and laughed at him and pushed him back in his body and said, go back. You see, go back. But it's just interesting how advanced this particular brother was. He was just going to get the hell on with her. You see. But she turned around and laughed at him and said, go on back, crazy. And like I said before, we cry about the death, about the dead, but you don't see no dead people trying to come back to this ragged ass piece of shit. Anybody that get a taste of being out of this physical body don't want nothing to do with this shit. because you grieve so much until they get trapped. You see what I'm saying? They get trapped. I see we got a brother from Detroit back there, you know, a couple of people from Detroit or whatever. And, you know, and got a brother here from Clark Atlanta University doing an intern here, and I see him showed up. See, he showed up. And also, but the key here is this brother, this brother here, he's very advanced, and several other things happened. Like I moved in this house, me and my mate moved in this house about a year ago, and I was wondering, it's a real nice house, hardwood floors. I mean, it's just a nice little cottage down there. And it's old enough that it looked like it don't fit between the two houses. And I said, what is this real nice house, you know? And all of a sudden we got this house, and the guy said he screened 50 people before he let somebody get in it, so he said. But all of a sudden, when we walked in and looked at the house, when we walked out, he said, do you all want it? And so anyway, we got in the house, and we didn't put a refrigerator in the kitchen for a year because the kitchen had this smell in it. And we couldn't figure out what was going on because we washed, bleached, ammonia, anything you want to get that smell out, and it wouldn't leave. It would leave by the day and come back. So what we did, we had an iron door, one of the burglar bar doors. We just, during the summer, we let it open the whole summer, and it basically dried out. But during the winter, it started coming back. I'm like, wait a minute, some shit is going on here. So around October, around late September, early October, we walked in the house and the telephone lines was cut. I'm like, damn, this is odd. I said, well, we know that the government ain't gonna break in the house to cut no wires. Yeah, they break in the house to buzz some shit. You saw it in the state. I said, so that's out. And I said, ain't no black person gonna break in the house to steal nothing, and just to cut the telephone and don't steal nothing. Right. You mean they had money laying around? And then I said, well, wait a minute, you know, I said, well, it must be a ghost. And basically, my girl was she was an advanced psychic. So she could see it and all, so I said, you need to try to get a channel and try to find out what it was. And she just got the name Josephine. And so then she started going swimming every morning. And so when she hit the pool and hit the water, Josephine came and said, I'm Josephine, today is my birthday, and I want you to get me out of the house. You saw it, it's about like 6 cents, and the rest of these things, they can be trapped and don't know. And so get me out of the house. So what happened was we did a ritual for a brother, a healing ritual, and I called on the ancestors, did the libation, and what happens is when you call on them, what happens is they actually come, so they're here now. So when we called out all the ancestors and called out all of the gods, they was actually in the house. And so Josephine was like, hey, shit, I got company all of a sudden. So after they left, Josephine, no, I want to go where they going. So she told us, it's my birthday, and I want you to get me out of the house. So we did a ritual to get her out of the, did a ritual, and I walked her through the ritual to get her out of the house. I told her to go through the door. I told her to grab Anubis' hand, Andrew's hand. I put the door and imagine the light, told her to walk out the door, and I told her when she get out the door, change herself into a dove and fly on and go towards the darkness. That's the key. Don't go towards the light. Go towards the light, you fucked up. Don't go to the light. That's a trick. We'll go into that later on. And so anyway, she left. We got out. So anyway, she did what we said and she left. It's a short story. About a week later, Ginger said, I see a man up in here. And she said, he kind of mean too. And I said, well, I asked him, does he want to go, you know? He was like, no, I want y'all to get y'all asses out. So I was like, wait a minute. You the one that cut the phone wire. I said, okay, you want to act like an ass? I said, tonight when you come, I'm getting your ass out of here. I'm going to whip your behind. I said, that's what I'm going to do. So we got there and we called on some real powerful spirits, and I told them to throw his behind on out. And anyway, they drug his behind. About like in the movie The Mummy, when the chariot came and drug the guy off. If you saw that movie, and so anyway, we got him out of there. And actually, one of the rituals in here, how to release the one that I'm selling, how to release something from what binds it, from its bounds. It was actually one from the University of Chicago, that I actually did, as among other things. But anyway, as soon as we got him out of the house, we didn't smell that smell anymore. And so that was his smell up in the doggone house. You see, it was some nasty, probably, Josephine was a black woman that probably moved into the house. You know how these neighborhoods is real nice homes, they're white and then they go black? Yeah. And then the black people moved in, so she was living in the house in one dimension, and this cracker who had died, was probably one of the original people, was living in another dimension. You see what I'm saying? Now, the good part about it is that the guy who sold us the house was a doggone undertaker, and I know that he knew that house was haunted. Because it's amazing how we dropped off the rent, we ain't seen this brother since the day we signed the lease. I looked at such a nice house, and I'm like, wait a minute. I said, he might ride by in the grass and cut the damn bushes. I don't never have no problem out of him. I said, this cat had to know that that house was haunted. He probably had a lot of other tenants that had problems. And so he pawned it off on us, and just so happened we did the right thing and got exercised there behind him out of there. But by him being an undertaker, he had to know that. You see what I'm saying? He had to know that also, too. And so, by my girlfriend being an advanced psychic, which just so happened that she's psychic enough that about a month ago, she decided that it was time for her to leave me. So, and basically, in so many words, I know it was a 7-year cycle. It was up, and it wasn't an argument or nothing. She said, you know, I have to go. It's time for me to go. You know, and she was, you know, like I said, I got her when she was 20. And I was 31. She was a virgin, so she was like, well, you know, it's time for me to go and see what else is out here. I never been out on my own. So basically, when she said it, she said, now you know it's spiritual. You know I got to go. And I said, yeah, I guess you got to go, because it was two other sisters told me back in '94 that she was going to be leaving. So when the time came, you know what I'm saying, I knew she had to go. I said, but you know, shit, I got a $650 rent. Lights and gas and phone and shit. So I'm saying, as far as I'm concerned, hell, that's what I'm worried about. So, but anyway, even in that particular spirit realm, we deal with certain things. Now, going back to this particular part based on this particular project, what they did is, the project in Atlanta was based off of what is called the Atlanta Project. The Atlanta Project was started at the turn of the century, where they built the first project in the United States. And it was from those projects that the New Deal, from Roosevelt's New Deal and Great Society programs, built the high-rises in the major cities. But the original, the oldest project was Techwood Homes and John Hope Homes in Atlanta, Georgia. So therefore, it was fitting that when they started to get rid of the project, and remember now, when they say they're getting rid of the welfare, everything is code here. You know, urban means black, criminal means blackmail. Everything is code in this country. So when they say they're getting rid of the welfare, they were talking about getting rid of the welfare people. So it was fitting that they go back to Atlanta. The CDC is in Atlanta. And in so many words, basically, they emptied out those projects, and up under the projects, and we was wondering, how is it that we can have these projects, and we wake up one morning and all the people gone and nobody see them leave? You couldn't understand that. But these projects were built with underground trapdoors and passages, so basically they cleaned them out from inside out, and basically put them on trains up under, you know, the projects, because the simple fact Atlanta has an underground. That says there's an underground, you go, there's an old downtown that they built another downtown on top of. So if they got an underground commercial Atlanta, they have to have an underground residential Atlanta. And so these projects were built on top of railways. And so basically, they put them in these trains and shipped them to the shipping yard. We know where the shipping yard is. And they shipped them to these factories. And now this is not just in Atlanta. Trenton, Newark, and Newark, some people went down, they get up, they go, people in the project, they go downtown, they do all their little shopping. They went back home that night, the padlocks was on the project. And they said, well, where happened to the people? They said, we don't know. South Carolina, or North Carolina, even Atlantic City, we went there and the projects cleaned out. Went to Milwaukee, and one of the brothers was limited. So what they'll do is they'll clean out the projects from the inside. They'll leave a few people, so they'll take all the rest and they'll move those people to the ones near the street. Then they'll cut on the lights in some of the other projects, and it makes you think that they're still vacant. I mean, you know, occupied. It don't make you think that they're vacant. So what happens here is, we went to the projects in Milwaukee, and one of the brothers showed us the underground passage where you can go up underground. He said, we used to play up in here when we were kids. And the whole project was empty except one section, and his mother stayed in that section, and I think based on her income, whether she was mobile enough that she would be missed, they moved the ones that have a certain income and mobile enough that they would be mixed to where the people started asking questions. They would move them to that outside projects and they'd clean out the rest. But they literally clean them out, put them on these trains all over the country, ship them to these factories, chop up the bodies. They get the gastrointestinal tract where the melanin is, all the deepest part, all of the brain, just about your whole pineal, pituitary, thalamus gland, heart region, all different parts. And they make melatonin pills, growth hormones, Viagra is melanin. Prozac, all types of mind-altering drugs and stuff. And whole health food industry, we talk about literally thousands and thousands of products that they make off of this melanin. They take the skin and strip it off, dry it out, crush it up, and make another form of melanin. And this is interesting because last year, back in Christmas of '98, a brother named Wentz, he said, well, my sister died. My sister died, and my cousin died, and we was all over the house because that night she died. So the morgue called and told her husband, said, you know, and checking off the stuff that she supposedly had donated, her organs. And so after they got through, they said, are you interested in selling her skin? What? Are you interested in selling her skin? And the guy said, hell no, you don't be interested in selling no skin or whatever like that. So what they do is, if you say yes, they strip the body, they strip everything off of the body. They leave just the hands and the head. But yet they go up in the head and take all the organs out anyway. So when you die, in the autopsy, they take the organs out also. So they strip all that off. So that's why also, too, you have these funeral homes is being bought, these black funeral homes are being bought by these white men all over the country now. That's because what they do is they can't have all that good-ass melanin going to the grave, especially old people, because you know, especially old black women and old black men, they say we die, especially the old black man. Most of us die at such an early age until they said there's a certain people, if they live to past 60, that means it's a stronger strain that you can't hardly kill. So therefore, that's the most potent type of black man and black woman. So therefore, they need all of that. They need it for genetic memory bank and all types of things. You see what I'm saying? So they get all of that particular stuff. Now, it's interesting because I was in Baltimore, Maryland, doing a lecture back in '97. Brother drove me to the airport. He said, you know, he said, I had a friend that I hadn't seen since, I need some water.
I have.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, good. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So this brother said, I got a brother I hadn't seen since, you had to, yeah. I got a cup. Yeah. That I hadn't seen since 1969. And I saw that brother, and that brother, I said, damn, man, what you been doing all these years? And the brother was like, been working for Johns Hopkins. And so he was in this van, a huge van. And it just had like literally hundreds of glass jars. He said, damn, what's in those glass jars? He said, well, this was like in 1990 when they was killing the black male in D.C. Remember they was killing them? He said, well, every night they have a homicide. I go to Johns Hopkins And when these bodies come in, we take the pineal glands out, or the pituitary glands, and put them in the jars. And then I ship them to another part of Johns Hopkins, but also too, you know, they have the George Washington Masonic Memorial over there in Alexandria. What's that, Virginia? Yeah, Alexandria, Virginia. They have the George Washington Masonic Memorial. And you know, the skull and bones, a part of their initiation is to eat pineal glands right after the person dies. And they get a high off of it. It's in the book, Peter Moon's book, The Black Sun. Peter Moon's book in the epilogue was in the back where he's talking about what is all this about. They eat the pineal glands. Also in that book, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas with Johnny Depp. Now this was a book that came out in the 60s or the early 70s about how they was trying to get the ultimate high. And they tried all kind of drugs known to man, but when he ate the pituitary gland, which is all the same, he woke up in a room, he was in the room high for like 2 or 3 days, and the room was demolished, shit everywhere. I mean, everything. It's the ultimate high when he ate the pituitary gland, or you know it's some black person. So it's in the movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Huh? Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Now, so this brother said that he takes these things, these with homicide, they would take these pituitary glands or the pineal glands out of these homicide victims. But even homicides, you don't have no more than a couple of homicides a night, even in the height of the era. You don't have hundreds of people dying a night. So that means, in actuality, they was getting the pituitary glands and pineal glands out of masses of people they were killing, masses of people that died, as well as the homicides. You see what I'm saying? So we're talking about the top market. You see, and so basically, they cleaned out these particular projects, and they used that to make melanin products. I don't want to say melatonin pills because, see, the melatonin pills, they have to cut down, they have to water those down. Dr. Richard King told me one year, said that if the white boy takes the true melatonin, or melanin, he'll go crazy in 48 hours. So what happens here is, they, what they do is this, they now have a more potent strain of the melatonin coming from the pituitary gland, which secretes the melatonin, which it registers the melatonin, melanin, called growth hormones. And it has to be administered by a doctor, and it takes about, I think it's like $800 a vial. It's a little vial, and it takes about $800 an injection. And these white people, when they do it, they say they see vivid colors that they didn't see before, because they can't see colors. And they hear sounds that they can't hear. And they have all these movie stars, and the woman, Dixie Carter, was on, she was saying, I just see all these colors and stuff, because they can't see colors and stuff. They can't see, actually, what you can see. So, they administer it, but it has to be under a doctor's care, because they can go crazy. You see what I'm saying? And basically what happens is this, and this happens in all of you. This is why you must now start thinking irrational.
Come on now.
And you're right. And erotic. It's because this, when you are a child, you get these growth hormones, and that's what makes you grow to whatever height you're going to be or whatever age you're going to be. But these growth hormones still secrete after you get an adult, because the growth hormones also help you grow in learning. But what happens with these growth hormones, when you stop learning, and that's very soon for most of our people, you see what I'm saying? And you know what I mean, all you got to say is, I'm grown. That's the excuse. I'm grown. Goddammit. Then what happens here, this stuff starts to shut down when you start entering into your 40s. And now it's starting to shut down even in the 30s. You see what I'm saying? So what you have to start, now with us, it's simple. What white people, once they shut down, they can't ever get it back. They have to go get the growth hormone from you. With us, it just goes dormant, and basically when you start studying, start dealing with information, start analyzing, it comes back online. It's about like the nappy hair. You can perm it. It busts back out the scalp in a couple of months. So one of the keys with the growth hormone is it can come back online. Also, women over 45 and in your 50s and your 60s is a time when you have to change your life. It's a time to start increase your sexual activity. Because the hot flashes is a whole other spiritual experience. And so what you're supposed to be doing is, even if you got to pay a motherfucker 19 to hit that shit, you need to be doing it. Because what happens is, your man can't rise to the occasion no more. And what happens here is, you need to become more and more sexually active and stuff because there's a certain amount of latent powers and energies that happen even with the change in life that you was dormant because you had the childbearing age. And these are stuff that the ancients, we've lost all this particular information. But also, the growth hormone shuts down in the males too when we stop wanting to know. And that's the thing, we love to not know. You see what I'm saying? So as a result, but it can come back online with us, with these white people. They can't see, they can't do things because this growth hormone stuff stops secreting, so they have to get it from you. You see what I'm saying? They have to get it from you. Now, it's interesting here because I did this little experiment. I got my driver's license expired in the 1980s. So, my brother, in like 95, he needed, you know how it is. He needed my driver's license with his damn face on it to get some insurance or to get some kind of car or whatever. Because, you know, his shit was all screwed up. So, he went and got my driver's license with his face on it. Took my birth certificate and all went down there and got it. With his face on it, then he told me, after he got his stuff, he said, you're supposed to change this over. But me being so lazy, I never changed this thing over, so I flipped the thing. Now he's, like I said, he's probably about 70 pounds lighter than I am. You know, because I grew in knowledge over the last couple of years and weight. And so I flashed the light. I mean, you know, we look similar, but I flashed the light. And it's interesting, when I go to white people and flash, they look at it and they go, okay, Mr. Hemmitt, go on. And I do it to black people, they go, that ain't you. That ain't you. So at first I was thinking that these white people, that other races, we just say they all look alike. Like you say, all the Asians look alike. But then something happened one time. It was a doggone Hispanic girl. And I flashed it, and she said, that's not you. And that's when I knew then that the Europeans can't see. They cannot see. They can't see several colors and stuff like that. And that's why Dixie Carter, when they gave her the growth hormone, she said, man, I can just see all types of things that I never saw before. You see what I'm saying? I never saw before. So basically, we're talking about them using us as commodities of melanin on the black market. Or in this particular case, just on the market, period. So what we're saying here is majority of all types of brain, memory stuff. They got all this new stuff, increase your memory, all these new pills for all that type of stuff, stamina, any type of sexual pills, all types of food that needs to be enhanced. Because melanin is like this. If you got this bottle, if you put melanin on it, it makes it a super bottle. Whatever this melanin comes on, it enhances it. You see what I'm saying? It enhances it. So, what happens here, they can use this stuff in all forms of health food and research. Now remember the people in Africa, the Rwanda, when they killed all those people, what, like 2 million? Yeah. Those people died in 94. That was nothing but, basically they killed off all those people. What happened to the bodies? And see, they take it and they cut those bodies up into centers and they ship them over to Europe. And they turn them into all this melanin products. Sunscreens, suntan lotions, all types of, any types of ointments and stuff. All this stuff is using melanin in it. You see what I'm saying? As well as sunglasses. They got the melanin, melanin Ray-Bans and melanin, UV melanin glasses. I think I got a brochure for some of them in one of these things, you know. So they're even using it for sunglasses, contact lenses, and so basically in so many words, they're using this shit for every kind of product known to man. And basically they're wiping out the brothers and sisters in the projects that's missing. You see what I'm saying? And nobody knows anything, but I'm trying to say, there's got to be something wrong with black people. You see, they're not even suspect nothing. You see what I'm saying? There's some stuff that's going on. Let me go through some other stuff right now. Huh? What?
It's a lot of travel places. Why don't you get out of there?
Oh,
But they didn't notice it was you.
oh, well, you know, well, even with black people, you know, you just lie and say it's you. What can they do? You know, so number one, if you go to the doctor, this is just some things we're going to deal with. There's some stuff called Sun Secrets, which is tanning lotion. It's got melanin in it. If you go to the doctor, don't, if you're pregnant, don't get no epidurals. Because they're doing a lot of stuff with this particular stuff. Number one, first of all, they've been cloning since 1945. Since 1945, they've been cloning. That's what your whole Joseph Mengele and the whole, Joseph Mengele and that whole thing was about. And once they got, because it was a great experiment, and once they got the experiment going, and they learned how to do this, then they get into war and they used it both some of the Jews and the gypsies and stuff to learn how to clone with this thing. So therefore don't give no blood. And also don't give any hair. Because that's the new thing they're going to require, that you give hair samples. Number one, if you get sick, 98% of the time, the people now that stay in sick are the people that stay in the doctors. Whatever they say, despite what they say, don't give no checkups, because they will kill you. If you get sick, just die. It's best for you to die than to be a damn experiment. If you can't heal it, alternative or spiritual, the hospitals is not the place to be. You see what I'm saying? You know, it's not the place to be. So, if you can't do some alternatives, some spiritual, some ritualistic stuff, whatever you do, don't go out like no punk in no damn hospital. You see what I'm saying? At this particular time, don't, you know, because basically, we're talking about you check in, you don't check out, but somebody look like you check out. Well, you see what I'm saying? So we're talking about all forms of cloning. Most brothers now, if you go to prison now, y'all can play the dumb shit if you want to. Walk around. You go to prison now, 99.9% of the chance you're not going to come out. Your clone will come out, but you won't come out. Now, we got a sister named Tabitha down there, grew up with a brother from first grade on up. And the brother went to prison. And when he came out, the brother she said she's 32 now. And the brother, she asked him how old he was like, I'm 19. 23. And he finally got in his damn 30s. He didn't know how old he was, and they was the same age. You see, and it was interesting because one sister said that one of her cousins said, well, they came and got me out of the cell one night and took me somewhere. And I don't know where they took me. All I know is the next morning I ended up back in my cell. You see, because the clone take on the same memory, it has the same memory thing as the other one, it just have a certain amount of time missing. So it doesn't suspect itself to be a clone. It's in the movie Johnny 2.0. Jeff Fahey. Johnny 2.0. All that stuff is up in it. They don't suspect itself to be a clone. So it's a good chance if you go to jail now, go to prison, you won't be coming out. You see what I'm saying? You won't be coming out. 98% of most of the people that now is in these prisons and stuff, they're cloning them. Now this is a reality, and it might be fucked up, but you gotta know what time it is. This is what time we're living in. You see what I'm saying? You more than likely will be cloned. If you go to these hospitals, you might not come out. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, don't go to no fucking hospitals. You see what I'm saying? Stay out of the doggone hospitals. You get sick, then you know, this, like I say, get you some good wine, some good poison, and check the fuck on out. I'll call a Dr. Kevorkian or somebody. Call that doctor. What's that, bro? I'm saying, yeah. So this is some reality, but also too, if you get pregnant, don't give no epidurals. Don't let nobody stick no fucking needle in your spine. Now look at the lunacy of this. You've been having babies for 13 billion years, and all of a fucking sudden you don't let a white man stick a damn needle in your spine? How idiotic can we be? And what they do is, they do several things. One thing they do is, they can stick it and they can take your fluid out, and your fluid, your amniotic fluid has your whole DNA structure, and they can clone a new you later. All what they do is they go in, they stick it into the fetus, they kill the original, they stick it in first, they kill the original fetus, they clone another fetus, and they go in there and replace it, and the baby is born, it just don't have no soul. Everything down here has a spirit, but not everything has a soul. You see what I'm saying? And then they can control that thing. Remember in the Matrix? People are grown now, not born.
Not born. That's right.
Also the whole Gattaca thing, the movie Gattaca. But now people are not born anymore, people are grown. So they grow you. So we're talking about, as far as we know, we might be living in an entire robot culture. Because something is going on. All the prophecies say it's supposed to be more conscious black people in this. But black people walk around like it's 1970. Now, in the 1960s and in the 1970s, Uncle Tom's used to be one or two little people in the community. They was branded Uncle Tom. Nobody wanted to be Uncle Tom. There were little clandestine people in the community. It was branded Uncle Tom. You see, like an outcast, exile. Now, the race, the characteristic of the entire black race in this country is Uncle Tom. And the conscious people are these little bit of outcast people. Nobody, are you doing that black thing? So now, you are the minority. And the Uncle Tom is the racial identity and paradigm. See what I'm coming on? Coming with? They literally, over the last 30 years, shifted. Now, we are race of Toms and Thomasinas. And those them little black people, which you know, with the little hair and all that stuff, and the African clothes. So now you the exile. You are looked upon as strange in a sea of millions of zombies. You see, another thing also too, when you perm your hair, it calcifies the pineal gland. Now don't get upset because it's simple. First of all, your pineal gland and the melanin renews itself. Anytime you perm your hair and you see the nappy hair come back out a couple of months, that means it has renewed itself. So in actuality, energy can never be created or destroyed or damaged. It can just be transferred, transformed, or go dormant. So the perm calcifies the pineal gland and the pituitary gland. And as a result, you get fibroid tumors, breast cancer, and all of several diseases based on the perm hair. Now, like I said, it's no alarm because the pineal and pituitary and the melanin can regenerate itself, but you have to take that out for it to happen. And a lot of your mood swings, all types of irregular periods, and all this stuff, and all types of things on the female health is based on your pineal and pituitary is a thermostat and a healing mechanism for the entire body. And once this is dormant, then all types of stuff start going wrong. all types of memory loss, cancers, and all types, and not only that, your entire nervous system and your oral system, which radiates real healthy, is shut down. So therefore, you're susceptible to all types of disease and everything just because of the permanent, which is basically, it shuts down the crown chakra, which is the crown chakra of the head. That's what you see, the halo around the Christ's head.
Right.
The Christos just means your soul. So it shuts down that crown chakra. Now, one of the keys is they have a black dermatologist that came to Spelman College to give his report because there were some white people doing autopsies on black women. And they was cutting open the brains and they kept seeing this green shit on all the black women's brains. So they rushed to get this top dermatologist to find out what was going on. And when he came and looked on the brain, he knew what the shit was and he didn't tell them. So when he went back to Spelman College, he said, look, you got this green shit on your brain based on the fucking so-called no-lie relaxers. Lie or no-lie, doesn't matter. Your skull has fucking pores on the bitch. You don't think a bone has pores on it? Get your damn leg broken, let it rain outside, and see don't your shit has pores.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Or get old and it starts raining and stuff and get cold and see don't your joints and your bones and all has pores in it. So your brain has pores in it. So anybody that gives you put this shit in your head, that goes directly on your fucking brain. And they developed and perfected the perm in the late 70s to do this bullshit. You see what I'm saying? So all types of irregularities, as far as also forms of birth defects, forms of you not having babies and stuff, sterilization. All this shit is going based on that. So the key is it's not to be alarmed. All it is if you take it out, your shit becomes more and more healthy. You see what I'm saying? Because you got to look at the magnitude of 98% of all black women in this country don't even wear their regular hair. Look at the science on that. I'm talking about as far as, when I say that regular hair, I'm not even talking about extensions or nothing. I'm talking about just basically the nappy shit. Now, if your shit come out your scalp that way, then that's your regular hair. If it come out your scalp looking that way, we got different streams of black hair. But if it come out your scalp nappy, then that's what the shit that's the way your shit's supposed to be. Right. You see? So, all right. Now, let's go on. Y'all all right? Now, 75 million Africans dying a year. No, excuse me, I'm sorry. 75,000 Africans dying a month on the continent. 6,000 a day, 75,000 a month. They estimate about 900,000 dying this year. Now, anytime they give you an estimation of 900,000, you have to count 9 times that much. Because they're always going to give you the least common denominator. They're only going to give you a tenth of the shit. So you're going to have, 900,000 times what? Times 9. How much you got?
81,000.
Huh?
81,000.
900,000 times 9. 8,100,000. Now that's just they're killing you off with the AIDS project alone. And you know, basically they just kill you and call it AIDS. That's not including 5 million babies dying a year with just basically UNICEF reports, just dying a year from famine. And that ain't including all the doggone warfare going on. You see? So basically by the end of 2001, they would have completely wiped all of the Africans off the continent. That means that your fucking future ain't no 10 years from now. We have to go to war right now. We got the power to do it. We'll go into this shit. What we mean here is we're not going on the defense. The defense, we are defensive people. That means we wait for the white man to strike, and then we try to figure shit out. Too often when he strikes, it takes us down 20 years to recuperate. So we're talking about going on the fucking offensive. You understand what I'm saying? We striking, and this is what we're going to do. We're going to go into some of this science, go on the offensive and stuff. But don't worry, shit has already been taken care of, and I'll go into some of this science also later on. So they're killing the actual Africans off the planet, and we're talking about now, see, the back up against the wall now. Because the reason why is because May 5th, 2000, did they just have? Now, let me break this down, because Richard Noon's book, Ice, the Ultimate Disaster, 5/5/2000, where all this is coming from. This is the code shit. You got to understand what the code is. Ice, the Ultimate Disaster, 5/5/2000, is not talking about an ice age. It's talking about the ice man recolonizing the planet after he's already taken the planet. In this case, he's talking about, fuck the rest of the planet. If anything goes down spiritual, we need to be in the Garden of Eden. And they ain't talking about no fucking Crete. Or no Mecca. They're talking about Africa. In Richard Noon's book, 1978, he talked about 5/5/2000. They said, well, what's going to go on? He said, basically, the whole Masonic world is going to retreat to Africa for a safe haven. Now, we don't know that they can't hide, but this is the way that they do things. This is the way that they think. So they figure if anything goes down spiritual, when you start to kick ass, they might be safe if they own the Garden of Eden, or if they're in the motherland. So therefore, between 1978 and now, they have built a city, state of the art. This thing is state of the art. It's in the middle of Africa, and no Africans can get to it in a 200-mile radius. Now, the reason why they can do this, and you don't understand, because Africa, you can fit America in Africa 5 times. So that means that they got enough of the continent that they can preserve, you see what I'm saying, and reserve for themselves. And it was interesting because I talked about this. I went to Philadelphia during the Million Woman March, and I did a lecture that night after the march. And the energy was so strong, I was telling them about this city. And then I was talking in the lecture with the city, and after a while, the damn shit started appearing, and I started seeing the city. And this shit is the baddest. This thing made New York look like doggone Dodge City. But it's state of the art, well controlled, everything. You see what I'm saying? They can walk around in Africa with climate like it's in Maine. So remember when when Clinton went over to visit Africa, he went over to christen that city. You see. So when he went to Africa, Clinton went over to christen that city. That city is already underway. Now it's interesting because some brothers from Trenton, New Jersey, they get my tapes, they study it. They asked a sister from Kenya, do you know anything about a city in Africa that you all can't get to? And the sister said, it's interesting you say that. She said, there's a certain part of Kenya that we can go, but we can't go beyond that border. She said, we can't go. She said, but there's all kind of planes keep flying over by the hundreds. And she said, we even got a book out in Africa that I saw the book one year of this particular city. It's also in the movie Omen Part 2. When they're in a classroom and they're talking about retaking Africa. So 5/5/2000 was the starting point for them to go back into Africa and start populating this city. Meanwhile, they're killing off the rest of the Africans on the continent. And they just got a few Africans isolated into the main cities. You understand what I'm saying? The key is most Africans now are on such a survival level. You need to, let me know, raise your hand when the thing go off on. You know, so they're on such a survival level, and a lot of them are not even sure the damn white man is the fucking devil. And like John Henry Clark said, because they're in retreat from Africa. So, they don't know what's hitting them. You see what I'm saying? They think the AIDS shit is real. You see? So, they use the 5-5 to clean off this whole aspect. You see what I'm saying? Of Africa. You see what I'm saying? And they're getting ready to, they've been moving back in mass. You see? And so basically, the same time the 5-5 came out, Kim Basinger came out with a movie called I Dream of Africa. Same time that came out, they had Jane Goodall got a book, Africa in My Blood. So they condition you for Africa. Clinton went over. You see what I'm saying? All of this particular stuff is they always make a certain drive and they always make a certain interest in Africa when they want to repopulate something. It's very key what's going on at this particular time. Now, a couple other things. They're getting ready to end parole in prison. They're already pushing for it in Georgia. I think they just about got it. Now let me explain what's going on here. All of your jobs that used to be on top of the ground in the 80s, they shut down. And they go underground. So what happens is if you got a company, a factory, and you paying like $10 an hour, and you saying, damn, this. Now I can do it, but I want to make billions. You shut down, take your stuff and open up in the prison. You relinquish your name and you open up under one banner, Unicorp, United Corporations.
Right, right.
And so it's literally thousands and tens of thousands of corporations that's in the prisons.
Slave labor.
So therefore, you open back up, you start paying a motherfucker 75 cents a month, whatever they pay. You give them a few little trustee members a couple of dollars,
Right.
but you pay them 75 cents a year or a month or whatever that shit is. And all the companies that used to be on top of the ground is now up under the ground, and that's why the economy is so-called good. Of course, I'm still trying to find out what planet they talking about. Because I know about 500 niggas out of job. But, anyway, they got this free labor. Now, if they end parole, then it's this. Let's say they train a person. If they train a person on a job and this is a corporation, they can't have no niggas checking out in no doggone 5 years if he got 10. Or 5 or 4 years if he got 20. That means if they end parole, that means they got 20 years in your ass. You get how this goes? Because they can't be training people now, because these people, you know, you train a good Negro, man, shit, that's technical work. You can't have him leaving in 4 years when he got to do 12. So they ended the parole and stuff so that these doggone corporations don't have to break down because they got to keep retraining people. You see what I'm saying? Production. You see. So this is what's going on right now, as well as we need to ask this question. Because it's one thing to be out west and everything is Hispanic. But it's another thing where Hispanic is in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, where all of your manual workers are Hispanic. Chicago, Milwaukee. Now, how can this many people get all of the manual labor jobs if they didn't wipe out black people? We suspect that they wiped out at least 20 million black people in the United States since 1990. Now, how can we say this? First of all, the first thing they did is this. I remember in 1975, they said that it was 25 to 30 million black people at least by 1978.
Come on with it.
30 million. We know by the 80s, they was talking about 40 million. In the report that they had in 1997 was there was 30 million black people. That means in 20 years you didn't have no babies. Now we know, when you see black woman, it's hard to imagine her without a baby. It's like a damn pocketbook. Black woman, baby. You see what I'm saying? You can imagine her without a pocketbook, then you can't without a damn baby.
Right.
Now, the key to what I'm trying to say here is, and we even got the whole younger generation in on the bullshit, you know, 12, 9. You see what I'm saying? 18 with 9 had a kid. What I'm trying to make here is for them to say you had 30 million in 78 and you got 30 million in doggone 98 or 97 means you didn't have no babies in 20 years. But Jesse Jackson, Mr. Jesse Jackson, this damn Negro, came on TV one day. They always send their boys to tell you what time it is. And they did it one day in 1988, he came on for one day and he announced on TV how many black people there was. He said it is at least 60 million black people in the United States, and they did it one day. I just so happened to be watching that day. And then they didn't announce it anymore. Then, they came in 99 and said, 97 and said it was only 30 million. Now, this is what you do based on numbers. If you have 60 million people, and you tell the people there's 30 million, that means you got 30 million people that you can eliminate, and nobody suspects you. Because based on the mindset, you already think that the numbers is low anyway. You see, we're talking about the elimination of about at least 20 million black people since 1990. You see? So we're talking about genocide, but we're talking about also mind control. Plus also, too, you know what we got to do? It's gotten so bad until we have to even think, we have to even analyze whether black people have been thinking at all since slavery. Let me explain this to you. Go ahead. What you might think is thought could very well be heightened emotion, reaction, and response. I would make the argument that 75% of our people, only 1 out of 4, let's say, of all our people don't think at all.
That's right.
That's right.
Do you understand when a person breeds you? We were bred. Now when a motherfucker breeds you, that means, you know when a person breeds you? That means when you breed somebody, you got a scientific analysis of what everything that person does. Not only do you breed them, you can give a new program to turn them into something even later after the breeding process. You know how you train a dog, then you can train him new tricks? We have to even analyze whether even black people even have thought since 1865. Now let me explain something to you. Now I know this now. So you got to understand how code words are. The white boy came out in 1990 with the bell curve. First thing you start doing is arguing. Because you say, I know I can go to school and pass them tests. Yeah, because that's programming. Anybody can memorize that little shit they give you in college and pass the damn test. That ain't nothing. That's memorization, you know? You just cram and then pass the shit. Yeah, you can do that. You was trained to do that. But see, they do things on code. When they come and say that this bell curve is too inferior, they're giving an estimation of how they have now bred you and shut down pockets of thought based on mind control. So, we came out of slavery a mindless, brain-dead person. But what happened was they isolated us, and they fucked up. Because they isolated us, and because we have the whole melanin, which is archetypes of the collective unconsciousness, genetic memory bank, and what is called genius, Damien, which means one's own genius. You thinking demon was something else. Or genie, which means one's own genius, because you had genius. You didn't have a great thought process, but what happened was is your soul did the thinking for your ass. And you was thinking on a level where you said, I just know it.
Right.
That's the psychic ability. So as a result, you was able to take this culture and wrap it around and make a doggone so-called subculture. When the white boy looked up in the 1950s, he said, shit, these people have already generated a culture that is actually taking over America. So they understood that they had to break that cycle by integrating your ass. Because when you made this culture, you made a culture that was conducive for your own thought process, and what happened was that you start sifting out this pathology and you started becoming advanced beings. So they had to take you out, disperse your ass, break up the crowd, integration, and after a result of being 30 years into so-called integration, the glue that held you together, that made this genius, was dispersed, and all of a sudden, your brain starts going atrophied again. And as a result, because you don't have the culture anymore, which was the glue that you built this culture to cultivate your mind, now what you got is you got black people who don't think at all. 1 out of 4 black people. They're just breathing. They're just no more than cattle. This is we have to deal with these things right now, because that's the only way you get better based on clinical psychology. You got to identify the problem. And what we're saying is the reason why we're fucked up is because black people basically are animals. You see what I'm saying? Because we often say to ourselves, what was that nigga thinking about? You see? That is because they isolated you out of the culture, and now all of a sudden you're drones. And so basically the subconscious mind produces for you what it believes to be true. It produces for you, or it responds to what the conscious mind gives it. If the conscious mind gives it wrong information, it still responds the same as if it would with right information. But the key here is, when the right information comes, the subconscious mind, whatever data it gets, it holds on to it because it believes it to be true. When the right information comes, it rejects it. You see, it rejects it. So therefore, they can fill your brain with the wrong information. Basketball, football.
Who wants to be a millionaire?
Dancing and singing. Then when right information comes, the subconscious mind rejects the right information because it has a prior information. And you have to deprogram it to throw all that out. You understand what I'm saying? To throw all that out. So, let's go on. Y'all all right?
Yeah.
Now, what's that?
What country in Africa is that city?
It's someplace in the middle of Africa.
Congo?
I really don't know, because the simple fact that we can't pinpoint where it is. But that's just one thing I often wonder. How is the BBC National Geographic, and they could be out there for months, and they say, we're going to do this thing on the Lion King. They take a little lion, and they thought that for months he grew from a baby to a big-ass strong lion. And you don't never see no damn Africans walking by. You see one like that. It's always bare terrain. That means they depopulated that shit over the past 50 years. So we're talking about a continent that's so vast. And so basically the majority of the people that come in tourism, you only go to certain cities. You understand what I'm saying? And if the white boy don't show you these things, you may not know just exactly where it is, because the African girl from Kenya said, the sister from Kenya said, that there's a 200-mile radius that we can't go. Same thing that I got in the spirit realm, the sister from Kenya up in New Jersey said, Yeah, we see these planes flying over. What that for?
Wasn't it at the foothills of Lord Happy? Mount Nyanza, the one that they call
Right.
Mount Kilimanjaro.
Yeah, Kilimanjaro. Who knows where this particular thing is? It says it's deep equatorial Africa.
Yes.
And they have this, well, then again, if we're talking about something that they say we want to go back to the Garden of Eden, you better believe it's going to be someplace at the remote origins of this, and they have this bad city.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? They have this bad, and this shit is state of the art.
Yes.
This shit is state of the art. Now, one other thing also too. Now, when I was talking about the project, I was living in this particular apartment complex that went Section 8. Now the key is, when I moved in the thing, that she said, well, we went Section 8 a couple of years ago, and I said, I don't have no burglar bar. She said that the government came in and told us to take the burglar bars off all the Section 8 houses. That means because you're a property of the United States government, and they have to come in to get you when they want to, and they can't have burglar bars that you barricade yourself in. Now, brother from Chicago came down. He works in the sewage. Working in the sewage all his life. So he came down to Atlanta and started working in the Decatur sewage department. He said one thing about that shit, when it hits the water, it softens up. But they're hearing this clunk, 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 all this loud noise. And so many words, what it is he even said spiritually, but he said he even saw some of this shit wash out in the water. They're filtering body parts through the sewage. Now, they can't burn all the bodies that they're killing because it would just be this same shit. I mean, it's really. Now, another thing is this. Once they get the melanated parts out, is when they grab it and get all the melanated stuff out of his body, that meat, they take that meat and they recycle it into ground beef and mix it with the ground beef. And some of the meat, they have a surplus of all this meat with these bodies. So around 97 and 98, the fast foods have to start dealing with that 99-cent shit burgers on Wednesdays. That's people. All that greed. Now let's think about this shit. Now, let's think about this for a minute. In a world where everything is high, you buy a paper clip, that shit is high. You go to the doggone supermarket and you get 4 items and they'll tell you $20. Am I lying? You say, I'm trying to conserve. You might get 4 items, enough to hold in your hand, and when you put it on there, they say $20. How is it when everything is going high? Beef now, which used to be the highest thing, is now going cheaper. You see what I'm saying? That means here that these burgers is 99 cents. 2 double cheeseburgers for 99 cents. That is because they're filtering this meat in based on the bodies. See what I'm saying? Now, let me give you some other science. The reason why we know is based on the crack. The reason why crack was so devastating is because most people tell you that a lot of people got hooked the first time they smoked it. That's how they got you. Now, do you understand that you were already preconditioned to the crack before you even smoked it? Now, this is what happened. One brother said when they first came out with the powder cocaine, remember it was real high in the 70s. That was the rich man high. Then the shit got cheap. Right before they did the crack, the powder cocaine got cheap in the early 90s. The brother said he used to take his tongue. He used to go down. He had some friends that used to. Sell coke. So he said he never did use it or anything, but he used to go and take. You like people people on TV take his tongue, stick it in there, you know how they do police officers, and put it on his tongue. And he said one thing happens, your tongue get numb, your lip get numb, and your nose start draining. So he said, about a year ago, he's riding down the street, knowing he don't supposed to eat the fast food, but he said he couldn't have it because he loved fish. They had 2 fish sandwiches for $1 at McDonald's. He went and got the 2 fish sandwiches, and his lip got numb, his tongue got numb, and his nose started draining. So how they was able to precondition you for the crack is they got underclass America hooked on the doggone cocaine, not knowing it, through the fast food. You see? Now, to drive this shit home, I need to say something here.
Talk to us, bro. Tell them.
Because a doctor told me, well, brother, you're wrong about all that melatonin shit. The melatonin is coming from cows. Because cows have pineal glands, it's bovine. But I said, well, you know, that's that's actually interesting. I said, because I understand why they use the cow in certain symbologies in ancient Hemmitt, ancient India, and they could have very well been talking about that because the ancient Africans knew that the cow did have a pineal gland. But I said, come on, man. In that case, they would have been getting it from cows years ago because they found out about the whole melanin thing in 1953. Now, but see, that's all they got to do is give a nigga an excuse or where it's coming from. Your mind cannot take Holocaust, conspiracy. You'll automatically think the best of things because you think human. And you think, the problem is you think that the white man thinks like you, and he doesn't. You try to take your mind and rationalize what the white man do. Oh, they can't do that. No, motherfucker, you can't do that. You. White man can do what the hell he want to do. You got 2 different minds. And the problem is the reason why you can't think of nothing on a conspiratorial and a Holocaust level is because you always try to take your mind and think for the white man. And then when your ass is 6 feet under, you're not going to see wake up dead. Well, there's a sign for waking up dead. Do you understand that this man is a whole nother being? So only thing he understands, only thing they got to do is give you one excuse. And you believe the excuse. So they tell the doctors it's bovine, which means it's coming from a cow. Now, we got the evidence in here, the book, Your Body's Own Natural Wonder Drug, Melatonin. Your Body's Own Natural Wonder Drug, Melatonin. Now, in this particular book by Russell J. Reeder, R-E-I-T-E-R, Russell J. Reeder, Ph.D., and J.O. Robinson. Now, we can prove it right in this particular book. I want to get this thing right here to prove this thing. In the book, it gives the history of the melatonin. In 1953, Aaron Lerner at Yale University tapped into this by mistake. When they tapped into it by mistake, they were trying to get something to use, find out about some other type of hormone. They tapped into melanin by mistake. But then that's what they say. They've been dealing with this melanin shit since fucking Nazi Germany. That's what your whole Bereal Society was about. And the Bereal Society, they used to call it a cultum. A cultum before they called it melanin. So when you get the book Black Sun by Peter Moon, when you hear the word occultum and Bereal, that's melanin. So this is some bullshit here. They just told him, look, you come out with it now and we'll say you invented this shit. But they've been knowing about this shit since Pascal Beverly Randolph, which is the black occultist in the late 1800s, even Blavatsky and them talked about the Bereal thing, Bulwer Lytton, and the whole societies, Rosicrucian and all that shit was dealing with this stuff. And the whole thing based on the Nazi Germany, they were dealing with this shit trying to find out the mysteries of this whole melanin thing in the eugenics society. So they knew about this shit. So now, in this thing, 1953, so-called Aaron Lerner tapped in, and this is what happened. They said they went to get a whole bunch of cows to make an extract equivalent to melatonin. It took 2,500 cows to make 100 milligrams of pineal extract. Now, 100 milligrams is a damn tenth of an aspirin. no vitamin C or nothing, now less than 500 milligrams. You just wasting your time. Hell, Tylenol is 500 milligrams. You see? So that means in order for them to take a shelf full of melatonin pills in your grocery store now, they would have to kill all the goddamn cows in 3 states just to make a shelf. If it takes 2,500 pineal glands to make 100 milligrams, you can't even see 100 milligrams with a damn microscope. But that proves that the potent stuff that they're dealing with has to be coming from your ass. As my brother Juju, the one the site that I was telling you, he said, man, he said, you just tell him something, he just go on this plane. He said, man, they crushing toes, hair. He said, they grinding up everything. He said, they got enough melatonin backed up for the year 2050. But, go get the movie, I Come in Peace.
Oh, yeah.
I Come in Peace. Dark Lundgren. They got the guy shooting. They got this blonde-haired alien. You think this is some bull. They got this blonde-haired so-called alien going around putting this cocaine into people's heart or this heroin and sticking this thing up their nose and pulling out so-called, they call it endorphins. That's just another name for melatonin or melanin. It's the stuff that's secreted by the pineal, pituitary, and thalamus gland. You see? And so they try to find out whether the Doc Lundgren has a girlfriend that works into the medical profession. So he goes and asks her, what is this thing? She says they're getting endorphins, which is melanin. She says nature's own ecstasy, nature's own wonder drug. Well, you see? And so they try to find out whether the Doc Lundgren has a girlfriend that works into the medical profession. So he goes and asks her, what is this thing? She says they're getting endorphins, which is melanin. She says nature's own ecstasy, nature's own wonder drug. Well, it says the body's own wonder drug. She says 1 ounce will make 1,000 doses. 1 ounce will make 1,000 doses. There you have it. Right in the damn movie. You see? So when Juju said, he said it's 2 years before I even went back and saw the movie, that they got enough backed up from the year 2050. And they got to cut that because like Richard King said, if they get the real melatonin, they would go crazy in 48 hours. So that's what your growth hormones they have to do to administer that with a doctor. But in the movie I Come in Peace, they say 1 ounce will make 1,000 doses. So this whole bovine shit, you see, they have to give you that because the only thing they know is you only need an excuse. You see, you only need a doggone excuse. You see, very teaches you understand this particular part right now that's going on right now. Let's see a few other things that we're going to do on this particular hard copy. Let me go through some other stuff that's going on right now. Like I said last night, there's 10 to 15 million black women that can't find a mate. It's bad enough that just mates or males are just always have been in short demand, or short supply. Short supply and great demand. You know the whole thing, a good man is hard to find, but a hard man is good to find. But this is a problem when the species half is being rejected. You see what I'm saying? So we got these doggone rituals down here for you to give a nigga an attitude adjustment. We'll go into that later on. You know. Now on the African continent, it's still dealing with the hard copy. They say that the Africans now only know 2 people. They got Africans running around, they only know 2 people in the world, Jesus and Martin Luther King. Look at Martin Luther King. Jesus and Martin Luther King. Now, it's interesting here. Do you know when they did the census here? Now here it is, they're going to do a census here, just so you can stand up to be serious. They cut out every entitlement program in the 1990s. Then all of a sudden, because you fill out a form, they're going to give you all the shit back. shit don't make no damn sense. Do you know the same time they had the census here, they had the census going on in Africa at the same time? And the key here is they had to find out a count on how many Africans on the planet was left that they had to exterminate. You see? And how many that they didn't clone? You see? So they had to find out all this type of information. Now let's go on. They understand. They understand. That they were able to savage all forms of black image in the last 20-something years. They understood, okay. They understood there was only one form of the black image that they could not savage and exploit. And that was the black woman over 60. She is the icon of all what is good in America that surpassed the white woman. But the white man can't be satisfied. So what the white boy has done is he said, we're going to savage the black woman over 60. So they started out with the campaign to do this with Big Mama's house, with Martin Lawrence. But that was not bad for the simple fact. You knew that Martin Lawrence had gone undercover. But they had preconditioned you earlier 2 years ago, 3 years ago, with a nutty professor with this black family. So this time when they're going to roll in a couple of weeks, they're going to savage the black woman over 60, I think she's in her 80s or 70s, once and for all, by taking Eddie Murphy. Right. And they got the black woman, the oldest woman in the thing, the black woman, they got her and they're showing this shit all over the radio, all on the TV screen. They've never had a person drop their drawers on prime time. But they got her, well, she said, I feel so vulnerable, and she takes her dress and drops it, and she drops her drawers for Eddie Murphy. On the movie screen, she goes and jumps in the jacuzzi and goes down and starts slobbing on his knob. She get on the mic. No.
Hell no, I'm not funny. I'm too fucking cold and sick to stand to be alive on that motherfucker.
But I'm just saying, they are going to savage the black woman once and for all, where she goes and jumps in the pool, and he goes, whoop. So that means she's down there giving him head. This is a form of lynching high tech.
Yes.
In savaging the most ancient icon that America has. Meanwhile, these movies were shown in Brazil, China, Tibet, wherever, and they're looking and saying the whole race is a savage race. And they get these Negroes to do it. But they've been showing this thing for the last 3 months. Now how it is, this is the key. The commercial started airing in March. But the movie don't come out until July. So you know they ain't never been interested in giving black people movies that kind of doggone airtime. You see what I'm saying? But they keep showing the commercial where she drops her drawers. The 80-year-old grandmama. They ain't shown no commercials in prime time ever where somebody dropped their drawers, but they're showing it on the damn TV. And they've been airing this thing all the way, and the movie don't start until 2 weeks from now. And in the trailer, they show her jump in the pool and go down on down Eddie Murphy. So I'm saying it's warfare time. We got to go on the damn offensive. We can't wait on the defensive. That's what we're going to deal with tonight, is how to go on the fucking offensive.
Okay, wait the door.
You see what I'm saying? On the offensive also, too. Now, do you know that they found a black girl from Haiti in the water? They washed up on the shore, and they sent her back? Yep. Now, that old Ilion shit was fake, first of all. That was a goddamn ritual. First of all, look at the word En, which means Elohim. El, which means S-U-N or S-O-N. On, which means Anpu, Anubis, opening, Elion. It means, it's a form of the sun, the gate, sun opening, the Christ child. They found it on Thanksgiving. Now, Thanksgiving in the occult realm, you have the Thanksgiving rituals in Hemmitt, Thanksgiving rituals in the Dead Sea Scrolls, Thanksgiving rituals in Greece. Thanksgiving is an occult holiday. They come and they do this mass rituals. You see what I'm saying? For the All Saints Day, which would be the next day, from the Halloween thing, Hallows Eve, which is the underworld, these are mass things. And they give you the ghost shit and give you this other meaning while they going in on the real deal stuff. So Christmas is the whole winter solstice type of ritual. So he was found on Thanksgiving Day. Now what's the odds of that shit? It's like Dick Gregory said, what damn 6-year-old been in the damn water 62 hours and don't fall fucking asleep? On the damn inner tube. And when they found him out in the water, no sunburn, no nothing, he just basically just looked like he just came off a Disney World. And how is it the man who found him ended up with him in the goddamn pot? They picked his ass up doing Easter. The vernal equinox. The time they picked him up, they had just played the Ten Commandments. They always play the Ten Commandments during Easter. Moses is one drawn from the water. Then he was reunited back with his father. The Son will be with the Father in the end. It was a Christ ritual.
Look at it. Look at it.
You see what I'm saying? You know it was a ritual. They put up all that fight and they sent him back and you ain't heard shit. Oh well. You see what I'm saying? Just like the summer solstice, in Kemet you got Osiris or Osea. He's standing between two sisters. Nephthys or Nephkert and Isis or Aset. You see, he's standing between two sisters. So, in this particular ritual last summer, John goes down in a plane. The Kennedy boy. Basically what they did was that they took this family to be a sacrificial lamb family from the 1940s with Joe Jr. They do that. They said, we'll take a family. That whole Irish thing got a whole black background. They ain't telling people.
They ain't telling people.
Talk about this whole Camelot shit. They take the family and every so many cycles, they got to sacrifice one so that they can get a whole form of the government to get from one cycle to the other. That's like giving up a sacrificial. They've been doing the sacrifice shit for the last 10,000 years. That started from our ancient cultures. So, John gets sacrificed, goes up in a plane with a hurt foot and some pilot license and say you don't supposed to drive at night and in the rain. And your damn foot hurt. He got a foot hurt, driving at night in the rain, and another man was on the plane early that morning. The instructor, he said it on the news. By 12, you get the line straight, say no, he wasn't there. You see what I'm saying? In the ritual, they're going to take all the weekend. That's a festival. See, they knew where it was when they sacrificed his ass. But that's how they give you with mind control. They take the entire weekend to find his ass. They spend something like, what, $10 million or $13 million to find him? They find him on the day when they're supposed to find him. And the next day they bury him. Now wait a minute, this don't make no goddamn sense to me now. You're going to take the whole weekend to find somebody, and the next day you're going to bury him. Then you say he's going to get a congressional burial at sea. Or what they call it, the burial at sea. The war thing. They said, well, he just for community service. Okay, we'll buy that bullshit. He is the president's son. Okay, we understand that you want to honor him. But what about his damn wife? She didn't do shit but fuck her husband. What's she doing with a barrel at sea?
Right.
Her job was to fuck her husband. for the Kennedy boy, so we can understand that. But what about the damn sister? Where this hoe come from? And why she being buried at sea? Well, shit don't make no sense. You gonna bury 3 people that don't supposed to be buried at sea, but we can put 1 up in there, but you're gonna bury 2 extra people. Okay? Then it gets funky. The sister and the other one, Osiris in the ritual.
Okay.
Because it's a ritual. Osiris dies at 28. I think it was, no, he died on the 18th day. Based on some of the rituals in the Plutarch. He died on the 18th day. My man gets missing on the 18th of July. They got 18 people on the boat doing the funeral. Meanwhile, during this whole time that they searching and they burying, Syria star is rising during the empirical rising of Syria.
Peace, brother.
Then, I heard the shit from my own eyes. I turned on the TV today, they was burying him. They say the arcane ritual of being buried at sea. I said, wait a minute. That was CBS. I said, wait a minute, I didn't hear what I just heard. They say the arcane ritual of being buried at sea. I said, let me turn to fucking NBC. NBC said, the arcane ritual of being buried at sea. Turn back to CBS. They playing a tape of John F. Kennedy saying, we all come from the sea. The water in the same water, the salt in the water in the sea is the same content of the salt in the water in our blood, in the blood in our veins. Then I turned back to dog on CBS. NBC, they're saying the same card about we all come from the sea and the salt in the water in the blood in the veins. You see what I'm saying? Well, I do the breakup, we get some of those, yeah. I said, wait a minute. Then I turned it, 30 minutes later, I turned this ABC, the arcane ritual of being buried at sea. Then they played the recording again where Kennedy and his father was talking about the water from the sea is the same water, the same salt, the water in the sea is the same salt in the blood in the veins. Then, I'm looking at this shit here, I'm like, this whole thing is a ritual. Then they come on and they say, the first president, John F. Kennedy, was buried on land. No, he was buried by horse and buggy. Then the brother Bobby Kennedy was buried by train. Then the other one was buried by boat. What kind of shit is this? Then Bobby Kennedy's son died. Bobby Kennedy died in 1968. His son died, literally, 1998. Hit the goddamn priest.
Right.
John F. Kennedy died in 1963. This boy died in 1999. 6 and 3 and 9 is all the damn same. You see, major rituals going on. Now, we're going to go to the break. Let me get this going on right here. Before we go, 2 things happening. The reason why they're not, I said this last night, I said it again, the reason why they're not bringing the Haitians in is because you have to be conditioned to come in this country if you're an African or a Haitian. You got to be a British, you got to be French, you got to be Arab. You understand what I'm saying? And you got to not fuck with them people over there that's crazy, talking about your ass. You know they're crazy. You see what I'm saying? You have to be conditioned. Now, the other Haitians, the one that get on the boat with them little short-ass pants on and shit, and wash over here, that's very poor, is not conditioned. They can come over here and hook up with you and start dealing with the voodoo thing, which we're going to get into, and kick them in the ass, but they say they can't let them come into the country. You see? It's like one of the African brothers said, brother man, We got some Africans on the continent. They ain't conditioned. They ain't French. They're not Arab. He said they're not British. He said these Africans can come in the country and go in a bank at 12 o'clock. Invisible and rob the bank blind. They don't even let them off the continent because they're not conditioned. You see what I'm saying? Now, this is one of the things we're gonna close out, and we're gonna go into the whole metaphysical thing, esoteric science. But this is what we got to deal with right now. The Mumia shit, the Diallo shit, the Louima shit, this nigga that got killed in Wichita, that's all a form of mind control. They got thousands of black people that died in the 1990s, and you hog over one nigga. That's a form of mind control. If they can distract the conscious mind, they can leave the subconscious mind wide open.
Teach us, brother.
Now what happens here is this. Winter solstice, summer solstice, spring equinox, fall equinox. These are cardinal points that they know that you can wake up any time, especially now in this particular age, or your ass supposed to be waking up. So you best believe during these times they're going to put things to shut you down by getting you all frustrated. And anytime that they distract you this way, they're doing something major over here that they don't want you to see. Now, Mumia, look, fuck the dumb shit. Mumia, what you're supposed to do? In war, you never ask your enemy to spare your life. Because to ask your enemy to spare your life means, number one, he can use that as a form of mind control to let you say, see, I am humane.
Oh, Lord, have mercy.
Number two, it is universal and noble that when you're in a war, you don't ask their casualties, but we are at war. So Mumia is supposed to get him some good poison and take his ass out. You see what I'm saying? And you're not supposed to be rallying behind somebody they're going to kill because they can always distract you. So the brother on death row, what are they killing niggas since the damn turn of the century, since slavery, on some death row shit? Now, come on, now let's look at this thing.
Okay.
In 95, we sitting on the steps in Atlanta at Juju House. A helicopter come by, a nigga is running the helicopter, shoot this nigga 14 times. It don't make the news. It don't make nothing. You see what I'm saying? Now all of a sudden, they're going to shoot a person 45 times. And it makes the news and they tell you, come on, y'all think that's that. Wait a minute, we're talking about the United States government. These people uncovered up conspiracies since time immemorial.
Exactly.
And you think that they're going to tell you when they shoot a person 45 times and you believe in actuality, oh, here comes the news media, I guess we busted. Are we an idiot? They take a man in Louima, go into jail, when they got a policy, they can kill you in jail and say, you can try to grab somebody's gun. And they jump him up the butt, and they go, oh shit, I guess we gotta call the media because we done fucked up. And you believe that shit? They gonna take a man and drag a man down the street in Texas, all that's a form of mind control to distract you. And here you go on marching and a running, you ain't gonna never do shit. You go to marching and a running, and meanwhile it's a form of distraction. Roger King was a fucking idiot. Bottom line, an idiot. You see? But this is a form of mind control, and they understand that they can get you off your rocker and distract you when they want a certain thing, either to shut down energy or either to do something major. And so every time they announce to you and they want you to get mad, you fall for the fucking okie doke. Yeah, they kill 1,000 black people a damn month. Every day, dying. But they announce to you 9 times you niggas will get mad, and you just like trained dogs. See, that's a form of mind control. We need a group of priests that don't jump off. You understand what I'm saying? Your game when shit go down. Let all them idiots out there run. Let all them that shit. But there's got to be a group of people that know what time it is and say, look.
Right.
You don't see them the Bible with the Jews marching down the goddamn street. You don't see the Illuminati and all these elite people marching down the street with some bullshit happen. They got to be a group of people that's got to be focused at all times.
Right, that's right.
Another thing, too. You know we're sad people. To be a world-class people. And the white people looking at you in Asia, Australia, Tibet, seeing you marching in the 60s and now here it is space age time and your ass still marching. What a horrible condition. That's the worst thing you can do is be marching down a goddamn street. Something that he invented for you to do in the first place, and now you marching down the damn street. Talking about million family march. Yeah. You a world-class people. Don't you understand when people look at you, they say, what a sad group of people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just lunatics.
Yeah.
But then again, on the other hand, we are savages. We've seen the enemy, and it is us. It's this dumb shit. Because we don't use our fucking mind.
Other people think.
And plus, they know that they're going to get on the emotional side, and that's what an animal is. They know if they appeal to your emotions, they can get you to do what the hell they want. So everything that you rallying around, they done produce for you in the goddamn news. And this shit, like 1,000 people, millions of people marching over a damn flag to tell the white man, please don't reveal that you're a racist. The worst thing the white boy could have done for you is convince you in the late 70s and the 80s that you got a chip on your shoulder. The chip on your shoulder was your defense system against a devil that had damn annihilated your ass the past years. So anybody in a world system, when you are annihilated, when you bounce back, you always have a defense system. Your defense system was your chip on the shoulder. So they convince you based on the marketplace to take the chip off the shoulder, and you got rid of your defense system. Now they can juke you in the ass anytime they want to. And then, when you feel a certain way about it, you say that you racist for feeling that way about it. You see? So, we're getting ready to go into the whole esoteric thing.
Okay.
The whole esoteric thing. And I want to get this one thing here before we go. This is profound to me. They can come on the news and tell you anything, and we don't even jump. They said in the 1990s, they said the walls between the two classes widened. The rich, or the middle class, earnings rose 15%. And the average middle class family now earns $125,000 a year. In a booming economy. Now look at the science. But the poor only rose 1%. Now look at the science on this. If it's a booming economy, the economy means that everybody has to go up somewhere.
Everybody booming.
Everybody moving. Now here it is, one people is supposed to rise up 15%. That means that the poor have to rise up at least 5%. You rose up 1%. That means you didn't rise up at all. Think about that. 15% in a booming economy, 1%. You see what I'm saying? Now let me tell you what's going on here. You got to understand this. This is the new shit. They told, when they got Reagan in 1980, they told white people, if you all can go conservative and bite the bullet for about 10 years, remember they had all them white homeless. They ain't got no more white homeless. Your ass still out there. But you don't see no white people. You bite the bullet for 10 years and trim the fat. What we'll do is we will pay you in this country to be a white citizen, to be a citizen, basic, which means white, because you're property of the United States government. They will pay you in this country to be a citizen.
Yep.
Let me show you this. You're saying, but how they gonna pay them? They don't pay them by check. If you are a citizen in this country, this is what's going on. They will pay you $30,000, $40,000, or $50,000. So if you make $20,000, you can get $30,000. If you make $40,000, if you make $20,000, you can get $50,000. If you make $30,000, you can get $40,000. You see, if you make $50,000, you can get $20,000. But this is how they do the shit. They funnel it into the bank account. It's not by check. You gotta have a checking account, gotta have a bank account, gotta have a savings account or whatever. They funnel it into the bank account. You understand what I'm saying? And that's the way it's done, so you don't get to do it. You don't get to see it. Now you busy paying taxes, that money goes into the kitty for them.
Yeah.
So you working to pay for their citizenship.
Yeah.
The big corporations making all this money, they put into the kitty. Then the government put in, and so they're being paid to be citizens, and they ain't telling you. So this economic boom, which is the greatest boom in 75 years, which I think is on another planet, because I know ain't no boom for us. I know 15 niggas broke and out of work. It's because they're funneling money into the bank account secretively. And number two, they're doing this particular science, and you don't understand it is because, number one, if you marry interracially, you can't get this particular money. And they telling you, well, the reason why there's an economic boom and it's not amongst the African Americans because white people invest in their money. Come on, man, get the fuck up out of here. You know, 1,000 crackers don't even know what a dividend or a ratio and all that bullshit is about. You know thousands of crackers. Now all of a sudden, all the damn crackers in America is stockbrokers, and you believe that bullshit. Come on, man. They get paid a stipend to be a doggone American citizen. Do you know right now, if you doggone making $20,000 a year, if somebody gives you $10,000 extra, you can be rolling. That's a lot of damn money. Somebody give your ass. So my point is that they're getting this particular money, but they funnel it into the bank accounts. And your ass getting poor and poor. So yeah, they rose 15%, and you only rose 1%. Because the word poor is a code word for black. See what I'm saying? So we're going to go to a break. We come back, we got a long way to go. We got about another. Whatever. I did 10 hours last week, so we don't get a nice break. So you take your pill and you go home when you're ready.
So, add that to your little list of things to do. African American Museum, our State Cultural Center, helping your own self. Make sure that the next time Bobby comes, we don't have to go out into the park and wait till sundown and get arrested.
All right. Okay, we back on?
Back on.
Okay. I explained this some last night, but I want to explain this again. This is very key. Our goal here, as what you've been thinking all these years, is we got to wake up the masses. That's romanticism. Masses have never done anything but die. Meanwhile, you're spending your energy and expending your energy trying to wake up the masses. The nucleus is the one that's being neglected. In African science, you will always see, you see this universal. You'll see a circle with a point in the middle. You'll see that everywhere you go in all ancient cultures. That is the way of the universe and the way of the nucleus. This is the only thing that exists. This represents the masses. This is too mass for you to try to doggone wake up. What happened was, in the 60s, we was trained on these mass movements. And then when the white boys started pulling out got the money in the 70s, and in the 80s, the black people lost their minds, the black conscious leaders lost their minds. They couldn't understand what was going on. You can't move masses of people, and you damn sure can't move masses of people who ain't got no mind. Individuals are smart, but the masses are dumb as shit. Sheep. Herd mentality. You see what I'm saying? The whole world is run from a small group of people in a room somewhere, making decisions on your life.
Yeah.
They got that from African science because the African priests used to be the ones that ran this greater society. The masses can't make decisions for themselves because they're too much of idiots to make decisions for themselves. You know, the masses don't do shit, but they gonna go where the Kellogg's cornflakes is. So whoever gives them their Kellogg's cornflakes in the morning, that's who the masses gonna follow. That's the white man. But the key here is not to follow the masses or line up with the masses, is to make the nucleus strong so you can get the masses coming in, or the amount that comes in. But it all is based on the nucleus. Now the conscious, people don't wake up every morning the same time. So how you think that people gonna wake up consciously the same time?
Right.
Most people consciousness is down here in the genitals. Which is down here in the genitals. That means that anything that is, well, not only that, anything that is spiritual bounces off. You can't even get down here. Or anything that will wake a person up based on enlightenment. In order for you to even be, the reason why you are even in here tonight is because you are radiating at the heart chakra. You have to radiate at the heart chakra to even comprehend this particular knowledge. And that's why you are here. You came to the planet already opened up. That's why we asked the question. How many people up in here thought you were special all your life? Raise your hand. That is because that is the reason. That is the reason you've been spiritual all your life. So you came here with the heart chakra already opened up. You only are doing what you agreed to do eons ago. And you are now on the track to doing that. So the ones whose heart chakra is not even open, they can't even get to this. It comes in and bounces right off. Now you know you can have some people, they can be in this, they can go to the meetings for years. Next thing you know, they say, I want to be with the Lord, and run right back to the doggone church. You have somebody hollering at them, yeah, give them all their damn money. Yeah. But then you can take a person that ain't never heard this before in their life and they can hear one time and got it.
Yeah,
That's because the chakras are conscious levels. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 chakras. But these are the actual rings of consciousness. You see, these are the rings of consciousness. So, the masses can't get nothing. You see what I'm saying? It bounces right off. You see. And so, this whole concept of we got to get the masses is romanticism. You understand? Nothing in the universe works from a mass form. They call it the Gaia in Hebrew. You see. Let's go through some. A couple other things I'm going to deal with right now. This is real big. It's going on. I had a friend that was married to one of my homegirls. And I saw him about a month ago, and I said, damn, man, where you been? I haven't seen you in about a year. He said, well, I moved out of town, and I just moved back. I said, well, I didn't know you moved out of town. He said, yeah. He said, you know, I'm not married to your homegirl anymore. I said, well, I saw her a couple of months ago, and she told me. So he said, well, I got married again. He said, to this black psychologist. And she said that she used to be married to a white boy in the Skull and Bones. And I said, that's interesting. He said, yeah, and she ended up in the crazy house. But they tried to put her in a mental institution, but she was so profound, she had a PhD in psychology, and so they couldn't trap her on no shit. So they had to release her. I said, well, that means that the white boy who put her up in there, he was being nice to her because they were supposed to kill her. And she said, yeah. I said, well, so what's the big deal? What's the secret? He said the reason why he even got for her is because they needed the mulatto kids. And so she was able to get out with her life, but she was not able to take her children. And so now this is the big thing that's going on all over the country now, is they're saying that they're going to survive into the future. They already have their regular seed, but they said if we want to survive in the future, we got to have another seed, but this particular black strain to try to get into the melanin gene pool. So the key with the Illuminati and the Skull and Bones and the secret societies now is to get these black women to have these mulatto children. And as a result now, they're starting to promote this in the movie. That's the whole movie Mission Impossible with your sister Tandy Newton. This, music is just sex, but this time it was a love affair that was so beautiful until you would have to look just and see this was a black girl in the damn movie. And that is to promote this whole thing. They did it with the movie Supernova with Angela Bassett. She made love with the boy. The boy ended up with a brown eye. She ended up with a blue eye. Several movies that they're doing this. So what they're doing is they're reactivating the sisters in Hollywood. They can get these roles like Nia Long. She's always played only in black movies. They done put in a movie Boiler Room back in January where she threw in a white boy. Lisa Bonet did a movie called High Fidelity where she threw in a white boy. So they can actually do the mind control and say, now it's okay. Even in the movie Spawn, where the brother went to hell, and he came back, he loved his sister, he really came back to be with her, and he turns around in the movie and he says to the white boy who took his girl, or who started going with his girl after he died, he turned around and said, it's okay for you to be with her now. You all belong together. That's a signal. So what the deal is, they know now that if they can register it and say it is appealing and it is fashionable, but now the sisters, they had a white boy. It's not saying that you're going to go in mass. I don't think you're going to do like a black man now. Because in so many words, I do say that although there's a greater deal of youth than it was 20 years ago, still yet, I know this for a fact around the country, the sister prefers the black man. Now y'all some motherfuckers, otherwise, you loyal to your man. You loyal to your man now. I don't want to spread that now. You supposed to be. You the mother. You see what I'm saying? You the mother. And the black man don't respect nobody else. You see, but he get them other women, he be beating them in their ass and stuff, and them Asians beating them all up. So in so many words, he don't respect nobody if somebody give him the rod of iron. You know what I'm saying? Sparing the rod and spoiling the child. As they say, but you all are putting the rod on him, walking quiet with a big stick. So, but still yet in mass, you prefer to But this is interesting though too, because this is one thing also too, I want to get this roll call. And see, basically, really don't really matter. You marry who the hell you want to marry. But you gotta understand world civilization and how it works even in the modern world. There's something that's fundamental to civilization. Now, you might say what you like about the white man, but he does one thing. He might have 1 billion doggone women on the side, maybe a lot of black women, but he marries his woman in mass. You say what the hell you want, he's better than us when it comes to that. Or you figure you want to follow white people, but just look at that. He still marries his woman in mass. He might have some black women on the side, but the woman that he calls his wife in mass, it's like 0.5% something when you look at the amount of white men that's nationally known, and even in Hollywood and public figures that's got a black wife. You see what I'm saying? You can count them all on one hand. But he marries his woman in mass. You see? Now they're doing this mulatto thing and I'm going to assure their future, but still yet, he marries his woman in mass, so he's better than us. You want to say, yeah, the black white man ain't shit, but he still marries his woman in mass because he understands civilization and understands that that is paramount to civilization. When you reject your species half, it's time for extermination. Now, that's where we get a roll call. Now, it's interesting how you can count the amount of black people in sports and in Hollywood on one hand, white men that married to black women on one hand, and look at this. 90% of all our people got somebody else. We get a roll call. James Earl Jones. Yeah. These are people who either got them, was married to them in the past, went with some girlfriends or had any kind of connection in some kind of way. Now, I don't give a damn what you individual you marry, who the hell you want to marry, but that's not the point, though. The point is you got to look at the world scale on how you view. And it's something with 90% of those people. Let's get a roll call. James Earl Jones, Sammy Davis Jr., Harry Belafonte, Sidney Poitier, Dorothy Dandridge, Leslie Uggins, Barbara Vanita, Pearl Bailey, Scatman Crothers, Herbie Hancock, Lynette McKee, Wesley Snipes, Red Fox, Montel Williams, Sleeping White, Erica Alexandra, that's the black girl on Living Single, Cuba Gooding Jr., Lynn Whitfield, Lynn Moody, Sonny Rollins, Gregory Hines, Quincy Jones, Iman, Naomi Campbell, Tay Diggs, Scottie Pippen, Dennis Rodman, Charles Barkley, Robert Parrish, Ray Allen, Casey Jones, Grover Washington, Anne Marie Johnson, Alfie Wood, Jack Johnson, Melvin Van Peebles, Richard Pryor, Will Chamberlain. Here's the man who's the first person to stand up and say a black woman wasn't shit. Will Chamberlain. That's why I damn let some of bitch died. You don't announce to the world. You don't announce to the world that your mama ain't shit. So I don't give a damn. Fuck him. I dance in that motherfucker. Fuck him. It's one thing that he's sleeping around, but you're the first man. She's the first national figure to come up publicly and say that the black woman wasn't shit. Karina Abdul-Jabbar, Tiger Woods, Tim Duncan, Stacey Dash, Tandy Newton, Diana Ross, Maya Angelou, Diane Carroll, Lena Horne, Leontine Price, Donna Summer, Hulk Daddy, Prince, Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Latoya Jackson. Got that to hold that. Debbie Thomas, Dorian Haywood, Olivia Cole, Carl Weller, Whoopi Goldberg, Dale Carter, Mad Sinclair, Roxy Rocker, Jimi Hendrix, Lou Rawls, Shaka Khan, Yepati Hodo, Vincent Roundtree, Shaka goddamn, Freeway, Preston Walker, O.J. Simpson, Tina Turner, Ike Turner, Della Reed, Rod Carew, Barry Vaughn, Frank Thomas, Clarence Thomas, Adam Clayton Powell, Sidney Poitier, one of the corner sisters, I can't think of the one. Glenn Rice, Rick James, LeVar Burton, Kunta Kinte got him one. Billy D. Williams, Linda Clifford was a singer, Louis Gossett, Jr., Fred Williamson, Ben Marine, Frederick Douglass, Paula Abdul, Mariah Carey, Raydon Charles, Toukie Smith, Al Jarreau, Joyce Sanford Brown, Denise Williams, Julian Vaughn, ain't that a bitch, Rosie Greer, Dennis Green, Jake Anthony Dion, Sinclair Drake, J. A. Rogers. Even Iron Man Thurman had one for a while. Reggie Jackson, Todd Bridges, Henry Louis Gates, Kobe Bryant, Lila Rashawn, Alfonso Ellis, Dee Brown, Julio, Whoopi Blaylock, Marcus Allen, Danny Manning, Quinn Butler, Sly Stone, Vanessa Williams, well, she repented. I'm going to take her off the list. Everybody going to jump on her ass. She didn't want to see another crowd. Bill Cartwright, B.J. Armstrong, Tatiana Ali, Bobby McPherson, Alex Barker, Kobe Annan, Bill Russell, Benny Riverton, Howard Hewitt, Mercer Ellington, Paul Mooney, David Thompson, Leroy Jones, Amira Baraka, Laura Price, Lorraine Hansberry, France Bernard, Octavia Butler, Josephine Baker, Maine Raines, Randy Moss, Lorraine Phillips, Paula Devine, Ryan Temple, Billy, one of the Millie brothers, Victoria Raouche. Now, the point I'm trying to, Brenda Russell, the point I'm trying to make is this. You can hire who the hell you want. But when you got 90% of all the people that goes into some form of public entertainment or public figure, that means that you are inferior. You understand what I'm saying? It's one thing to be in a human situation where you live in an integrated society. But it's another thing where 90% of all of your so-called public figures, that's insanity. You see, that's a form of insanity. You see what I'm saying? So this is some stuff, you see, that you have to really look as far as being a world-class people, that you have to really look at. Now let's go on. They're going to do this with these particular movies. They're going to do this with even the White House intelligence person. Got the black woman. I can't think of the man's name. You know, the chief of staff.
Franklin.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? That has that. That's not by accident. You see, they don't put you up there. It's being some bullshit. Now I want you to go check out the movie Gladiator. Very key movie. You need to check out the movie Gladiator. Because the movie Gladiator, it deals with the whole aspect of death. That's one of the concepts that you must learn to fall in love with, is the concept of death. The concept of death. The ancient person admired death and understood that death being a process of transformation and fell in love with that concept. So when somebody died, it was a joyful occasion. The movie Gladiator explained that when at the beginning of the movie, he said, you going in to fight the barbarians, if you fight, and all of a sudden you see yourself running through a field with the sun on your face, don't be alarmed, because you're in a Lucius, which is the realm of the dead, or the hereafter, and you're already dead. But it was the black guy, what's the man's name in the movie? Yana Hunsu, that taught him the concept of death from the African perspective, and he was able to go out and really kill up some people and stuff, being a gladiator, because he understood the concept of death, and he was longing for that realm to join up with his wife and his child that had been murdered. You see what I'm saying? So that's very key that you see that movie to try to understand that whole concept of death also too. Another thing, I want you to go back and get Wishmaster 1 and Wishmaster 2. Wishmaster 1 and Wishmaster 2, these are the movies you'll see. They're on video now. It's dealing with the jinns. And you was thinking that the jinns was evil. And the jinns is short for the word genie, and the word genie is short for the word genius. Well, it's all, just another word for genius, one's own genius. And the word jinn and the word Damien, or when you get the word demon, later on degraded, and the word Damien means one's own genius. And in so many words, what you call jinns, and they show you that the jinns have something to do with stones in the movie. And the stone is the philosopher's stone, and the philosopher's stone is melanin. Now, in your body, the melanin is basically this substance that has all the properties in the universe. Some stuff is outside of the universe. That is the alien we're talking about. It's just a form of the particles of melanin that's outside of the universe. Every particular metal, every particular alloy, every particular herb, every organic, everything you want to name is inside of the melanin. And everything that's on the earth is inside of the melanin, inside of your body. And one little small seed, a little white seed, an invisible seed, which is the Christ seed, which is inside of you, called the Bindu seed, in the lower intestinal tract, under the shit sack. Christ born in a manger. Manger is donkeys and shit. All this is metaphysical, alchemical. Huh? What? B-I-N-D-U. The Bindu seed. That is who you are. That is all you are. It's this invisible seed is who you are. They call that nanotechnology now. And that's who you are. So this whole body is who you think you are. You're an invisible seed. Down in the lower intestinal tract called the 8th chakra or the root chakra is the Bindu seed. Now, water is paramount to melanin because these chemicals are all through your body. These particular melanin are stones. And when you drink water, the water goes in and you drink enough water and it mixes in with this latent melanin throughout your central nervous system and down in the lower intestinal tract called carbonic ash. It's all coming from alchemy. And once that water mixes with that, it brings it up and synthesizes it, and you get these latent particles of melanin called ojas, shaktis, and kalas. You'll get that in. You'll get a lot of that in a book called Serpent Power, Arthur Avalon's book. Ojas, shaktis, and kalas. It's also in sexual fluids and vaginal secretions also too. This is stuff that the ancients knew. This is stuff that the ancients knew. So the ancients knew that you could take one of these talismans and put some vaginal secretion on it from the woman's body, lunar fluid, called kalas. You know, when she gets wet, you rub that all on there, and this stuff here will be a talisman for energy. Now, I know that you are too savage now to understand advanced stuff of the human physiological body, and I'm talking about you, so therefore we frown upon shit like that because of the patriarchal society that we're in that shut down all this particular energy. But this is sex tantric and advanced alchemical science coming from the Cedar clan in India, which is Typhonian Egyptians, with pre-dynastic Egyptians that traveled all the way up into the Indus Valley with that whole Ethiopian Indus Kush thing.
I hear you.
You see what I'm saying? So all of this stuff is it's like one, and I tell this story. I tell this story about a brother, one of the brothers who puts on the lectures for me down in Atlanta, who put together another lecture. He came up and he said, "Man, is there anything in the vaginal secretions?" And as a matter of fact, get the book on to let you know, because see, they got all these old groups out here. We be doing shit, and we hear all this bullshit, but we don't never study shit. So they got all these old Christian groups and these old Hebrew-ass bullshit groups and say, come to find out, do you know that the oral sex was a form that comes out of Kemet? They got a whole papyrus they have a whole papyrus that is in Berlin, where they got the Egyptians doing the oral sex, and there's a book you need to get called Ecstasy Through Tantra by Dr. John Mumford. And they got the people doing the oral sex on the temple walls in India, the whole Kama Sutra thing. Now, what is the purpose behind it? So they were saying that was all degraded and that was all unnatural and stuff like that. No, it's just we lost the art and the white boy picked it up, so we all had to throw that shit. But anyway, the book is called Ecstasy Through Tantra by Dr. John Mumford, M-U-M-F-O-R-D. I'll show you some of the pictures from that stuff. But this brother called and he said, is there something in vaginal secretions that has something to do with melanin? And I said, yes. Kalis, Shaktis, and Ojas has like I said, you get that in Arthur Avalon's book, Serpent Power. So be docking that shit. Put it on a nigga ass. Can't run from the shit. And then when you think you heard the craziest stuff in the world, some black person will invent something that's even crazier. And I say, I heard it all now. I can die. I can die. I done heard the craziest shit. I said, so why do you want to know? He said, well, I got a friend that lost his job. And he got hungry. And he was so hungry, he called his girlfriend over. I said, well, he lost his job and still got a girlfriend? I said, he must have just lost his damn job. You see the movie Inside? Movie Inside, when that man stood up, his wife said, 6-figure salary gone, I'm out of here. But anyway, he called his girlfriend over. He was so hungry, he called his girlfriend over. And the only thing he said he could do, the Spirit told him to eat her out. Now, I know this might sound gross, and it is kind of insane, because, you know, black people. But he said he ate her out, and he was so full that he bust almost down here. And so I said, now, I done heard all the craziest shit. I said, that's hot. I can die now. I said, I can die now. I done heard the craziest, most insane thing. You know, a black person will top something in a minute. I said, I'm only 38, but dang, that's the top. And I said, well, there are stuff that's in the secretions called Shakti's Ojas collars. And these are the same stuff that's in the alchemy. So I said that, and it's forms of melanin. And I said, so in that, this stuff can actually happen. But he said he was so damn full for damn near 2 days. Now, I know it's a grotesque story, because we're trained that way now, but the story came about to teach a certain aspect of what is in the physiological human body, these latent powers, which we're going to get into tonight based on the warfare. Everything that he's doing physically, we have inside of us. That's the key. We'll document this stuff also in these latent, forms of melanin inside the body. Now, the key is when you drink the water, you unleash a lot of these particular aspects. Now, even around the pineal gland, it secretes melanin. But anything that's like a faucet, it has a buildup around it. After years of secreting this melanin, it has a buildup. And that buildup hardens like a little rock. But you know how you take a little mud rock, a little dirt rock, and you put it in the water and it starts to dilute? Well, even around the pineal gland and other forms of the chakras or throughout the body, when you drink the water, you drink enough water, you can dilute these pockets of melanin, and it's a very healing energy as well as reversing the whole aging process. It's just like the skin and all this is nothing. It's just like any car. They tell you, old car, as long as you keep the oil, it will run. Well, it's the same thing with the water. It reverses the aging process because this melanin and also in the carbonic acid, the gastrointestinal tract, when you drink enough water, you unleash these latent powers. Now, I mentioned yesterday how I time traveled back in '95, starting on a Sunday by drinking 3 gallons of water a day. And by Wednesday, I smelled smells, this was in '95, I smelled smells in my house in 1978. Now I'm like, wait a minute, how can you smell a memory? How can you smell a smell? You can go and smell something that might remind you, but if you lay in the bed and you smelling this smell, and then I start hearing this sound, I heard my cousins, and then I literally, before I knew it, I was back in the room, back in our den, where everybody was gathered around. I had literally gone back in time, because melanin is nothing but pockets of memory. Genetic memory bank called the archetype and collective unconscious or Akashic records. The Akashic records. The word Akash means blackening substance. You get the word Akasha. You get the word Akasha. The Akashic records. You'll find that also in the Arthur Avalon's book also. This is Akasha. This is melanin. And they said in Revelation these books was open. And those names that was in the book, written in the book of life, went to the kingdom of heaven and whatever. And those names that was not written into the book of life was cast into a fiery furnace. Those books of records, the Akashic records, the melanin records, and the ones whose name was in the book didn't have no damn records because they didn't have the fucking melanin. But this is all alchemical. So the Akashic record is this forms of melanin, the Akasha. So when I tapped in, I literally tapped into latent memories that are literally dimensions in time. There's no such thing as space and time. And I literally tapped into the dimensions of time, and I was literally back in 78. And then it got so funky. I went to 79, I went to 80 when I was a freshman in college. I went all the way, and I started going, and I went back even further than 78. So this meant that in actuality, this is how we time travel. You see, and I did it through water. So the number one goal of the American government is dehydration. Through safe water, which dehydrates you. Yes. And through soda and shit that dehydrates you. And MSG and all forms of sodium and dehydration in various foods. Because if you can keep black people, the melanin people dehydrated, you can keep them shut down and keep them dormant. You get it? So therefore, during the summer solstice last year, they dropped off a 10-foot mound of soda, 99 cents, 12 packs, and niggas bought them all up. Niggas had 2 or 3 baskets. Got enough soda for 20-something, 2010. But they understand they dehydrate you during the summer solstice. You see, the number one key is dehydration and sleep deprivation. Because what is melanin? It is sleep, the realm of sleep. We'll go into that in a few minutes. In a few minutes. So these stones are these gems, are these stones. The word is called Herma stone. Hermes, the Hootie stone, and the Herma stone is called a demon or a Damien. So all this stuff that we have learned is evil is a form of melanin. Do you know the word Satan? When you break it down and break it down in alchemical form, Satan is melanin. You hear the shadow of darkness, the prince of darkness. All this is alchemical for the yin and the yang. You see what I'm saying? Forms of melanin. Now, give you some examples. Y'all all right?
Yeah. Come on, Bobby.
Yeah.
I love it.
Let's deal with the thing. Okay. Okay. This is the guy Horus. Heru. Horus, Heru. Harper a Heru Prop. This is the child Christ. You see this Horus block represents what's in his ear. The Varahagna chakra. And also, in his ear, it produces some stuff called the Buddha Rupa. And the Buddha Rupa is a form of melanin. The Horus lock represents what is in his ear. The Horus lock becomes Horlock, Warlock. Satan gets behind me. This is the God's best, which represents the medulla oblongata, the mouth of God, the most concentrated part of the melanin. At the base of the skull and the top of the spine. Satan gets behind me. This is the Christ. His best is actually in him, which is melanin. You saw this on the movie Star Wars, where Yoda was training Luke Skywalker, and he had him on his back, climbing up a rope. You see what I'm saying? That is this particular aspect. You see the movie Puppet Masters, where they had thing look like it taps into the spine and it controls the people. Well, that's what's going to happen to you when you tap into this particular part. The reptilian shit that David Icke and all the bullshit niggas are talking about is the Kundalini race, the serpentine fire, the Uraeus crown. And they telling you reptilian and telling you it's the reptilian thing. They have taken ancient metaphysical paradigms and metaphysical teachings of the Uraeus Kundalini energy that shoots up the spine, called baptized in the fire of hell's fire. Hell's fire is the Kundalini energy that shoots up the spine. And they're taking that and they literal things and they're calling that the reptilian that's coming down here to hurt you. Dr. Delbert Blair said about 3 weeks ago that when this blue race of people come, they're going to be so terrible, or this green man, so we're going to run to white people with allies. I said, no, I'll make a deal. They're going to come down here and kill some white people. I'll hold the white man down and say, look, I'll make a deal with you. I'll give you 100,000 no-good niggas just to wipe all these crackers off the planet. We got some fucked up black people we can get rid of. So I say, this is ludicrous. I ain't having no allies with no damn devil. For some blue man that ain't coming, but we know the difference. This is a code word for you or the reptilian, but you're thinking of some old lizard man, and they're talking about the esoteric terminology of the Uraeus serpentine race of people, which is you, which is talking about the Kundalini energy. Y'all all right? Yeah. Let's go on. Let's deal with the beings who live below say that God is on high, while the angels in heaven say that God lives on earth. That's the Zohar, which is the literal Kabbalah found in Spain. This sounds like something Uncle Elijah Muhammad said. That the most ancient gods they used to worship was down here on earth. But ain't that funny? We said the man with the third grade education, and we now really have it in the Zohar, which is the written Kabbalistic text. You see, which is the written Kabbalistic text. Let's go on. Y'all all right? Okay. This particular thing that we're dealing with here, Horus Set is the same concept as the one I just showed you with this particular heart approximate. Same concept. This set which is behind him, Satan gets behind you, is the medulla oblongata, the most concentrated part of melanin. Soot, which means black on, which means anubis, which means opening, the black hole, the black gate, the black sun. Soot on, shaitan, Satan. Titan, Titan. All these are very ancient metaphysical words for the dark side, which is the deepest part of the subconscious mind called the amenta. Okay. You see. So whenever you go and you talk against Satan, you're talking against your own nature. The dark side, which is the most inner you, the yin and the yang. The nucleus. You see. The nucleus. You see. The Europeans have a Mach nuclei with one ring of consciousness. You see, you are the Lord of the rings. The book, the Lord of the Rings, which is rings of consciousness. Osiris had 14 pieces cut in half. You know, the 13th piece, the 14th piece was the penis. It was not the penis down here, it was the pineal gland, the penis of God. You know, so they say nobody who is not circumcised can enter the kingdom of heaven. Obviously, well, what about women? It's not talking about a circumcised penis, it's talking about an uncircumcised pineal gland, or a calcified pineal gland. Which, you know, the penis is the clitoris elongated after so many months. But we know that the clitoris is almost identical to the pineal gland, a grain of corn, you see. So, they have a Mach nuclei with one ring of consciousness. You see what I'm saying? They are carbon-based beings, you are carbon beings. Understand the terminology. They're carbon-based beings, you are carbon beings. You see. So, hold on, let me go on. So,
We're waiting on it.
all right. We got a lot to cover. Lot to cover. Hold on 1 minute. So,
Somebody think. 3 days, how many you got?
this is a one coming from England called Black Kundalini. Some people have seen these spirits. You've seen stuff like this in the corner of your eye. Some of you seen this in meditation, you know. And in so many words, this particular painting is just a little abstract painting. But in actuality, they're trying to indicate that the true beings look like this. Pure melanin. You see. Pure melanin. You see. The pure beings look like this. You've seen some stuff like this. They call it the shadow realm. Anytime you hear the word shadow, that means melanin in Jungian psychology. They got these code words. You see what I'm saying? So anytime you hear the word shadow. Now, this particular shadow, let me give up another picture of the shadow substance. Yeah, this is interesting here. This comes from England. That's the little white boy with the tail. You know, it comes from England. You've probably seen me talk about that before. You know, this comes from France. There's a brother from the Nation of Islam down in Atlanta. I think he's in Michigan now in Islamic studies. He has tons of literal photographs of this. This is one that I got of this particular part based on the tail. They photograph melanin in the brain. They photograph melanin in the brain. Don't ask me how the white boy does it, but you know. What's his name, Doctor? What's his name told me about this at first? Leo Africa talked about this particular thing. So don't ask me how the white boy does it. But also, too, this particular symbolic representation of chaos, because melanin is chaos. In the beginning, there was chaos. Melanin is chaos. Now, how can you put a damn name on some shit like that? Whenever you try to box this in as one deity religion, you shut this down. The problem is, and I said this last night, one of the main problems is we worship a monotheistic system that shuts down the components of the archetype of collective unconsciousness. There was multi-deity system, which when you put them together, represents a puzzle, the one God and the God one. In Islam, they say Allah has 99 attributes. So whenever you just worship that one deity system, you shut down the archetype of collective unconsciousness and all of this stuff that's going on. Wow. You see. So therefore, it needs a multi-deity system to understand. That's what you get these spiritual babies of the babies in Europe. I mean, in Europe, but in the voodoo. This is the voodoo babies. Whenever you throw these down, these images, which is called shadow matters, when you die, if no one calls your name, sooner or later you forget your memory and you become this shadow matter. That shadow matter is in alchemy. It's called the negrito, the Saul nigger or the Saul Niger, or the nigger, nigrum, nigger. The nigrum, the nigger, nigrum, niggers. This is shit. I wonder why the white boy wants us to stop calling ourselves nigger. I thought the white boy on TV when they get mad. See what I'm saying? That's in the alchemical terminology. You can get that in some Jungian terminology, psychology, and alchemy. But this particular stuff is called the Saul Niger. And it's a multiple deity system. It's called chaos, and it needs various deities. These layers are shadow matters. And what happens is whenever you put these layers down, these particular entities remember who they are and they come to the certain ones, or these sigils, when you put them down. That energy comes to this and you use that energy for what you need to do with. We're going to use that energy to go to war with. And we'll go into that later on. We're going to use that energy to go to war with. Y'all all right? The white boys should hear. The insectoid power steers the black races that have kept them, insectoid power steers the black race and have kept them subjected and confused, but they hold the key to knowledge. Their genetic plan, which is melanin information, is needed to unlock the advanced secrets of Sirius data. The segmented data units is also carried by the East Indian clans, and some which were originally from the fourth planet in the Sirius star system. We'll get into that later on. But anyway, this is coming from, what's my man's book? This is the white boy that put this thing down. Wrote this.
Rob.
Huh?
Rob, I think his first name is Rob.
No, it's a book called UFOs. No, I'm not talking about Rod Temple.
Oh, okay.
UFOs, Friends, and Foes. His name is, I think it's Greenfield. George C. Greenfield or something like that. No, George C. Greenhorn. UFOs, Friend, or Foe. The book, you know, it deals with, and we'll get into that UFO thing because that's the shit to throw you off. There's physical UFOs, but they're made by the government. Our shit is not physical. Your soul is represented as the divine disc of Heru. Even your boy Pat Robinson said, yeah, that's UFOs, but they're angelic. He even dropped on that when Independence Day came out. And so we talking about something else. This whole physical shit is abducting people. Is the government from 1947 on up. You see what I'm saying? Abducting all people. But in this book here, he mentions this particular piece, and the sister from Detroit had him to come speak. And I think he skated around the issue where he got this thing from. George C. Greenhorn is his name. But it's in that particular book, UFOs, Friend or Foe. You know, also, now, let me go on. This is a piece that represents the Medusa. As you can see, that's a sister, all right. See how nice, you know she got her hand on her goddamn hip. But the piece coming from England. But here you see the dreadlocks, but you see this demon-looking person. The demon here represents melanin. These are hieroglyphic terminologies and symbolic terminologies that represents a much more powerful energy. You got bleach, you got water. So in the hieroglyphic scripts or the symbolic scripts, they put the demon, the gargoyle, the hideous monster. It was science, it was chemistry, it was alchemy. The gargoyle in those were hieroglyphic signs for much more powerful energy. You know, you got the skull and the crossbones. You know, and you look at the skull and the crossbones, you say that means it's poison or it's dangerous because it's high energy. You don't think the skull and the crossbones mean that it's evil. You understand? You see, so they have degraded these things into making you think that every damn thing is evil. And these are ancient symbologists talking about your inner nature. You see what I'm saying? Talk about your inner nature. So I talked about this last time in the seals of the Goetia, which is the Goetia is found in the Goetia is found in Europe, mainly translated from the British Museum. This is text that the Moors left behind. The Lesser Key of Solomon. Solomon is Osiris. There was never no historical Solomon. Solomon, the wisest man in the world. You got 80,000 goddamn priests to go to Karnak temple at one time. And Solomon, the wisest motherfucker in the world. Some sand dweller. The Hebrew script used to be of ancient mythology, Cushite mythology. As it got deteriorated years later, they turned it into a historical piece. And they took they historicalized ancient mythology. So Solomon is Osiris, and Amun-Ra. Sol, which means sun, Amun, which means hit, Amun-Ra, Solomon. You see? El, which means son. El, which means son. Amen, which means hidden. Emmanuel, Emmanuel. You see, all this shit is in the Bible. Your boy, Jeremiah, the book of the beginning, volume 2, gives you the Hebrew deities identified. The Hebrew deities identified in Hemmitt, in Egyptian. Hebrew and Egyptian deities identified. And he breaks down all this particular stuff. We're talking about an ancient. So Joseph Campbell said that the Hebrew religion shouldn't have been invented. He said the Hebrew religion shouldn't have been invented. It used to be an ancient mythology. If you can ever get your books on the mythology, take the historical shit out of the way and get a book called, it comes from Santee Press out of London, England. They print a lot of out-of-print books. It's a book called The Legends of Israel, or Legends of Israel. The Legends of Israel. The name of this book, you ever get your hands on it. It's 3 volumes now. The last name of the guy is Rappaport. Rappaport. And literally you'll see if you just break it down in the mythology, that all this shit ain't nothing but Egyptian deities too. But they historicalize the stuff. So Solomon is Osiris. Osiris is the god of the perfect black, which is your Osirian physical body is your body. So these seals, there's 72 seals. You got 7 chakras in the body, but in the black dot, the third eye, you got 72 other chakras. And those 72 other chakras sit over legions of 30,000, sits over legions of 30 legions each. And legions represent 10,000. So we're talking about millions of melanated entities that the white boy is calling extraterrestrial. Extraterrestrial is not no green man, just a piece of terminology. Terrestrial means earthbound. Extraterrestrial just means that which is beyond the earth. You see what I'm saying? So, we are the extraterrestrials. You see, there's no mystery behind this shit. We came years ago, but we didn't come by migrating in spaceships. We were in the spiritual realm, and the earth gradually took on a physical form. And that's what the fall was. You came from the spiritual world, and later on, the vibratory rates fell into the physical form. So the fall wasn't talking about you falling from heaven, or the fall is you came from spaceships. You were the ship, the seals, the beings of light, the seals. You were these seals, which is these entities, these demonic entities, these jinns, these stones. All of this stuff is alchemy. And later on, you took on physical form. And what is left of you now is a little seed that's inside of the lower intestinal tract. That's who you are. And all the rest of this shit is an illusion. Doesn't exist. Series of events that don't exist. You see. And as you came into a physical form for thousands of years, you had detailed files. We talked about this last night. But later on, you shut down the 5 senses. And when you shut down the 5 senses, you became convinced that this is you. And this is only the prison. So these particular seals is the extraterrestrial that they're talking about, and this shit is alchemical, and they got shit to do with some outer space invasion, which they scaring you up to get you scared of your own self being invaded. You are the one that's invaded. But it's the science behind this, based on alchemical science. Now let's go on. Y'all all right? All right. Let's go. We'll get back to some of the visual thing in a minute. Get back to the visual thing in a minute. What we got to go into is a whole bunch of warfare things. Now, we're going to jump around all kind of ways and do some stuff. In A.E. Waite's Holy Kabbalah by A.E. Waite, it says that the Christ who is to come is in all of us. The Christ who is to come is in all of us. Now, I want to get through some stuff right now. The dark side is light that these two eyes is incapable of seeing. These two eyes can only see holographic images. The dark side is light that these two eyes can't see. You see? So because these two eyes can't see that light, it appears to be dark. The pineal eye, or the pineal gland, sees the true light. You see? See the true light now. Let's break this down. Alvin Lloyd Kuhn, which is a Masseyite in the 1940s, tapped into something. He tapped into something that a lot of people fail to see, and the Christians say we can't let this out because we wouldn't be able to fool the people about going to hell no more. Now I'll read this. First of all, there was a group called, they attributed to one person called Milton. Milton wrote a book called Paradise Lost. Milton was a group of medieval Hermeticists, which means they were Moors. And as a result, Milton would literally be just the name of the book, Milton Paradise Lost, but it was a whole group of Moors that wrote Paradise Lost. Now, it says there begins with the most, with this vast medieval legend that became focus of Milton's grand epic. And the Paradise Lost is this thing about how man fell in hell, how man was hurled into hell, how Lucifer was hurled into, bound and hurled from heaven up under the ground or whatever this shit was. Now, the tradition of man having lost the paradise and having been cast out of heaven and thrown into a prison or a dungeon or a pit, like a lake of pitch. Anytime you hear the word pitch, keep red thing for melanin. The word pitch black. Keep red tongue for melanin. You see, they said Noah spread pitch all over the ark. The Ark of the Covenant and Noah's Ark was the same shit. The flood that went down was we was flooded. This is metaphysical for, as Brother Wayne Chandler deals with it in the book, his book Ancient Future, also dealing with the Kabbalion, the three initiates, that the first law of the universe is the law of vibration. And so we have a slowed down vibratory rate, which everything became solid. So the flood was meant that the flood is other esoteric, although there are several flood stories that represent delusions of real flood. But the flood story that they talk about the earth falling and being destroyed by water was talking about the flood from the spiritual realm flooding into the physical. Remember Rudolf Steiner in his book, Universe, Earth, and Man. Universe, Earth, and Man, Rudolf Steiner, and also in his book, Cosmic Memory. Universe, Earth, and Man, it tells you that before, and I mentioned this last night, it says that before the physical, the spiritual world was visible. And the spiritual world was this dim, like a shadow. The physical world was like a dim shadow. As the vibratory rate slowed down, the physical world became more visible, and the spiritual world became invisible. So the flood was the flooding of the physical over the spiritual. And now you have the spiritual taking back over the physical. You see. But in the Waite Kabbalah it says what? The intruder has come in and caused an incontinuance to learning. The intruder is a person who wasn't there in the beginning, which is the white man, and who is now intruding
masquerading as civilization and as God. They say that the intruder has now come in and caused an incontinuance to learning because he causes luxury, materialism, needful things. And Stephen King's needful things. The intruder causes luxury. You want luxury. That's why you want reparation. So you go buy some shit out the mall. Come on. That bullshit. Now the ancestors died. Your ancestors ain't died, but some of you to sell out to the goddamn devil and he pay you out. To beg for reparation means you needed the white man as you mean. And you should never sell your goddamn people murder out for some goddamn dollars. All the life songs they don't dance or sing for them for $1 or $2, not even $1 million. There ain't no money on earth. The best you want to sell your goddamn people out and let the devil give you some goddamn reparations. But see, we don't think that way no more because we don't think spiritual no more. Fuck the money. I want his ass. Because he calls it luxury, he calls it an incontinuous towards learning. This is 80 ways holy Kabbalah. Yeah, 80 ways holy Kabbalah. This is the page number. It's a section called Coming Under Messiah. Page number 80 ways holy Kabbalah. I think it's in, I think that the word is true is in this particular part, in the index. But now, you talking about reparation. You talking about damn reparation. But nobody thinks spiritual no more. You don't understand that he the one that brought that shit out. And he keep you saying, you want it, he don't. But he knows that's the way he does shit. Make you think he's fighting for you not to get it. So when the shit go down, he can pass you out the damn money. You see? But see, now we are fucking animals because we have become him. And now we'll do anything for goddamn money. Joseph Kipperoni, white boy from damn Australia, is talking about us. He said the true beings will do anything for money. The true beings will do anything for money because you remain animal-like. That's right. You know what I'm saying? You see? So, they call it luxury. Now, Newton's Paradise Lost said man having lost paradise and cast out of heaven and thrown into a prison, a dungeon, pitch black, a dark cavern of the underground where suffering was intensified by fire and was almost universal background of theological belief world over. The wide possession, this wide possession might have remained highly instructive had Newton, in common with all the isolated groups of Hermeticists in Europe, which is Moors, hadn't lost the signal of the knowledge of the fallen angels. Now this is the point what he says right here. The lost signal of the knowledge of the fallen angels, the rebel host, the armies of Satan, Lucifer, were collectively man himself.
Read that again.
Yeah, read that again. Wow.
The why? I want to read the part. Hold on one minute. Let me get this right. And then we get this last one. the lost signal of the knowledge of the fallen angels, the rebel host, the armies of Satan, Lucifer and Lucifer were collectively man himself. And the fiery lake in which they were hurled was just our good earth. Was just our good earth. Now, to fall, who fell? We fell into the physical. Even Blavatsky tells you, even if the Anna Kingsford makes the perfect way, that man is Satan means God in the physical. You are the Satan, the Titan, the Soot-on, the Shet-on, the Sutek, the Melchizedek. You are the Soot-on. It just means physical body. Also, as far because you were bound, Satan was bound for 1,000 years in a physical body. You are the fallen angels, which means you fell into a physical body. That's what separates you from the seraphim. The seraphim is the archangel. You are the cherubim. Cherubim is bound. Bound by what? A physical body. We go deep tonight. So you'll understand this particular stuff. You got to break all this stuff down. You got to break all this particular stuff down. Lucifer simply means the pineal gland. Life bringer. These are ancient alchemical terminology around 2,000 years ago. 2,000 years ago, they started turning into evil mythology, turning into evil fairy tales, because the Roman government wanted to keep the subject in slavery. So they took all this ancient stuff and they outlawed all of the science that brings you back to God, because you had to worship a doggone God and be obedient for the state of Rome and the Pope. You see what I'm saying? The human being can only and must be born again and led back to the prima materia, which means melanin. The root of alchemy is blackening substance called the Brita, prima materia. The prima materia out of which comes forth his astral nature. Before the Son of Man can be exalted, he must be humbled and ascend, and before he ascends to heaven, he must walk 3 days in hell. Matthew 12:40. This condition of alchemical blackness, whose central darkness, as Riley thought, as Ripley thought, which is I guess an alchemist, extends over 3 days and nights to total blackness that lasts 40 days. Remember, Jesus went in this thing and did 3 days and lasted 40 days. Even Jesus remained 40 days after his resurrection on earth, before he descended into heaven. Therefore, you must go through the gate of darkness if you want to win the paradise of light. So the dark side is where you need to be going. Because we're talking about alchemy, which is called the alchemical blackness. There you have it. That's what the whole satanic realm is, the dark side, and all that shit is talking about alchemical blackness, which is the region of melanin. You get it?
Got it.
Which is the region of melanin. Let's go on. Got a lot of stuff here covered. Huh?
Keep covering.
Keep covering. Okay. Chaos, which I showed you the whole chaos thing. I showed you the chaos thing. This is chaos. Chaos. The state of things which change is supreme. Now, let's get into this. The reason why you can't go back to ancient Kemet is because the melanin side of you which even your boy says it, melanin is chaos. It's called rasa, also. Rasa and guna, also in Hindu alchemy. Rasas and gunas and tamas. This melanin is also called the mercurous substance. This substance has to go into a state of change. It always has to change. Melanin always is in a state of change, and it cannot go back to its original state. So therefore, you can't go back to Africa, you can't go back to being Egypt, and you can't go back to being on the top of humanity. You have to evolve to the other species, which is beyond the physical. That's why anything you do to try to work out this damn physical shit ain't gonna work. That's why he's offering your ass reparations, to cause luxury, to retard your process to go to the spiritual realm.
And watch out for it.
So the melanin, which is chaos is a state of things which change is supreme. It's supreme. You have to go to the next level. You see? So you can't go back to no goddamn Egypt. That's why every damn thing you did, based on revolution, liberation, and all that shit, it don't work. Because you don't understand the alchemical process of the soul. A caterpillar don't go into a cocoon, the physical body, the cocoon, to become a goddamn caterpillar. It becomes a butterfly, metamorphosized. The soul metamorphosized, and the melanin can't go back to its original state. It is the only thing on the planet and in the universe that has to be in a state of flux and change. Everything the Rig Veda say, all things goes back to chaos. And Rig Veda. All things go back to chaos.
Around here somewhere.
The Hindu myth. I think it's in the Hindu myth. Yeah. I think it's in this book, The Hindu Myth by O'Flaherty. Wendy O'Flaherty.
Yeah.
O'Apostrophe L-F-A-H-E-R-T-Y. O'Flaherty. And it talks about in the beginning all things. Chaos out of order. Chaos out of order. But all things must go back to chaos. Hindu Myth by Wendy O'Flaherty. Now, Gertrude Scrollum, which is one of the top Kabbalistic white boys in Tel Aviv, who pieced together all these texts, they said, well, what is all this shit about? All our ancient knowledge they put back together. He died in 82. He said, well, ultimately, this stuff is talking about all shit going back to chaos. The chaos realm, the melanin realm. The chaos realm, no mutants allowed. No goddamn mutants allowed.
That's right.
No fucking mutants allowed in this shit.
You mean the white boy is there?
You go on. Wendy O'Flaherty. We must understand the laws. We are world-class people now. We can't go on fields of history and all that bullshit. That's all good. That's the introduction. You know who you are. But now you got to understand the straight science. This is what white people do when you ain't around. Yeah, I'm discussing your shit. This is the plus. Animalist, spiritualist. That's when you was in that, in a semi-physical realm. Pagan, which only means those who don't have a religion. No ancient person had a religion.
Right.
You see? Monotheists, that's when shit start fucking up. Because you broke down the multi-vehicle deity system from the scientific principle, it representing the one God and the God one, down to just bowing down and hoping nothing don't screw you in the ass. This shit is. Now I know, I do these curse words and stuff for a reason. You know, they give you the thing. So y'all don't know. We are world-class people, but we have been in certain programs. First of all, there's no such thing as no. The only curse word there is that you don't get offended by it, that's damn. The least one that you don't get offended by. somebody, for it to be a curse word, to curse somebody. You got to understand. So all of stuff is just British slang. That's all. That you have been, that you have been programmed to respond to since a child. You got to break the program. So I do this for a reason, to override certain traditional programs. They don't exist. You don't get mad at real curse words. You see. So, this particular part, when stuff shuts down, then you go to the white man shit, atheist, nihilist. And nihilist is not so bad. Y'all should be want to tell them all this shit. Any day that you wake up should be a bad day. That's a spiritual law. You know it's fucked up. It's just that nobody ever told you that you wasn't supposed to like the shit. Life is pointless. Think about it. This shit is pointless. Once you survive it,
Break it down.
just to eat another day. Life is pointless.
Break it down.
It's just that you haven't been taught that life was pointless. Now, Alvin Q, in the same book, Lost Light, said, in the same book, Lost Light, see if I can get this to the passage. Y'all all right?
We're all right. We're all right.
Life and death. Listen. Listen up. The words of death, the dead, are used in scriptures referring to humanity in an earthly embodiment. We, stirring mortals, are the dead of the Bible and other sacred books. And the dead spoken of the dead spoken of there is our living existence. The Egyptians said that this is what happens, what you call civilization, is what happens when a whole bunch of damn gods died a long time ago. And that's your seed in that gastrointestinal tract that died a long time ago and got trapped down this motherfucker. You get this? Hold on, let's read this again. The fact stands that they, the Egyptians, call our life here death. And that they spoke of the dead in sacred books, indubitably, that they meant living humans. The word death, the dead, are used in old scriptures are referring to humanity. Yes. An earthly embodiment. Yes.
There you are.
We scurrying mortals are dead.
That's right.
All the dead of the Bible and other sacred books, and the death spoken here is our living existence. The Tibetan Book of the Dead says that reality is, no, enlightenment is the, hold on, let me get this right. Enlightenment is the realization of the unreality of existence. Enlightenment is the realization of the unreality of existence. Now, there's a book, there's an ancient text called The Suffering King. And what this king did is he became enlightened. When his eyes opened, he found out that the kingdom that he was ruling over, did you need change? He found out that the kingdom that he was ruling over didn't exist. So he went crazy. He started going crazy. Wow. All out in the street, and the people was like, you need to be a king. You know, they didn't want a monarch over there. And so his father called a sage. Somebody get me some time. You ain't got to get them wet because I'm already wet. Paper napkins or whatever. So his father called a priest or a sage. There's some in the bathroom, I guess. And the sage came up and the sage cured him. him already. The sage cured him. And how did the sage cure him? The sage cured him by saying, you are right. This shit don't exist. He said, so what should I do? He said, go back and rule anyway. He said, well, how can I rule over a kingdom that don't exist? He said, well, you got one up over the other kings, because the other kings think that this shit exists. So when some stuff go wrong, they were thinking, oh Lord, it's me, oh God, I'm a failure. He said, you know when shit go wrong, it don't exist no way. And that's how we supposed to live our lives. This is an illusion. You see? A holographic universe, Michael Talbot. Michael Talbot's book, A Holographic Universe. Let's go on. Y'all all right?
We're all right.
Okay. So, chaos, a unorganized state of primordial matter before creation. Well, goddamn, that's right people right now. You unorganized. That's good. That's good. Think about it. America, the greatest white man's civilization on earth. I said the greatest white man's civilization. He can't even measure 2 hour lowest shit. And yet, how great he is, he still has this enigma. You can't get your shit together. You see how beautiful that is? If it wasn't for you, this would be the ultimate empire. But because of you, you represent the thorn in the side. The enigma. You see, the dirty secret. So chaos is an unorganized state of confusion before creation. That's you. A confused state of mass. Well, you confused and you in the masses. That's melanin. Chaos, a primal source, first of all. No, I don't need no ice. I ain't gonna take a swallow. Okay, brother. I need to take you back in the man grill. You need to go back. I have a baby, though. No way. You know? Give a nigga some ice. It is not anarchy, it's chaos. In the beginning there was chaos. Agents of chaos cast a burning glance at everything and anyone capable of bearing witness to their condition. One must have chaos, which is melanin, to give birth to a dancing star, which is your soul. You must have melanin to become the Christ. 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, which is carbon. The Christ. What's that book? Secrets of Montauk. Pyramids of Montauk. Preston Nichols and Peter Moon. Preston Nichols and Peter Moon. Chapter Wisdom of Tahuti. Pyramids of Montauk. 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, which makes carbon. We are carbon beings.
Perfect black.
God of perfect black. One must have chaos to give birth to a dancing star. Matter is an illusion. Solidity is an illusion. We are an illusion. Only chaos is real. That's your soul. The limitless heavens shine in continuance of chaos. Y'all getting this stuff? Okay. Huh? Yeah. Okay. Let's go. I got a lot of stuff. So I just want to go through a whole bunch of stuff. It's all kind of stuff. Yeah. Y'all all right? Okay.
We're racing, man.
I just want to go through all kind of stuff. So.
Having a liberation here tonight. A liberation tonight.
Okay. Nobody got to go to church tomorrow. All right. Okay, look at this. Okay. This guy wrote this thing. This guy wrote this thing. His name is Robert Shapiro is his name. And he wrote this about the Africans. He says, black people, no matter how, he said, I know you might not want to hear this. He's talking to white people. I know you might not want to hear this, but black people, no matter how they express themselves, act as a link to the Sirius star system, from which the female principle radiates and supports humanity. If the population of dark-skinned people falls below 7% on the Earth total, I don't think you'll be able to go on. I don't think you'll be able to go on. He's talking to white people. But it is more likely that your reproduction will go into decline. You see, dark-skinned people hold and radiate the feminine principle more than any other single group. African people and groups of many people in India, Pakistan, and thereabouts are planning to return to their home planet. I'll explain what that is. Return to your home planet. This planet here is your damn home planet before it was the physical. Many of which were from Sirius, Andromeda, and Pleiades. We're talking about dimensional things and vibratory rates other than we're talking about space and time. There's no such thing as space and time. They are planning on returning to Sirius, Andromeda, and the Pleiades in mass in the next 30 years. Shit. We got 30 years, we through dealing, so this crap is going to make sure that if he kill us all off, so we got to go on the offensive on his ass. I'm going to show you how we're going to do it, too. I am not actually sure what you can do to encourage them to stay here, but their leaving will probably affect things. On the other hand, if there are dark-skinned people in the rest of the world, you might be all right. He's talking to white people. They are planning on returning to Sirius, Andromeda, and the Pleiades in mass in the next 30 years. Shit. We got 30 years, we through dealing, so this crap is going to make sure that if he kill us all off, so we got to go on the offensive on his ass. I'm going to show you how we're going to do it, too. I am not actually sure what you can do to encourage them to stay here, but their leaving will probably affect things. On the other hand, if there are dark-skinned people in the rest of the world, you might be all right. I'm talking to white people. These people will generally make exceptions. I realize this will encourage people to run to the southern hemisphere, Africa. In a larger sense, this wouldn't be too bad. So he was telling them, shit, y'all need to get the hell on to Africa. That's what they was doing 2000. Is they went back to Africa in mass. You see, this might not be sad because it has more to offer in the northern hemisphere than raw materials. So he's admitting that they're getting the raw materials from Africa, but he's also saying this shit has more as far as a safe haven. You see what I'm saying? It is an attitude, a way of life, and a greater sense of love. So he's telling we got to, in order for them to get along with us, survive on the planet, they got to love black people. Well, that's too little, too goddamn late. That shit. Not when your ass is up against the wall. All right? Y'all all right? I want to go through some things. Now, before this stuff was called melanin, it was called viril power. You can also get this in Blavatsky's Secret Doctrines. You can also get this, but it says that this terrible force called viril or melanin is named by the Atlanteans as Mash. The Aryan races in the Astar Beta, the original Aryans were black people. The original Aryans were black people. So anytime you hear that, white people talking about Aryan nation, they talking about black people. The original Aryans were black. Because the original Aryans in the Astar Beta, but by name, we do not like to give. Now he's talking about this particular power, this melanin power. There's a book called Alec McLeland called Viril Power. Alec McLeland, The Mysteries of Viril Power. That's the book, and the viril is spelled V-R-I-L, viril. That's the name they was calling it melanin before they was calling it melanin. They was calling it the real or occultum. Occultum. You'll get that all in your book, The Dark Sun. So Beryl is what they call it. Now the guy that had this vision, Bulwer liked it. There's a lot of people had several visions at the turn of the century or at the late 19th century. So one had a vision called Bram Stoker's Dracula, Alpha Draconis, a whole lot of symbology into that. One had a vision, your whole H.P. Lovecraft had visions. Another guy by the name of Lord Doomsley. Several of these things come when they don't have the scholarship at that particular time. This stuff does not stay off the planet. It comes in several ways. How do you think the mythology came? The same way. So mythology can come now the same way it did thousands of years ago. Now, the Beryl power at Bulwer Lytton called The Coming Race, that was the name of his book, this guy named Bulwer Lytton wrote a book called The Coming Race, and the race of mankind. He said the name Beryl may be fiction, but the force itself is fact. This is what Blavatsky said. And as we look in India and as the existence of the Rishas, since it is mentioned in 6 secret works, these are the works. The vibratory force, which is aimed at many. Now, because the name of this book is called Alec McLeland, The Mysteries of Beryl Power. I think is the name of the book. The Mysteries of Beryl Power, B-R-I-L Power. Alec McLeland's book. And he goes on in the book to explain that it's also the mysteries of the Kundalini energy. Very key. So that's what they call it. The so-called, that's what they call it, the so-called reptilian people. They want you to be scared. That's your energy inside of you. Now, you got the rationalists, the atheists, that's the right man. Nihilists, that's pretty good. Everybody should be a damn nihilist. Look, a nihilist is a person who says, damn all this shit. It's about destruction. You know? So if white people want to end this thing, they're my allies. You know? I don't blame them. This thing is horrible down here. Now, so now the thing is chaos. The chaos is you got chaos mathematics now, chaos physics, chaos magic. 2 books, Introduction to Chaos Magic by Peter Carroll, called Liber Chaos. Peter Carroll. Introduction to Chaos Magic, Liber Chaos. That's Melanie. There's a book called Condensed Chaos. I was reading that chaos stuff by Phil Hines. Condensed Chaos, Phil Hines. Introduction to Chaos Magic. This is Melanie Magic. Peter Carroll. Liber Null and the Psychonaut. Introduction to Chaos Magic, Peter Carroll. Prime Chaos, Phil Hines. These are books on chaos magic. So, chaos realm. So, we went from this realm, we fell into the monotheistic shit and religion, then we come to the rationalists. And now, we'll come to the chaos realm called Pandemon, where you get the word pandemonium. Where you get the word pandemonium from. So you get the word pandemon, where you get the word pandemonium from. That comes from the Greek god Pan. The Greek god Pan is a version of the Egyptian god, or the Canaanite god, Amen-Ra. The Canaanite god, Amen-Ra. Let me show you a picture. Y'all see a picture? With your horns. This is the Greek god Pan, which is the Greek god Pan, which is the Egyptian god Amen-Ra with the same horns.
Yeah.
This is the Egyptian god Amen-Ra, the ram, the Greek god Pan, and you get the word pandemon, pandemonium. But as you can see, this thing has the This 5-pointed star, it has a white moon, a black moon, which represents the yin and the yang. It has the two serpents and caduceus coming out of that, which is the kundalini. It has breath, which is talking about both male and female energy. Both male and female energy. It has this spirit shooting out of the head. That's the Christ energy. All of this is stuff that was born and later on degraded and turned into images of the devil, because there's no image of the devil in the Bible. So where did you get these images from? So now we come back to the chaos realm. And this is what's tearing up the earth. That's why things are not like they're supposed to be. But that chaos realm is melanin, and that's called the virile power. Now let's go on. In Global Lightning's book, The Coming Race, he talks about this virile power. This vibratory force, which is aimed at an army, this is in the Ashtar Beta. Now this is the shit that's inside of you. This vibratory force, which is aimed at an army from an Agni rock, fixed with a flying vessel, a balloon, according to the instructions of the Ashtar Beta, will reduce to ashes 10,000 men, no, excuse me, 100,000 men, their elephants, as easily as it would a dead rat. So they're saying that there's something that you aim at this army that can reduce 100,000 men and their elephants, that's the fight machine at that day, to ashes, as well as it would a dead rat. Let's go on. This is the melanin now. Let me show you how to use this thing. As well as it would a dead rat. It is allegory in the Vishnu Prana. So one is the Ashtar Veda, is the name of one of these ancient books. There's another book called the Vishnu Prana. And in the Ramayana and other works, fable sage Kapalita, whose glance made a mountain of ashes of King Sara's 660,000 sons, which explained the esoteric works called Kapalita's eye, which is the third eye. So this thing, whatever it did, it made a mountain of ashes to King Sardra's 60,000 sons. This is text talking about this force that can just literally disintegrate things. Now let's go on. It is this satanic force that our generations were allowed to add to their stock of Antichrist boy toys, known as melanites. Hear that? Melanites, dynamite, clockwork orange explosives, and flower baskets, and other innocent names. This destructive energy, which once in the hands of a modern Attila, i.e. bloodthirsty Antichrist, would reduce Europe in a few days to a primitive, chaotic state, which no man will be left alive to tell the truth. Now wait a minute, get this again now. Hold on, I'm going to read this again. So you hear this thing. This satanic force that our generations are allowed to add to their Antichrist boy toys is known as melanite. To tell you, the melanin is an explosive. I'll go into that in a minute. Dynamite, clockwork orange explosives, flower baskets, and other innocent names. It is this destructive energy, melanin, which, once in the hands of a bloodthirsty Attila, i.e. bloodthirsty Antichrist, will reduce Europe in a few days to a primitive, chaotic state, which no man is left alive to tell the tale. It is this force that will become property, common property to all men alike. Not all men alike, all black men alike, or black women. So, what we're talking about here is a force that is inside of us. That the white boy knows he has to make garments by telling you to love. If this is an illusion, and it doesn't exist, then what the hell are you loving? That's an illusion. Let's go on. On opposite poles, both man and God encompasses within their own entire cosmos. Somebody give me a cup. Oh, I got one here. Let me get this right. Read this again. Y'all all right?
Yeah. Come on with it. Keep talking. We digest.
At opposite poles, both man and God encompasses within their own entire cosmos. Inside of your body is a cosmos. However, whereas God, well, get this right. However, whereas God continues by all virtue as being creator, illuminator, in whom everything is rooted in all potentiality, is hidden in man. Okay? Man's role is to complete the process, being an agent through whom which the powers of creation is fully achieved and made manifest. So in so many words, God is really nothing but a bunch of mass energy that can't do shit. It only can do shit through its agent,
That's us.
which is us.
Yep.
You see? You know how you got a big ass mountain, you can't get nothing, can't do nothing with a mountain, but you can chop a piece of rock off it and throw it and hit somebody in the head with it.
Kill him. That's right.
You see? So, man's role is to complete the process, being an agent through which the powers of creation are fully made manifest. What exists seemingly in God unfolds and develops in man. You see what I'm saying? Now, but he goes on to say, this is Gertrude Stroller in his book, The Kabbalah, but he goes on to say, because he's talking double talk, he said that the only way that this thing can be done, it has to be done by a Neoplatonic formula. So you don't know what that means. Platonism, or Platonism comes from Hermeticism, and Hermeticism is the wisdom of Tahuti. Tahuti is the wisdom of alchemy, and Hermeticism is another version of the wisdom of alchemy, which is the study of melanin. And Neoplatonism, Platonism is the study of the same Hermeticism, and Neoplatonism is the study of melanin. Platonic formula means melanin. So it says the unfolding of God through man can only be done through a melanin formula, a Neoplatonic formula. See, double talk, you know you'll never get this shit. You don't even know what that shit means. But it's a melanin formula. So the whole process of God is manifested through the melanin formula, which is the dark side of your soul, called the dark night of the soul, the shadow of God. You see. So there you have it. That is the Christos, or what they call the anointing one, the oil, the black oil of God. Y'all getting this?
Yes, we are.
Okay. All right. Metatron showed Zerubbabel a stone figure of a woman and said that Satan will lie with this woman, and their union will bring about a great wicked one called Amelius. And he is the evil son, the evil one. This stone figure will be a terrible appearance, hairy all over with red hair. You know who the hell is that now? A hairy man, evil one, all over with red hair. This is coming from the Zohar, which is a Hebrew Kabbalistic text found in Spain. Now look at this, because the Lord brought it up. Say it's going to be an evil one, that's hairy, terrible one, that's hairy all over with red hair. He will be 12 cubits high and his arms will reach down to his ankles. That's the white man. No one will be able to withstand Amelia, this red-headed, hairy all over cracker. He will conquer the whole world. He is in black and white, it's so hard. 700 years ago, talking about this goddamn cracker. He will slay Messiah ben Joseph, and he will disappear and scatter the sons of Israel all over the earth. That's you. Sons of Isis, Ra and El Elohim, sons, S-U-N-S-O-N, Horus, the Trinity, Mary, Joseph, and Jesus. Take your pick. Israel. He will scatter Israel all over the earth. But Messiah ben Joseph is slain. His staff will be passed to, it comes to God's command, and will be passed down to Messiah ben David. And in so many words, he's talking about this person will raise up and fight against this Armilius, which is this hairy one. Now in the book of Ezra, which is in the Apocrypha, it said it will be an eagle in the last days that will conquer the earth. And no one on the earth will be able to fight against this eagle. What's the eagle? United States government of all eagles. And in the last days, a lion, the Lion of Judah, the great Lion of the Sphinx. The Lion of Judah is the fucking Sphinx that's in the middle of the earth. The great beast, 666. Where's the beast? The beast is in the middle of the damn earth, the Sphinx. The Sphinx is the archetype of the Lion of Judah, which is basically the alchemical archetype of Horus on the horizon, which is also still talking about your soul melody. And this lion will rise up and will slay the eagle. Book of Ezra, the Apocrypha, which is, one of the Bibles that wasn't added to one of the books that wasn't added to the canonical Gospels and all that shit we talk about. Y'all all right? Let's go on. Let's go on. It says in the Kabbalah, it says, never curse Satan. Never ever curse Satan. He too will rise up as an angel of light. Because hell, you are Satan. Means man in the physical. There's a book called When Angels Take to Light. When Fallen Angels Take to Light. When fallen angels take to life. Y'all all right? Yeah. All right. Let's go on. Okay. Let's go on. Let's see what we got here. I just want to get through a whole lot of stuff at one time. We got so much stuff. See if I can find this particular part here. I think it's a Peter, no. I just want to get through some of these notes. Now, in this particular Hemmitt library, it gives you something that is very profound. It says, now the Creator has control in a place which is between the heavens and the earth. He is called Zeus, Yahweh, different names they call it. The Platonic Zeus, the Lord over the earth and the sea. But he does not possess the nourishment of all living creatures. For it is the core that bears the fruit. These forces are always powerful in a circle of the earth. Now, what they're talking about is this. It's always powerful and in a circle. I showed you the picture of the circle with the dot in the middle. They're saying, in actuality, that these forces are higher than what you call the God in the heaven. I'll explain that in a few minutes. I want to give you this thing right here, too. This came from London, England. right before Christmas. This came from London, England right before Christmas. And what it's talking about here is, H.P. Lovecraft, which is the guy that wrote a lot of the books on the Cthulhu mythos, and tapped into some ancient lore that his father and them, who was Masons, had found out and had known this stuff because the Moors brought a lot of this particular stuff up into Spain. And this is what it says. It says the last clause is critical. This generalized statement concerning the possibility of the human beings will not be entirely all human. So it's saying some of these human beings are not entirely all human. Now, this is what it says. It is not logically deductible from a single case of miscegenation. What Lovecraft appears to be suggesting here is that the inhabitants of a primal African city of white apes are not only the inhabitants, not only the missing link between ape and human, but the ultimate source of all white civilization. The last piece from 1999 going into goddamn 2000 that London England put out about their people. I'm gonna read this shit again. This is profound. I'm gonna read this again. Came out in 1999. What Lovecraft, and I'll go into the mystery of what he was actually talking about. What Lovecraft appears to be suggesting here is that the inhabitants of a primal African city of white apes are not only the missing link between apes and humans, but the ultimate source of all white civilization. The entire white race derived from a primal race in Africa, which this race had corrupted itself by intermingling with apes. This is the only explanation of the narrative opening statement. If we knew who we were, we should do as Sir Arthur Gentleman said, commit suicide. We might not all have white apes in our immediate ancestry, but we are all products of the ultimate miscegenation. Talking about white people. They made the movie Congo after these letters of H.P. Lovecraft did these letters in 1920. Finding out this particular information. That this primal African race corrupted itself by intermingling with apes. Now, this is what the story actually turns out to be. Some more information on this whole Yaku thing, which appears to be the only thing that we have. It appears to be the only thing that we have that we have several documents over and over and over and over again based on this shit being a created white man. The other shit is theory. The Egyptians say Hermetica. The Hermetic scripts is the oldest scripts in the world. Walter Scott's book, Hermetica. This is the Hermetic wisdom of Tahuti. The Hermetica says that the Egyptians say our biggest problem, our biggest mistake on earth is we learn how to make another man. Hermetica, black and white on your fucking ass. The Egyptians say this shit. This is 5,000, 6,000 years old. We got the damn documentation. We don't have to bullshit around with this shit no more. We come for scholarship and shut up in the ass. White man is created. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay.
Same time, huh?
So the Hermetica says that our biggest problem is we learn how to create the Egyptians see. We've learned our biggest problem is we created another man. Now, this miscegenation coming from London, England, 1999, this thing about the white ape, we didn't cohabitate with white apes or with these apes. What we did was, it was gene splicing, like the island of Dr. Moreau, where gene spliced ape DNA, pig DNA, other forms of animal DNA, into what you call a European. If the white boy got gene spliced and now you have 360 damn degrees and you can do anything, you know damn well you can do the stuff. Now, we have more document on this stuff than we can shake a stick at on this particular information, or it's making of the white man. You know, 4 races of men at the Temple of 71. The Temple of 71, the Dash Release of Vivian Eleanor, Ramesses V. 4 races of men. The Ruti, the Suti, the Hemmitt, which would be a person of my complexion in them days, and the Tamahu meaning the white, light, and ivory. Tamil meaning created, and Hu meaning white, light, and ivory. The Tamahu thus means the created white man, or created white people. Temple walls of 71. Now who I'm going to believe? Well, I'm going to believe some niggas say we mutated on a damn ice age. First of all, we need to squash this bullshit about us coming from some goddamn apes. We didn't come from no fucking apes. And I'm saying that I'm just as much a scholar as any other black ass bastard out here. And I ain't seen no documentation in my 10 years of studying the same shit that they studied, and all this extra stuff where they say we came from no apes. And ain't no motherfucker can prove that shit to us. We came from no apes.
That's right, Bobby.
We don't have one piece of documentation. None. But we have documentation of Charles Darwin being a part of the doggone secret society. Of the Illuminati. And they commissioned him to write the whole natural selection and Charles Darwin thing, to throw off the whole thing based on the black man and his history. Because the thing was, in the late 1800s was, well, because they had already found some heads in South Africa at the time. This was before Lucy. They found the original one, they found some ancient bones in South Africa. And they went and created that Piltdown man shit, where they tried to make a man some bones and buried it in England and dug the shit up, said they found this white man in England. But before they did the Piltdown man, the people was asking the question, well, if the black man is the oldest on the race, on the earth, where in the hell did this damn white man come from? So Charles Darwin and them concocted the whole ape thing to throw off this stuff about the black man. But they didn't. They show you clearly, they show a species of apes and they show at the end of a white man walking. You just gotta read the picture. Now, based on this thing here, they say it's the ultimate source of the white race. So they show a white man walking. Well, we got Charles Finch, and we got a lot of people in the Afrocentric community that bear witness to this bullshit because they work for universities. And when you work for the university, there's 2 kind of ways you got to do it to work for the university. Either you got to agree with the whole evolution shit based on the ape, or you got to go into the religious department. There can't be no in between. They say you got a choice. But if you're going to be a doctor and you're going to be credible based on white, European, left-brain education, you got to agree to the ape shit. So we even had the Afrocentric community teaching us about that old ape shit. Nubian Grimaldi. What kind of bullshit is that? You mean to tell me that we got the ancient Egyptians, the most advanced motherfuckers on the earth, and they can't tell you whether they came from some damn apes? And we got all this ancient African mythology, and all of it say that we came from a higher state of being. see what I'm saying? If we came from that, we would have said we came from that shit. But this was a doggone conspiracy. You see what I'm saying? And that's the pro-law stuff. So, the white man was concocted as a gene splicing of all these particular, and the white hair is fur. Because all animals have fur, and white hair is fur. It uses secretes the same oil as the animals secrete when they get in water and when they doggone don't wash. It's a protected coat that protects the skin of animals. Fleas and all that shit. All the night. Now, they tell you that we only use 1/10 of our brain. What, 1/10 or 1/3? 1/10 of our brain. He only uses 1/10 of his brain because he can only use 1/10 of his brain because he doesn't have the pineal section of the brain that gives access to the other regions of the brain. Since he runs the world based on 1/10 of the brain, and we function in that world of 1/10 of the brain, we only use 1/10 of the brain based on conditioning. You see? Based on conditioning. But the Ruti and the Suti created the Hemmitt and the Tamahu. Last release of Biblia of Illinois. You can get this in Book of the Beginnings, Volume 1, page 27, which is the Mystery Pages to Diop, Ancient African Origin of Civilization, talking about the Tamahu, but he didn't put that part about them being the created white man because he was married to the white woman. You see. He was married to the white woman. The text in Jeremiah also translated in his Jeremiah's lecture is, these people are like unto spittle, which means they're like spit. They have a pig snout and they have tails. That's in the Jeremiah's lecture. Going right along. Y'all all right? Yeah. So this whole ancient is for white people. It ain't got nothing to do with us. But we done bought into this foolishness. Messing around because a lot of those particular the scholars had to deal with that stuff based on this eighth thing is standard in the doggone university. The pineal gland produces a sand-like substance called melatonin or melanin. The discovery made in 1959 by Aaron Leonard of Yale University. Some say 53, some say 59. The year was later determined that melatonin or melanin was manufactured by serotonin, a useful substance found among many places in the blood, the hypothalamus region of the brain, which is all your pineal pituitary gland of the brain, in dates, bananas, plums, and some figs. Found in tropical climates known as the Ficus regulus. Serotonin first was extracted from a rye grain, which was infected by a parasitic fungus called ergot, which was synthetically produced today as called hallucinogenic drug LSD. That LSD was artificial melanin. That's why they had to cut the shit out. Some say, as yet to be fully understood, LSD can produce serotonin of sensations of intensified consciousness, of cosmic awareness, and oneness, by seemingly blocking out the rational faculties of the mind. Now that's key. Because everything you deal with is based on logic and rationale and common sense. And if it's logic and rational and make common sense, it ain't for your ass. Because really, you don't function on goddamn common sense no more. So obviously don't go there because you ain't going there no way. But that's spiritual. Like I said last night, how can you mathematically explain a black person who danced? Now, I ain't talking about no two-step, no choreography type thing when the white people got to learn over and over these steps. I'm talking about a nigga coming down the line on Soul Train. Now, we're not talking about the sisters now doing all the sexy stuff, but I'm talking about, you see these brothers now. You can't mathematically put no kind of number, no equation on what they do. We're talking about rhythms in between the damn rhythms. You get it? That's not logical. That's not rationale. That means we're talking about something that is beyond the earth plane. So, the LSD was used to block out the rational senses. That's why you come here and you hear these lectures over and over and over again. What we don't do, we don't support our businesses. We don't spend in our community. We don't generate, and all that's logical, rationale, and good common sense. That just don't work for you because you're not human. Quit thinking like a human. The human was the stage that you were in for a couple of thousand years up to about 2,000 years ago. Since then, you have been in a way station, a limbo, trying to get to the next paradigm. See? That shit don't even mathematically equate with you. You see what I'm saying? So, it is suggested that scientists say that LSD somehow alters the concentration of serotonin in the brain cells and in the pineal gland. It has been postulated that in this life, that the sacred bow tree in which Buddha sat and meditated under was the Stichus regulus plant that provided his diet and means of illumination. The bow tree that he meditated under in the story is nothing but the pineal gland. Nothing but the pineal gland. Now, going right along. Y'all all right? Yeah. Going right along. Let's go on. See if we die here. Okay, yeah. Let me give you some of them right now before y'all go. Ain't going nowhere. Okay. Let me give you some of them right now. How? Okay. The warfare power.
Got a good time.
Coming out anyway. This gut is not a gut. This is a hood over a hot rod. Hood over a hot rod. Now, the ritual, we want to give a ritual for, this is one for money. This is one you can get some money, immediate money on Monday, starting on Monday. And this is just a ritual to elect box. His name is elect box. That's what E-L-E-G-B-A. Huh? E-L-E-G-B-A. It says elect box. Or Eshu. E-S-H-U. Same person. And basically what you do is you go to 4 corners. A corner over here, a corner over here, a corner over here, a corner over here. 4 corners on each street, crossroads. And you take 16 pennies and you put face down those 16 pennies on each corner. There's 16 pennies on each corner. You're going to put 4 pennies on this corner, 4 pennies on that corner, 4 pennies on each corner, face down on a Monday. Then you're going to ask the leg box for financial lead or financial assistance. Takes about 7 days, and don't look for it to come the way you want it, but it will come in some form. You get it?
Got it.
It will come in some form or some fashion. Okay, now, the other one is, okay, just get this one too. Now, I mentioned last night that you got a person messing with you, bothering you, on the job, boyfriend, nigga mad with you, girl mad with you. Anybody bothering you, you go get you some coffee, liquid coffee, no decaf, and pour that coffee in a brown bottle. You know, root beer bottle, whatever, you know, but make sure the paper's off the side, so get one of them root beer bottles. Then take a brown piece of paper, rip it off, a little brown piece of paper, and write that person's name on it. And then set the bottle on top, just put it like on the dresser, or on the altar, on the mantle, and you set the bottle on top of the piece of paper. On top of the piece of paper. And that person will not mess with you anymore. And keep it on there until he stops, and then just leave it on there for a while. My mama, like I said, my mama be putting the bottle on there down there and bullet. Now, you can also do this for bill collectors. Also. Now, you cut your ritual by doing shit like that. Each name gotta have a bottle if you're gonna do it that way. Yes. Don't be cheap now. Might backfire.
Big money.
But you can also put bill collectors on that one also too. Now, another one we got from the Native American Lounge is based on creative visualization and imagination. You imagine a ball of light coming from behind your neck. A little ball of light. And you imagine that ball of light, when you go up in the courtroom or into the jury, you hit the judge, you hit the jury, you hit the prosecuting lawyer with that ball of light. And you will them to do what you want them to be done, what you want to be done. You see. So you imagine the ball of light and you hit them in the face with that ball of light. This stuff works, because I had a cracker one back in 94. I was going to Detroit to do a lecture, and the sister sent me a whole ass ticket. And the woman said I needed about $60 to reactivate it. I said, I ain't got no money. I'm going to get some damn money. And she was like, no, you can't do that shit. No, you can't do it. So I was like, and I thought about it, and I took the ball out and hit her in the face. She said, okay, then, now you go. Let me go. So cracker one. Redneck. But, so you can, that's one you can also do. Now, for the other love ritual, for the ones who didn't get this, you get a, this is another love ritual. You get a clear bottle. You get a clear bottle. You take honey and put in the clear bottle.
All right.
You take a pink piece of paper about like this. Pink piece of paper. You tear it off. You write that person's name on the paper. I see y'all women damn hands is going a million miles an hour. You write that person's name on the piece of paper. Then you take the piece of paper and you take a pink sheet or pink something pink and you make an altar by draping something over, over something wooden. Most of the time you make an altar. You take a pink piece of pink cloth and you drape it over something wooden. That makes an altar, just like you drape a table. And you take a pink piece of paper and you put it on the altar. And you write on top of that pink piece of paper, Erzuli. That's E-R-O-Z-L-I-E. E-R-O-Z-U-L-I-E. E-R-O-Z-U-L-I-E. Erzuli. Write that on the top of the paper. That's the goddess of love. That's the voodoo when you sit there with the heart shape. You know, Erzuli. E-R-O-Z-U-L-E. Erzuli. You write that on the top of the paper. You put that bottle on top of the paper with Erzuli and that person's name on it. Then you get you a pink 7-day candle and put beside the bottle and light that candle. And light that candle. You got that? And in so many words, that'll work. Pink 7-day candle and light that candle. Now that's one. Let me give you the last. I got the little rituals. There's several ones I got, some that I gave you in the ritual thing yet. In that, the people about the rituals today, you need a white candle, a red candle, and a black candle. Stand before, and you light those candles, and the only thing you have to do is read those rituals off the best you can by pronouncing those names. So what you do is you practice on pronouncing those names. You don't have to get them right. You don't have to get them perfect, just pronouncing the best you can. And where they say you have to get stuff, all you do is just read it out. That's the people who brought those rituals. You see, red candle, black candle, white candle. Read it out and pronounce the word the best you can. And wherever say you have to get stuff, you just read that out loud. And you say it out loud, and those things will work. What's that?
Are you going kind of fast? What are you doing with Bruce's name?
You put it on top of you write it on top, and take a pink piece of paper and you write the person's name on it, and you put Erzuli's name on the top, at the top of the pink piece of paper. And you set it on the top of the pink paper, just like you put the brown bottle on top of the brown paper bag. Paper. Now, the next thing is for big money. Man, I sure hope. I don't know what that CIA. Don't slow it. The next thing is for big money. Big money. You're gonna get a pink candle, 2 pieces of parchment paper. Don't ask me where to get it from. You get it from any place that sells stationery. 2 pieces of parchment paper. Do you have anything back there that scissors, like some type of kernels or something like that? You don't want no problem. Yeah, whatever the deal is, whatever the shit I ate. I mean, it's good stuff. Don't get me wrong, I ate it and it was good going down when you talking. You know, you can get some of this gas. Yeah. You get 2 pieces of parchment paper, a pink candle, a white paper bag, white 2 pieces of parchment paper, a white plate. White plate. No, white. When we say white, never, ever, ever give the damn man, you gonna get us a paper plate. Styrofoam, white plate. No running around it. It's gotta be all white. Okay? Solid white plate. If Goodwill have a lot of those plates. No, I think you better buy a damn plate. I think you better buy a plate. Don't go into Goodwill. Go buy a plate. Your sincerity is your credential.
All right.
Okay. White plate, white paper bag, 2 pieces of parchment paper, pink candle, some honey. Some honey. Some honey. You gonna drink a white paper, no, you're gonna drape a white sheet on the table. You're gonna put this on the table. You're gonna drape a white sheet on the table. Yeah, you need a wooden table because you're going to have to do something. You're going to need a string and a thumbtack. Got that? Now, you need a string and a thumbtack. And you're going to, what you're going to do is you're going to put Erzuli with that E-R-Z-U-L-I-E on identical on the top of each parchment paper. Okay. You might well bring the whole thing on up here. On the parchment paper. Parchment paper, that's sheet candy. Now, you're going to put a Zuli on that parchment paper. And you're going to write exactly what you want financially for whatever you want in your own words, identical on both sheets of paper. Got that? Okay. On both sheets of paper. Then you're going to take one piece of paper, you're going to put it on the plate. You're going to take the plate, you're going to set it on the table. You're going to take the pink candle and you're going to put it beside it. Got that? Huh? One piece of paper, you put it on the plate. You take the pink candle and you put it on the table beside the plate. Doesn't matter. Then you're going to take the other piece of paper and you're going to put it in the white piece of paper bag. You're going to take the paper bag and you're going to twist it and roll it up at the top so it make a balloon like. You know how you roll it? Twist it at the top like a balloon. You're going to take a string and you're going to tie it around the top. Get a string. Doesn't matter about string. Yeah, get a white string. I don't know, a mock string. I don't know, shoe string or whatever. And you're going to twist it at the top. You're going to take this string and you're going to tie it around the top of the bag like a balloon on a string. With the piece of paper with what you wrote on it, on the inside of the bag, with a Zulu on the top of it. Then, the piece, the piece of paper inside of the bag. Yeah. Then you're gonna, I said, he turning that shit over fast to get that money, Richard. Oh, hell. Then you're gonna take a thumbtack, and you're gonna take the string and let the bag hang down like a balloon hanging down, and you're gonna directly put it under the table and tack it under the table so the bag hangs down with the thumbtack and the strings are directly tacked under the table and the plate on the top. You get it? So you're gonna go up under the table, you're gonna take the bag with the balloon, with the bag hanging down with the string. You're gonna go up under the table and you're gonna tack it under the table so the bag hangs down up under the table.
Under the plate.
Right up under the plate on top of the table.
Right. Yeah.
You got that? The paper, the parchment paper that is on top of the table, on the plate, you're going to take the honey and you're going to pour some honey on top of it. The one that's on the plate, you're going to put honey, pour honey on top of it. With the word spaced up, yes. You're going to pour honey on top of that paper. And you're going to light the candle. And pretty much that is it. What's that? Okay, and that's one, celebrate Canada, that's one for the big money. This ritual, they go to Haiti and they get this thing. They come back and they will take this thing and they will put it in they will have a party. And they'll have this party. And they'll invite all these people and they'll charge like $100. And then you get in, they have all this food and stuff, and then at the end of the day, now they'll give you this big money ritual. Well, the sister got the ritual one day and called me and gave me the ritual the next morning, so lucky me. That's why I give it to you, and I give it out of the lecture. I never did it before. Most people have done it in the lecture, said it works. I never did it before at all because I never do any of these and stuff because I don't know. That's the way things go. Yeah, all candles always supposed to be 7 days when you deal with this kind of stuff. What's that? What time is it?
It's not 1. It's about 5 to 1.
5 to 1. Okay. Good. You just take those and just set up red, black, and white candles, light them, and then recite those rituals I gave you in front of them. Yeah. Now, let me keep dropping. It's 1 o'clock. How many hours is that? That's it. Okay. Well, we don't know. You don't really have to do that. Let's go with the flow. What? Those are also some stuff called Polynomics. Dark side of Santeria also too. let me go into this last thing. Huh?
Warfare plan.
Yeah, let me go into this warfare thing. First of all, let me go into this. Melanin also works through sleep. The key to shut down the melanin is sleep deprivation. They make sure if you got a career, you can't get good sleep. That's the trade-off. That's slavery.
Yeah.
Career means you can't get good sleep. The key is, the ancients, if they didn't have rituals and stuff they did at night, they would go to bed. So they could get a certain amount of sleep, because melanin works through sleep. They train you in this society, when you're a child, they tell you got to go to bed. And you see the adults stay up. So in your mind, part of being grown is you get to stay up late. So therefore, that's your prize now. You see, sleep is a journey into the other realm. When you go to sleep, you go to the dream realm. The dream realm is the real world. This is the illusionary world. I talked about that last night. This is the illusionary world. When you go to sleep, you go to the real world. It's just that the phenomenon in this world, the illusionary phenomenon, can't manifest what you see in that world, so it has to manifest what's in this world, and you get all this crazy shit. You know, you riding a bicycle, eating some ice cream, and talking on the telephone at the same time. But every now and then, you go to that realm, and the dream realm will give you lucid dreams to give you warnings and visions into this world on what needs to be done while you're in this particular hellhole. But that is the realm on the other side, the dream realm. One of the things that's going to be fought on the dream realm, which is the real realm. Now, what you need to do is get you either some chamomile tea or some valerian root. That's real good. Take about 4 of them. You see, valerian root, or some stuff to put you to sleep. That's the natural stuff. The other stuff, the Salmonex and all that other stuff, you know. But you want to try to get a certain amount of sleep. We're not talking about regular sleep. We're talking about deep sleep. See, it's a difference. You get sleep, but you don't get a deep sleep. The deep sleep, when you get a deep sleep, the Upanishad say, you go into your higher self. So the key is we don't get deep sleep because we live in an urban setting with all these lights, and you know, when you sleep down, you wake up several times a night, you just go right back to sleep. You don't get a deep sleep like a sedated sleep. Now, anybody tell you that when you get shot or you get sick, the first thing the doctors tell you is you need is rest. Because that's what regenerates the body. Especially with us, because we heal ourselves overnight, because that's what melanin does. You heal yourself by it. So, this particular sleep that we're talking about, you get a deep sleep, you go to that particular realm, and you can also heal yourself. Now listen, that's called dreamland. Dreamlands are an alternative dimension accessible through a person's dream. Early in life, most people can enter into dreamland and will. But by adulthood approaches, as adulthood approaches, this gateway closes to the majority of dreamers, or humanity. Only a few adults have been able to enter into this land again through some form of narcotics or simply a dedicated dreaming. Some physical portholes between dreamland and the waking world do exist. But these gateways are few and often found in dangerous locales in between both realms. Now, they say that these dreamlands, you have them when you're children. That's why children have all these nightmares. But they close up. So, what happens is this. This stuff, the less sleep you get, you'll hear this is the doorway. The more sleep you get, the more and more you get closer to the doorway. The less sleep you get, the more and more you go from the doorway. So sleep is literally, it's like a build-up. So the more sleep you get, this deep sleep, the more and more you get to this doorway. Now what happens is, when you first start taking these particular keys, or the valerian root, that's the one, you take 4 or 5 of them. When you wake up, you'll be drowsy. You just drink a lot of water. The water will dilute fast, and you can wake up better. Just drink a lot of water. Now what happens here is, when you take these things, you're going to feel, when you first do it the first day, you'll feel rested, and if you do it about 2 or 3 days, you'll wake up feeling real bad. That's because that's called the melancholy stage, and that particular stage is these particular energies that's raising up through the body, and they're purifying the system and detoxifying the system and all. But a lot of the spiritual things that you need to happen, and a lot of the energy that you need to happen, is going to come based on the amount of sleep you get. But we're not talking about regular rest. We're talking about a deep sleep. So however you sedate your ass, do it. Well, what you want is valerian root. Valerian root. Don't ask me how to spell it. Valerian root. The herb. That particular secret, what's that? I'll take about 4. I'll take 4 tablets for the valerian root. Yeah, it comes in pills. I mean, you can't, yeah. So, it does that. Now, let me explain what this warfare is and how this thing works. What I do for a living is, I do the lectures, but in actuality what I do is I do research, and I do experiments, and I'm actually on a journey. And this journey, I try to find solutions to the problems of the people and the problems of the whole doggone life itself. And I understand based on the spiritual part, I've been doing several rituals. Between 93 and 96, I did these rituals. Got a lot of energy, but I didn't get the results I needed. So I abandoned them, and I went through this whole dark side thing that I was talking about in the last couple of hours. And then, the 1st of 99, I started back the ritual. So I did a ritual on New Year's night. Not New Year's night, I did one on the Super Bowl night. Because that was a major ritual they did in that whole Super Bowl with the Titans and the Rams. And I knew when the Titans got in there, which we are the Titans, I knew that the Rams was going to beat them, because you sacrifice the gods to the, you sacrifice the Rams to the gods, and this they get a reverse example, sacrifice the gods to the Rams. That's the reverse, this whole thing. So I did a ritual that night, not because of the Super Bowl, just the Spirit told me to do the ritual, and just so I could fall on the Super Bowl, I said, oh, okay, and that's even some more energy. So I did the ritual, and this whole dream thing started coming through that I was just talking about. But I knew it was going to be something else coming. About a month later, they said, well, the last rituals you had done in 96 was some voodoo rituals, or Vodun, or what you call voodoo, or Vodun rituals. Go back and transfer the rituals you're doing now with the voodoo thing. So so I did another one on March 19th. These rituals. When I did the rituals this time, I asked for a certain amount of power and a certain amount of energy. And what you do is, I gave my body up for sacrifice. I said, well, you all come and eat on my body, and you get strong. Meanwhile, I'll get strong based on you all being inside the body. It's a form of a sacrifice type thing and all. So I did it, and lo and behold, I hit gold. As soon as I got to bed that night, them motherfuckers came. And it was almost like 1,000, almost like a little millions of little people all up in my face, crawling around and shit all in my body. And I started laughing. I was happy because I said, I hit gold, I got this thing. And there was with me about about 2 or 3 days, but then I didn't drink no water, and damn near starved to death, and they had to leave and shit because they were about to die. Leave and shit because they almost had to die up in that stuff. The main thing is you got to drink the water, because there's nothing but pockets of melanin anyway. But the empowerment is, we got to turn to this particular voodoo energy now. The book Secrets of Voodoo, Milo Regard book, that regard book down there, is one of the good books to get into this particular energy. But what you want to do here is I'm working on a form of warfare that I'm getting ready to go into the offensive with the government to fight the government based on this whole thing head up with these particular energies. Now remember that these are the same energies that Toussaint Overture and them used to free Haiti from the doggone Napoleon.
All right. They don't like them today.
So if something is that powerful to fight the world power at that time was Napoleon. And these energies, as they get older, they get even stronger. So these are energies that we need to line up behind. And it's just that these are very spiritual energies that the government turned around and did a campaign because they never forgot that they got their behinds with Toussaint and them in Haiti. So they did a campaign in the 1950s to say that all this shit was evil. And they did it so well until now, even with the word voodoo, it scared the hell out of you. That's because of mind control and the way they did it. And it's more spiritual than any other thing that you got and stuff. It's just as spiritual as anything you think is sacred. And it ain't nothing but the energies inside of you and the ancestral energy, which is shadow matter or what they call melanin. And so this stuff actually works. Now I know I'm on stuff because I did a lecture down in Atlanta on the 18th of June called the Voodoo Chaos War. And the government was so scared they had 5 helicopters flying around the building for the whole lecture down there. You see what I'm saying? So this is energy that we can actually use at this particular time to go head up with the doggone powers that be. What's that, sister?
I was thinking that when you said the brown bottom and the brown bag.
Yeah. You can use these, what you can do is you can take these rituals and you can transform these rituals into greater sense of reality. Now, you know the strongest ritual is the one that you write yourself. Now that's how I was able to do it. You write out, and you don't have to do it for warfare. You can do it for anything you want. You know what I'm saying? You write out a poetic gesture of what you want in poetic form. You take these gods that you will find in this Milo the Gods book, and you write out this poetic gesture, and you take these gods and you literally use them and explain what you want. You see what I'm saying? And explain what you want. Yeah, I can give you a name of it. I can give you some. I can give you the chief ones that you can write out. I would suggest that you get this book. This is one of the best books out because it's this is a little small pamphlet. But this book here, Milo the God's book, R-I-G-A-U-D, Secrets of Voodoo. You get a hold of this book, it has not only all of the pantheon, the major pantheon that you need. It's got almost 250 different gods, but you just need the major ones. And basically get your bucket of water and you pour your libation. But it also gives you all of the babies. Which is the sigils or the symbols. And this is the only one to give you all of the babies. You see. And you can just Xerox these blow them up or whatever, and you know, and use them. And it gives you all the babies, and it gives you everything. And this is one of the best books on the market. Secrets of Voodoo by Milo, M-I-L-O, R-I-G-A-U-D. R-I-G-A-U-D, Regard. Excellent book. This guy grew up in Port-au-Prince. And an excellent book also too. Now, some of those symbols you can see all of these that you see here is in there. This is another thing here. That's called polynomial and stuff. But this is that. You see, you just need to get your voodoo, that Secrets of Voodoo book, and you need to study that. Libation, you saw how I do libation? Well, that's just simple. You just get you some water and call out the name of the god and pour it the water either in a plant or in a bucket. Now, that's, you know, stuff is, you can do stuff that's real simple. Now, in this book, Kundalini for a New Age, by Gopi, the sacred writings of Gopi Krishna, they say that the Indian government, East Indian government, did a study in the 70s, and they found out that there are devices in the body that will come online and destroy everything that it needs to destroy if the race is threatened overtly. That's why they got, especially in the last days of this energy, that's why they got to come and sneak to kill you off. And everything is done in secret now, because if they outright turn and say, we're going to fight you, these energies will come online and kill up everything. Now,
like adrenaline light or something.
yeah, but its energy is called Kalas, Shaktis, and Ojas. Don't ask me how to spell it. Kalas, Shaktis, and Ojas. Now, there's a way that you can use this energy to fight warfare just in your everyday life or whatever you need to do. Now, what you want to do, you go in a courtroom or whenever you have some kind of impossible odds that you need to get through. There's a way you do this. And I explained this to some people last night. Whatever you do to get yourself horny and turned on, whether it be some porno, whether it be somebody rubbing up against you, or whatever it is, but the thing is you got to get real horny. Now you get real horny. You got to get real horny. Lust is good. That's a force of energy. You know what I'm saying? You think it ain't good. That's a real force. You get real horny, you might rip off a nigga clothes. What's up? You know what I'm saying? Now, this is sexual energy and spiritual sexual energy that you can use, based on this particular energy. There's a book back here, but the one I want you to get is there's several books on sex transfer, but the book I want you to get is the Dr. John Mumford's book called Ecstasy Through Transfer by Dr. John Mumford. And the reason why I want you to get that book, Mumford, M-O-M-F-A-R-D, is because he showed you all these things around the world, and in Hemmitt and in India, all this stuff on sex transfer. That's one of the best ones out. Ecstasy Through Tantra. These are some exercises you can do where you imagine a spiritual smoke or a spiritual energy wrapping around your chakras and these snakes intertwining with each other. are things you'll get in that particular book. They show you these things. This is an excellent book. Other creative visualization will show the chakras and all of that type of stuff going on. You imagine this stuff while you're doing this particular energy. Now, one of the mysteries of the sex tantra is that the male cannot ejaculate. The females, you can ejaculate because you don't lose as much energy as the males. You see what I'm saying? Multiple ejaculation sometimes probably climaxes or orgasms might be problems because you might lose a lot, you spend a lot of energy. But you can come a little bit if you want to. You should. To women, all power is given. They are succubus, which means they're negative energy, and I'm not talking about negative as in bad. Negative as in the substance, the ultimate black hole in the universe. We are incubus, which means that we get it drawn up out of us. You see what I'm saying? Which we lose energy. And that's why here's the most Hemmitt say that males are degenerative females. A male is a degenerative female. So weaker and lesser entity. Well, you have to deal with that shit, but
We already knew my wife coming home. You said his wife tell him all the time.
she say that all the time. But anyway, and you know that when it comes to sex and shit, you be a hot shit, but you know, after you bust your nut, that's it, you through here. You know. But anyway, but what you want to do here in this thing here, and this is for both male and female, that's the sex tantra. But what you want to do in this thing is, let's say if you wanna go to court, or you wanna get something done financially, you wanna get, you wanna get some things to line up the right way. What you do is you get very horny, and then you go in and you meditate, or you take the valerian root and get a deep sleep, but you don't do nothing about the horniness. You store up this energy, and when you store up this energy, your aura, which is around you, becomes thicker. And when your aura becomes thicker, you basically can do anything you want based on your own mental mind by doing that. Because that energy is so powerful. And so if you take the same energy when you are lustful and horny, and you project it mentally with whatever you want to do, because first thing you're going to do when you wake up in the morning, you're going to feel all this energy. So these ojas and shaktis that's inside of, right at the root chakra, at the base of, it would be at the base of the, in a man it would be between the anus and the scrotum. A cystic would probably be maybe in the actual, the clitoris or whatever. But these energies, they can only be tapped in through lustful sex. And all these areas you said, like these sexual demons, all those is ancient astral energies. And once those energies are pulled up and you don't expend them into sex, basically with male you just push the shit out and lose it all. So even a male, if you can get past that, somebody take one off, and you don't expend it, then this is energy that builds up in your body and it radiates from your aura, and basically you can use your own mind to do shit with this sexual energy. Now that's what the Kundalini energy is sexual energy. to go up. So one of the meditative techniques is to, when you sit down, after you get real horny, you imagine a fire shooting up your spine. Just shooting up your spine into your third eye. And you just imagine that fire shooting up your spine for a good 10 or 15 minutes. Then you go to sleep. You see what I'm saying? Then you go to sleep. And this is sexual energy that you can use to do what you want on a certain level. Now let's say if you wanted to fight a war, you wanted to do some shit, you wanted to shut down City Hall, or you wanted to do some stuff major. Basically, you get a whole bunch of people together and you get lustful or horny.
Don't do that.
Well, you know, in a sex tantra you can do something, but that's going to be kind of hard on the male, because you have to practice on that shit. Because you're going to fuck up the first couple of times trying to keep from not busting that nut. So you're going to make a few mistakes on that shit. You know what I'm saying? So you have to practice on it. You know, a couple of times you might get it to the point where you can, okay, I got to stop. You know. But it's going to be hard as hell the first couple of times. But you want to get to a particular, now this is all science. You can't be looking at this shit like, this is some crazy stuff. That's why we fuck up. Because man is training you to look at shit as being grotesque. And in actuality, this is advanced stuff that our ancient people knew. You see? And if knowledge comes to you based on something that you agree with, that ain't knowledge. That's masturbation. Fucking amen, Conan, what the hell is that? You supposed to be like, I didn't know that shit. That's knowledge. Something you didn't know. Not the shit you go, yeah, that's right. That ain't knowledge, that's masturbation. So, you want to get together as a group and do some stuff, but you want to store that energy. Or you want to get together by yourself, and we're going to all get horny tonight and come out. Just think about a whole bunch of people who get released. Hell, you be bad as hell, first of all. But then what you do as you come together, if you get a certain amount of people in a certain place thinking of the same thing at the same time, you can knock down the whole building based on this force. And that's the real force they're talking about, where they talk about with one glance kill an army. But they're talking about it's the same Kundalini energy or the Kundalini force. So, to familiarize yourself with that, I just give you parts of it on the video. You need to get Dr. John Mulford's book, which I think is one of the best ones. You see what I'm saying? Here's another one. Here's another one, it's a little more advanced. Well, it's not as, Dr. John Mulford's book is a little more scholarly. This one just gives you several other authors. It's called Modern Sex Magic, Secrets of Erotic Spirituality. Modern Sex Magic, Secrets of Erotic Spirituality by Donald Michael Craig. Donald Michael Craig, K-R-A-I-G, is the guy who wrote it, and several other authors. Modern Sex Magic by Donald Michael Craig. This one is on the market now also, but the Dr. John Mumford book, Ecstasy Through Cancer, is the one I want you to get to show you all the stuff on the monuments, which gives you these pictures also too, like that. It gives you those pictures like that also too. So let's go into a question and answer. Get the ball rolling, because questions are answers.
Hey, Father, I'm the Supreme Book down there. Can you give the name of that one? The Supreme Book on the floor.
Lost Light, Alvin Boyd Q. Lost Light, Alvin Boyd Q. K-H-U-N.
Is that how it is?
You have to go to the Alvin Print Book Company, Kessler. You get it? Okay, what's that now?
I have a question about water.
Yeah.
I understand earlier the reason why you suggested we drink as much as we do.
Yeah.
My question is concerned is how to get good water to be trusted with the
I see. As long as it ain't safe water, as long as it's purified, see, okay, long as it's not safe water, purified water, which one you like? Distilled water, which I think is the best.
Right.
Steam distilled water, you know, because I mean, the whole other, you know, I mean, to me, after you drink a whole lot of water, you can't drink a lot of the whole spring water. It tastes nasty. So I'm just saying, whatever water that you can get, it doesn't really matter, because the melanin is going to add all that to it, as long as it's just not the stuff that's coming out of the sink. You know, I think we get too deep into that type of stuff and all, but what we're talking about here is we're talking about the properties is already in the body to heal, and it can override all the other stuff based on what other kind of water and all that. If you go into all that kind of stuff, you're going to lose yourself in all that particular aspect.
The reason I asked the question is you did a thing on television explaining that bottled water the same as what's in the tap.
Yeah, I understand that and all, but I'm saying if it's being distilled, then that's pretty much, you know, that's why I say being distilled. If you're not sure, just water or whatever, you know what I'm saying. But I mean, how can you be sure? I mean, living in hell, so.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I think your body can override a lot of that based on mind and based on this energy if you open up those big powers. Okay, you and then you and then you.
Okay, just like people that have diabetes and things.
Yeah.
Water, that's what you're saying, right? Like,
Yeah.
I go back to tell my grandmother that water.
Yeah, let me tell you, water.
Instead of running to the doctor.
Well, that's the misfortune about old people. They're just going to have to die off because they think the doctor is God. They're not going to convince them.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? That's just the misfortune about it. They will listen to that white doctor before they listen to you. You can tell them the water shit, but if you try to keep it from the doctor, you got a fight on your hands. So I mean, you know, how old is you?
75.
It don't matter. The Egyptians say foolish is the long live. And for what I just told you, who gives a damn? Foolish is the long live. You know what I'm saying? You know, so I mean, however that thing goes, number one, insulin shuts down the pancreas. So we don't even be fucking with the doctors anyway. We're giving those people that doggone diabetes and stuff like that. So what's that?
Because we've been taught fear, how do you override that? Because you were giving examples about how you made your sacrifice and the little things was easy.
Yeah.
Something like that would scare me.
It wouldn't scare you.
Right.
You override it by trying to find out more about death. And that same guy, Dr. John Mumford, got a book out on death called The Mysteries of the Secrets of Death. Give me a book on death. The more you fall in love with death and try to understand about death, the more you can override that fear. What's that?
I think one question. One, I heard one of your lectures say that there's a little stress on the phone. How you back it up? I want to know. I never heard that.
I mean, well, I mean, look. Look.
Ain't nobody gonna tell him.
No. That's the least of my problem. That's the least of my thing. I'm not even. My point is this. I decided the last couple of months that, and honestly, the people gonna deal with what people gonna deal with, and I'm beginning to see now that what things does is the profound shit that's supposed to get you off the planet is overwritten by the other shit that in actuality is futile. Who gives a damn? So that's why I decided not to even deal with stuff no more based on some stuff like that and all, because we're dealing with the profound stuff, and I know how people always go to the other little stuff like that and all, or whatever the deal is based on some stuff like that and all. So, after almost 6 years of just dealing with all, 8 years of dealing with all kind of stuff and all, it's really futile. You know what I'm saying? What's that?
Could you speak of the dream world?
Yeah.
Can you be a wide awake and have dreams and
Yeah, it's called lucid. That is called lucid dreaming.
Lucid, yeah.
That is called lucid dreaming. Lucid dreaming is when you wake up in the dream.
I mean, but you wide awake.
Yeah, that's what it is. You're still in the dream, wide awake. That's called lucid dreaming. Yes, you can. Huh? No, this is you literally wake up inside your dream. You literally wake up inside your dreams, and that's called lucid dreaming. So you can do that. What's that, brother? Autonomous. What? I know there's I never heard of autonomous. I heard of can't tell why they call it autonomous. But autonomous, I don't think I ever heard of that. What happened? You heard of it? You heard it? Then that's your name, then. The Egyptian name, autonomous, probably, that's just your name. That's you Egyptian God called autonomous. Because it ain't written in the Lord, ye are God. So you will be that God. What's that?
You know, I heard when you were talking about death, you know, and how you have to change your whole concept, or like you said, fall in love with it. Now, a lot of people have gone back to the representation of the arm. Can you give me an explanation of how the arm is similar? Come on, y'all.
Hey, the lecture's still going on.
Thank you. How the arm represents eternity or similar life?
That's simple. You know, it's really, when you heard of the loop and the womb, all that stuff characterized, I did get this particular thing on another science on it, was that little hole that did you see the loop? They said that the Egyptians could literally take that hole, and they were advanced enough, based on the energy, that they could see visions of the future and the past through that loop. So they use it as also a transmitter. And I just give you that's some other information that came up based on that type of thing. Now the other thing is that the ark is serialized and all this forming across, you know what I'm saying? But there's several symbols. You know, you got the book, the ark. Oh, you know, there's several symbols in all. I think pretty much it's been explained in those people what's on that particular part now. You see what I'm saying? What's that, brother? Yeah. Wait, hold on, hey, y'all, now we got, check this out, y'all, now, hey, check it out. We got the video still going, so y'all fucking up the video all the damn talking. Go ahead.
I heard you talk once before about alpha being harnessed.
Yeah.
Could you maybe
Alpha Draconis is the highest part of the region of the hemisphere of space. The constellation of Draco. The Great Mother, or the energy, or the feminine energy, is also named Draco. Or you get the word dragon, which gives you in mythology Leviathan, Typhon, Apep, Lilith, all these different names to talk about dragons. Physiologically, it is the Kundalini serpent in us. Astrologically, it's the constellation of Alpha Draconis, which is the northern hemisphere of the entire universe. And this is all the region of the Great Mother, and from where all things came from to originally come down to be what is called the earth, as well as the inner earth, and basically all aspects of feminine energy. But the constellation representation of that is the Alpha Draconis, of the constellation of Draco, where you get the word dragon from. You see what I'm saying? Also, too. So there's different aspects, the astrological, astronomical, physiological, and all of those particular things and all deal with that. But the alpha raccoon is the astronomical aspect of that. The physiological aspect would just be the feminine energy of the drag woman, which you call the Draco of the great dragon. We even get the word dragon blood, which means menstrual blood. Okay, what's that? Any other questions? What's that? Basically, that's one of the meditational techniques. See, one thing about meditation is always thinking you're doing it wrong. You just close your eyes and you concentrate. You can use you go in and you can sit on the floor, you can close your eyes and you can take the chakra. You get the book, C.W. Ledbetter's book, The Chakra. You find out where every chakra is placed in C.W. Ledbetter's book, The Chakra. Or there's several books on the chakras, one called The Wheels of Life. You find out where the chakras are placed. Then you go in and you do experimentation based on mind. You take light and you put in each chakra. Put light in each chakra, and in the pineal gland, the root chakra, and then you imagine the aura around your body. That's a technique. Another one is you run the fire up the Kundalini energy. Another one is breathing technique. Another one is you put different colors in the chakra, because when you get C.W. Ledbetter's book, The Chakra, they're going to show you the different colors in the chakra. The other one is mantras. You look breathing, then there's one you go with your mouth open. Those are mantras. Other ones are breathing exercises. And this stuff is real simple. You just have to sit down and actually do it. So basically the meditation techniques and stuff is very simple. A lot of people think that meditation is hard to do, and it's basically just concentrating. You can burn a candle, and another thing, all those sitting down in a lotus position, that can be uncomfortable. Basically, you can get on the bed, put your back to the wall, and put your feet straight out. It's one of the most comfortable ways to meditate. You see what I'm saying? But you can imagine different things different things happening, and you can go in and do work based on what your mind imagines, how you open yourself up. By certain lights, opening up certain chakras, and different things like that also too. What's that? We have to whether opposites attract with low consciousness. I mean, hell, consciousness is just basically new to us, just waking up. Basically, you want to, not opposites attract, that ain't got nothing to do with no opposite attract. That's really some fucked up shit. You don't supposed to fuck with people who ain't conscious these days. You're supposed to run from people who ain't conscious. So it's simple. If you're trying to do some stuff that's serious and you got a person and they ain't in it, there's two things can happen. If the person don't mess with you, then you remain with the person. If the person don't mess with you. But if the person hinders you doing spiritual things, get rid of them. Divorce their ass, cut them loose, kick them to the damn curb. You're supposed to get yourself out from fucked up people, period. But now every now and then you got good dead black people who realize they're not going to get into it, but they're not going to mess with your thing. That's a compromise. You can stay with them. But any asshole, you don't even supposed to be with them based on, you know what I'm saying? On that kind of thing. So it's not even, you shouldn't even want to even attract a fucking asshole that don't want to learn nothing. Especially if you're single. It's one thing if you got a husband or somebody that you've been with, but you're supposed to cut these people loose. You see what I'm saying? What's the goal in even being with a person that's dead? You ain't already married. You see what I'm saying? You know?
You watch like Star Trek Voyager and like sci-fi?
Yeah, I watch a lot of sci-fi, a lot of the movie stuff.
You watch Star Trek Voyager?
I have at times, you know.
What about Star Wars and Emperor?
Yeah, all of that, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Bobby, my observation of Star Trek, I watch it all the time. In Deep Space Nine, they used Captain Sisko as an emissary. And he communicates with prophets for this planet of Enduria. And it just strikes me maybe because there was a melanin content decided they chose him over all the different creatures.
Now, basically what it is they put the black man over there to guard the black hole so it can save the white people from being sucked up into the black hole. Because the black man has melanin. He guards the damn black hole. That's what the Deep Space Nine was. Nine is completion, and they don't want the damn black hole to suck them up in there. So they put the black man as the guardian. You see what I'm
The
saying?
prophets who were like ancestors, they communicate with him.
Yeah, and stuff like that. No, so they do stuff. It's mostly ritual like they do stuff on movies like that, or TV shows like that. Give me some more questions. Yeah, what's that?
I wanted to share something. I'd had a dream-like state where I woke up from this dream. I was visiting with other entities, but I never felt more completeness of myself. And prior to that, I never take this reality too seriously. My girlfriend really couldn't understand why, really couldn't get into this life form. And there's a book by A.W. Six talking about Journey to the Stars that I got from Marty. That you give us a different way of looking at our lives in conjunction with our actual purpose as far as God's purpose on this planet. To see ourselves, from an immortal standpoint, from the eternal standpoint, the whole thing we're looking at the death thing and.
What does he say?
What AWC?
Yeah.
Well, something he said that with some of the stars, with light beams.
Yeah, we are light beings, and those stars are inside of us. So not only are we from the stars, we are the stars that we are from. They are us. Those stars are us. We are S-O-N and S-U-N is the same thing, and a star is a sun. And the soul is the solar sun. So we are the stars. You see what I'm saying?
So we shouldn't fear this whole death process and transition?
No, there's no such thing as that for the simple fact that there's only death of the physical body. And energy can never be created and destroyed. Original energy just transform or transferred. You see? Transform or transferred. So, no, you shouldn't because it's only a process. You see what I'm saying? So in so many words, we're still talking about the same thing. You see what I'm saying? We're still talking about the same thing. What's that?
I found I guess it was kind of like a proverb or something, or like an acronym, but it was speaking of fear. And it basically broke it down as fear being false evidence of fear and real. Right. And that was one thing that I know got me out of the fear of a lot of things, just analyzing that.
Yeah. Well, basically what fear is a form of ignorance and not understanding something.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And programming is something that's bad and evil. So that's a good analysis of something. It is basically, you feel that's what you don't understand. And you get out of that fear through knowledge. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. These are more questions. What's that?
I just want to understand what's the difference between you're talking about the older guys and the younger guys.
Yeah.
And how they were children.
Yeah.
I couldn't quite
Okay, let me give you a bit of knowledge on how that happened. In the beginning there was darkness or chaos. What they don't tell you is before you had this particular creation story of this particular created universe, there used to be a primal world that existed before this universe came into being. This universe is built off of several other primal worlds that existed about as long as this universe is now old. They existed prior to this universe coming into being. And what they're not telling you is the energy and the actual thing that existed before those universes came into being was later on destroyed, and that energy was made into humans. So we are those primal universes that existed before this known universe and the new God of this universe, which is our children. So the story goes in Babylonia that you had this goddess Tiamat and King Zeus. And they used to rule the known universe in the primal world billions of years ago. They ruled for billions of years until they got to a cycle where they to a new order of beings. And those new order of beings they gave birth to, was their children. And then their children overpowered the older order of beings and destroyed them, or defeated them. Tiamat, the great mother, the great dragon, Alpha Dracona, and her children. They destroyed them, and then they took the essence from the primal universe, their parents, and they made human beings out of it. And that essence is melanin. It's the substance that was before the creation of this world and the God that Lord over this world, now turning into humans and bound down here. So we are higher than the God that created us. Also in the Gnostic scriptures. Get this relations Gnostic scriptures. This relations Gnostic scriptures. I'm going to give you another version in a few minutes. I'm going to give you another version. We are higher than the God who created us. Now how does that mean? They only created the physical form to contain an older energy inside of it. That older energy is your soul that is older than the God who created the physical.
So the body is part of the problem thing in there that's being trapped.
In these vessels, what was put in these vessels was that substance from the primal world beyond creation. It's just that you think that creation is the beginning of it. No, that's the Judeo-Christian part where they cut off half the shit. Before creation was a whole other world. Now, in the Greek mythology, which is Etruscan, which is Typhonian Egyptian, and all of this, they go in and they tell you that you had the Titans that ruled before the gods of Olympus, which would just be the heaven realm. Zeus and basically Yahweh and his archangels. And the Titans were older and more superior than the Olympian gods. But the Olympian gods went to war with the Titans and defeated the Titans and burned the Titans up. And the substance that they burnt the Titans up, they used to make man out of. So the substance that's inside of us is higher than the God that created us. Those are our children. And now they are old and on their way out, but they don't want to relinquish power by keeping you in ignorance. But we are higher than them. And that's the Greek way. The Gnostic, which is pre-Christianity, Christianity was stolen from another people shit from Alexandria Hemmitt. He talked about how you had this great mother, Sophia, had this aborted child that wasn't all the way fully developed. And he came and created this particular universe and created this man, this physical body that wasn't upright. And then Sophia came in and said, blow your breath into him and make him upright. And he blew his breath. And the energy from him that used to create the universe, which the same substance before the universe blew out of him into man. And he said, I'm a jealous God, and I said, I have no God before me. Why is he a jealous God? Because man is higher than him. He said, there is no God before me. And Sophia says, no, not there is a God. He lives on earth. He's the man of earth, the original man, and the son of man. So in actuality, these are other stories around the world that talk about how we are higher than the God who created us because they only created the physical body. But the energy that's inside of the physical body is their parents. What's that?
What's the Holy Spirit of the word that was in the beginning of the Bible?
Okay.
I know you tell me.
Yeah. In the beginning there was the word. It's called the Logos. Or the solar Logos and all. That beginning was the Son, that deity, the subordinate deity, that came after the primal world had degenerated. You see what I'm saying? a very inferior book, the damn Bible. In the beginning there was the Word. You got to understand, these are fragments, and they might have a damn whole other goddamn book before that you even got to that point. You see what I'm saying? But that word they talk about is called the solar logos. Is still talking about that subordinate deity, the sun, which is an inferior sun and a holographic sun that don't even shine outside of this fucking atmosphere. If you think the closer you get to the sun, the brighter it's supposed to be. Right. Why, if you go out in space, you can't even see your damn hand. Because that's the holographic sun, which is that subordinate deity that don't even exist outside of this atmosphere.
Right. Now, to get it down,
You see?
Space shuttle go up in space, you don't even see the sun no more.
Yeah, the sun is only you only see that in this particular atmosphere. This atmosphere also registers holographic material. So what we call in the beginning there was the Word, that's just a subordinate deity. It came into being after the final world was over. It's the same story. That's our child. And it's not only a child, it's an illusion. Because there's another text in the Indian thing that says, when this God has created this universe here, he only lived about 1,000 years and he's been dead. We down here by ourselves.